Damn it, I had my mic muted the whole freaking time. I was playing songs and shit. What the hell? No wonder people were coming in and leaving. All right, I'm on now. All right. Oh, well, man. Jeez Louise. Here we go. At one point, someone said, "Sounds good," and I was like, oh, "Okay, so they can't hear me." I forgot to freaking unmute my mic. Dumbass. I was playing this. Your eyes tell me the story from beginning to the end. How I love those eyes when they tell me. I want to tell you, oh my friend, the stranger he comes calling with a worry or a problem of some kind. Then those eyes are cool and distant. The stranger won't say what's on his mind. I can see in your eyes disappointment. What has gone wrong this time? Is it something that I should be concerned with? Let the stranger think I don't mind. Can't accept the love of a stranger. I feel betrayed and oh so sad. I have memories of our sweet love, and it gets really high there, that we have had. Oh, the eyes, they are revealing. They tell of thoughts within. What's up, Joey? I don't want the eyes of a stranger. I want the eyes of my best friend. My best friend. Forgot the third verse. And that chorus is an octave higher, and it's really loud, so I wasn't going to scream it into the microphone. Yeah, I'm waiting for some guests to come on here. I'll go ahead and play the song I was playing when I realized my mic was muted. Which I play a lot, but I still like this song. So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Or can you tell a green field from a cold steel rain? A smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for trees, a hot air for the cool breeze, cold comfort with change? Did you exchange or walk on part in the war for the lead role in a cage? How I wish you were here, 'cause we're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. Have we found the same old fear? Oh, wish you were here. That was to all the people that I invited to the panel. That was for them. I wish they were here. I got one. Shit, I don't remember it. Hey Joe, where you gone with that gun in your hand? Hey Joe, Joe. Said, where you going with that gun in your hand? Said, I'm going down to shoot my old lady. You know I caught her messing around with another man. Said, I'm going down to shoot my old lady. You know I caught her messing around with another man. Hey, Joe, I remember the words after that part, yeah. To get my amp out and SG. Find some other songs to play here. How's everybody been doing today? We had some good hangouts today. I've been listening all day. I can't chat at work. I listen to you guys in the hangouts all day, but I can't chat at work, so I just listen. I don't miss much. I listen to that all day, and then I listen when I get home. And see, swig here. I don't know if I've done this song. I think I have. All right, I'll try it. Here we go. Oh, life is bigger than you, and you are not me. The lengths that I will go to, the distance in your eyes. Oh no, I've said too much. I've said enough. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion, trying to keep up with you, and I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I've said too much. I've said enough. I thought that I heard you laughing. I thought that I heard you sing. Oh, I think I thought I saw you try. Every whisper, every waking hour, choosing my confessions, trying to keep an eye on you, like a hurt, lost, and blinded fool. Oh no, I said too much. I said enough. Consider this end of the century. I don't know that part. I used to hate this song. Shit, I don't know the phrasing on that. Sorry, guys. Let me pick something. I did Pearl Jam Black the other night on another show, and it seemed like people liked it. I know. Yeah, I wish, Billy. I wish. Hey, what's up, Chris Truseger? I'm going to look for a song that I know pretty well. I kind of know this one. It's pretty good. I don't know if I can play and sing it at the same time. Today's gonna be the day that I'm gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Scroll down. And all the roads you have to walk are winding, have to walk are winding. And all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, shit. Let me try that again. Because me, well, it goes. maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. Today was gonna be the day that they'll never throw it back. I listen to metal, guys, most of the time. I don't play this stuff very much. Today was gonna be the day, but they'll never throw it back to you. By now, you should have known how, realize what you're not to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads that lead you there were winding, and all the lights that lead the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. 'Cause maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. Yeah, the metal Tenacious D. Yeah, I like Oasis. I just I wasn't a, I was a Metallica, Pantera back in the day and stuff. But that first album they put out was really good. Let's see what else they got on here that I might know. So one of these people that I invited to come in, we'll jump on and we'll begin our conversation. Oh, you on here? Go ahead. Looks like Anonymous is in the room. You want to say something, or his mic's muted? And Vlad, Flat Still Earth said he'd jump in a little bit. Do 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 do. Ding, 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 ding. Anonymous is in the building.
Greetings.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, one question. Why did you put the title of your video?
Huh?
Put me in the title of your video.
Yeah, just why did I put you in the title of my video? Because
have you ever heard of anxiety? What is it called? Performance anxiety.
Man, I get that every time I come on here. What are you talking about? That's why I'm singing, because I don't get nervous when I sing, but when I talk, I get nervous. So, but yeah, no, yeah, and it'll change. I'll probably add whoever might jump in later. I'll adjust the thing. But no, man, seriously, I think that you have a lot to say. I mean, I've heard you speak a couple of times, and so I just really. Yeah, you don't have to be nervous, man. I really think you have a lot to offer people, the community, and from what I've heard so far.
It works this way for me. I listen for a while, and then I kind of get a feel for what the tenor is in the chat. See like a pattern, and then I go for the pattern and address the structure of why that pattern's there to begin with. And so without that, I don't really have anything to say right now.
Okay, well, I mean, I can ask you a few questions. So, I mean, like some of the basic questions. I don't know how many people have heard you. How many times have you been on some of the panels on YouTube? I've only seen you a couple times.
4 or 5 times maybe.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people haven't heard from you before, and so I think you have a lot to offer. You know, from your background that people might want to say. That's why I mean, it's not. I'm like showcasing anonymous guest. You know, I don't know. I showcase myself every time I get on here, so everybody else too. But I really think once the conversation gets rolling, then it's going to be interesting. So, but anyway, I guess we can start with how did you come upon the flat Earth subject, and how long ago was it?
Well, that's actually more of a mystery to me. Well, just to be honest, I was avoiding grief and was distracting myself with only got the internet. I've been off grid for a very long time, and so I pretty much haven't had any internet for I think about 5 years, and I was kind of out of the loop. And one of the things I discovered was the SJW videos, and that was a really good distraction for a while.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that feminism was what it was at the time. This was just, I thought these were just crazy people, and didn't realize there was like a hidden agenda behind it. But shortly thereafter, I went into something called like fail compilations, and most of that was funny when you see stupid people doing stupid things and they get hurt. Well, you know, that's kind of funny. But they put little things in those videos where you see children or young teenagers doing dangerous things and they get hurt, and that's negligence. So I decided, okay, I need to do something else. Then I ran into flat Earth videos. I said, okay, yeah, an academic joke. All right, I can sit back and avoid my life for a little bit here by just, you know, having sort of an intellectual stimulation, a comedy. And I ran into somebody named Brian Mullins. He was posting videos on the vector analysis of airplanes landing. I decided, okay, this should be easy enough. And I shit you not, I won't even go into how long. I broke out the differential equations and just went through a bunch of shit. Yeah. I was like, wait, there's something definitely wrong here.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's funny how I don't even follow the news anymore. As a matter of fact, I don't even know what SJW stands for.
Social justice warriors. These
are
people
okay.
that
I know what that
they
is.
would like to, and so they come out and say the world should be different, and they don't see like the dynamics of the world. They would just like to put their ideal into place and say this is how it should be, and they have not addressed the human condition or the system, saying we're going to propagate this idea because it sounds good. I mean, it feels right.
Yeah, and it seems like that it's promoted inside the education system and through the media. I mean, it's actually inside. It's probably even worse inside the schools, because there are children that they're I don't know. The teachers are all sensitive, you know, now, and they have to reprimand the kids every time they have some type of, just everybody's so offended about everything all the time, and if you offend someone, then in whatever way, whatever new thing they invent, then it's just, it's kind of ridiculous, you know. I don't remember anything like that when I was in school. I remember, well, I won't say anything like that, but it's gotten quite a lot worse now.
Well, when I grew up, without going into, I I made a point of offending. Just because it was like the show. And I'm like, notice I'm not upset, but you seriously are. So, who are you trying to convince, me or you, about whatever you're saying? And, I just tried to keep it on that level of you're emotionally attached to whatever it is you're saying or thinking that needs to be put out there. And I'm kind of making fun of it. I have no horse in the race, and it's ruined your day. So which one of us has the better way of dealing with life?
Yeah, I can kind of relate to that because, I guess in high school I was, into the rock and roll and stuff, wore ripped up clothes and concert T-shirts and stuff like that. So I guess I was kind of into all the preppies and stuff. Really, I got along with everybody, just kind of like I do now. But I didn't really. I guess I don't know. I just kind of hung out with the people that I had common interest with. Didn't really try to offend people in that way, but just the I guess my appearance might have offended him. I had long hair and all that stuff, which I have no hair now, but anyway. So that was my rebellious thing, and I don't know. Go ahead.
No, I think I took rebellion to an all new high. My class, without taking study hall, all 4 years, and in the last semester of my senior year in high school, I left the school, but I didn't sign out in the office saying that I was leaving early, and they suspended me for 5 days. And somehow I must have taken that personal because they had this policy that if you got suspended, that wasn't excusable or whatever. And if you missed more than 4 days unexcused, well, you fail that, I think it was 6 weeks or semester or whatever. No, not a semester, 6 weeks. So that dropped me down to 3rd place. Next year, a friend of mine and I, we ended up stealing a brand new truck. And we thought it was a good idea to take that truck, drive it fields, the basketball, not basketball, football fields, the baseball fields, knocked out all the gates, all the fences. And at the very end, we made a bet for $1 that this truck couldn't drive up the steps and into the school. And so we tried, and it got stuck. We knocked out the door, the frame, and part of the brick wall, and got stuck. And then, of course, we panicked for a moment because, well, how are we going to get out? So we had to bust out the back window to get out of the truck. I haven't really told that story in a very long time. I wonder if the statute of limitations or if they're gone by now. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But, yeah. So when you say rebellion, rebellion.
Yeah, I never did anything like that. I rode around with drunk people all weekend and stuff like that, but that's about it. Anything like that. But yeah. Oh, Biker Scout wants to get on. Let me see if I can. Hey, I'll send you or I'll put my email in the chat here. This is my email associated with this account, so it's not my main email, personal email. It's really long to type it out. It's astheworlddoesn't.turn@gmail.com. As the world doesn't. I was getting messed up because I get two D's and two T's on URN at gmail.com. Yeah, if you want to come on and talk, send an email to that email address, and we'll see what's up. So anyway, we kind of, you said that you had I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up my email back up so I can see when it comes in. We were trying to get to where you were how you came across flat earth, and we were talking about, then we got into the rebellion and stuff like that, rebellious. So.
Oh, the rebellion hadn't stopped. It's just I kind of had a different point of view that occurred early on in all of this. If I want to rebel and no one else does, then I'm the odd man out. I tried to reconcile that, and I found something along the lines back in 2010. It's called the right to self-exile, which is a League of Nations, and later on it turned to the right to self-determination in the UN Charter. And most of this information came across to me from a man named David Williams. If you were to Google David Williams and the right to self-determination, he has a lot of information on how to form your own society and get out from underneath the jurisdiction of Rome. Before I wanted to take that legal step, I just wanted to see if I could do it. So I packed up all my shit. Me and my family moved out in the middle of nowhere, got off grid just to see, you know, how hard is it to live without the infrastructure. There is a point of transition. I mean, you're used to creature comforts. And once you get past that, you're no longer on a clock. Like all the stress, the transition of the stress, that is, of course, stressful. But then afterwards, you realize it's sort of a timeless space. It's daytime. Sun goes down, it's nighttime. You're not concerned about it is. Now, you do pay attention to the seasons, but it's just a completely different way of being, to not be in the hive mind or in the societal sort of programming. Oh, look, it's Easter or Thanksgiving or any of these special.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to get out of those holy days for a long time, but I can't, you know, because I'm connected to my family. They want me to come over, and I enjoy it. I enjoy spending time with them, but but yeah, I enjoy spending time with my family on those occasions, but I totally disagree with celebrating them in the way that they do. So,
well, I discovered, you know, that transition, that I have absolutely nothing in common with family. Family is blood related, it's biological, and you have a lot of experience that construct. But I used to say this to my family, and it goes back to being intentionally offensive, that if we weren't family, I wouldn't have anything to do with you. I mean, I would just say it straight up, just like that. And some of them got really hurt with that, and some of them actually nodded and agreed with me. Yeah, you're right. We all just come together, talk too much, our personalities won't clash, let's eat, and then we go our separate ways. I'm like, yeah, so why even bother? You know, why even make the show?
Yeah, and then a lot of families, holidays never go well, and it's just a hassle, you know, sometimes. So it's not even really worth it. But I'm blessed to have a good family. We have a good time. So how do you go about finding, if you did want to get off grid and get into a community where they're living like that? How do you go about finding a place like that? I wouldn't even know where to go. I mean, I know it's kind of, the Amish kind of live like that, but they're already there. You know where they're at. They've been there for, you know, centuries. But if you
go to ic.org and just type in your zip code, I believe, or city, and you'll find in your area where people are already in an intentional community. And the main thrust of an intentional community is to get off grid and be self-sustaining.
Okay. So it's ic.org?
Yep, ic.org. Now, I've had two experiences since since we went off grid. We moved for the reason of finding other people, so that our children could grow up with other children with the same mindset or the same environment, going in these communities. And there's something, well, they're not, I can't say all of them, but the two experiences I've had, two things. They're absolute environmentalists, like dogmatic, and you're going to have a bunch of feminists that want to get in right in the mix, even if they don't know anything about what's going on. They want to have a say in how it's supposed to go forward. Just, well, in my experience, in the two communities that I was in, Yeah, that just won't work. No, seriously, if you have a woman that has no clue about cutting down trees, never used a chainsaw, and she wants to talk about how to bring the tree down, you know, these are the kinds of things that I ran into, and it was like, but we have to have a consensus. Let me explain consensus to you. It's raining. If you step outside, you will get wet. Consensus have to do with that.
Not much.
Right. They didn't really want to understand natural law. They wanted to have sort of this communal. It was bizarre to me, and so I realized in my two, I'm not going to say all of them, I can only speak for two experiences that were absolutely horrible. I believe if you find prepper communities, you'll find more sensibility.
Right. Well, I mean, prepper communities, yeah, they actually were thinking about being prepared before they actually. Is that what you mean? You know, it's constantly on their mind to plan ahead of time. And I'm kind of trying to get Biker Scout the link, and I don't know if I got it to him or not. But okay, somebody just jumped. I'm kind of it's hard for me to multitask. Try to send links, read the chat, and follow. But I am listening to you. But I want everybody else to listen to you too. So anyway, but I'm trying to get some other people some links, and then once we get some people, there he is. He's in there now. We get a couple of people in here, then I can listen more and then follow the chat and not have to try to send the links.
Well, now you mentioned reading the chat. I didn't actually. I haven't been reading the chat.
But yeah, well, there.
Oh, I have a robot voice. Oh well, okay.
Well, it's breaking up a little bit every once in a while. It's breaking up a little bit every once in a while, but I can hear you pretty good. So for the most part, on the intentional communities, are you saying that some of them are more successful than others in your experience? Is that what you're saying? Or,
well, some of them understand
that
it's wartime. Well, some of them actually get that it's wartime, and there are certain things you have to do. That this is a situation that's war. It's been war in the United States since the Civil War, military law, and the greater international community, the Hague Convention of 1907, and codified the Lieber Code. War everywhere. That's why Congress didn't have to declare war since the ceasefire of the Second World War, because there was never a formal peace treaty. Germany does not have a peace treaty, and neither does Japan. If you're not looking at it in terms of war, you're going to have a bunch of hippie feel-goods that want to have like a treehouse, clubhouse kind of thing, and that's what I ran into. I was like, I can't believe you guys are avoiding room. But that's neither here nor there. I had experience, but I will still say if you go to ic.org, you're probably going to find some communities that aren't completely tree hugging and let's recycle and all the rest of that.
Yeah, well, I live in Arkansas, so I'm pretty sure there's quite a few around here. I live in northern Arkansas, so I'm pretty sure there's probably some around here, and they're not necessarily the tree huggers. I'm sure there's plenty of guns and food, and all that kind of stuff, because there's a lot of forest. It's in the Ozarks, Ouachita area, so I'm gonna look it up and just see how many communities are around, and that's interesting.
Well, right now I'm in a valley, and everyone here is armed to the teeth. And I always like listening to IPS say an armed society is a polite society when he's talking about wrenches. But in real world, you know what? It's the nicest bunch of people. They're all heavily armed. They're all stocking up. They're all growing their own food, doing as much as they can to be independent as best they can to get off the infrastructure. There is a small group, and I think they kind of went a little overboard, but that's just my opinion. They already have a road where they already know how they're going to block the road and just have that piece of the valley cut off from like the rest of it. They're completely self-sustaining and what have you. And it's committed that they're actually doing that.
Well, I remember the days where it wasn't a big deal to have a gun rack in your truck and have your guns sitting there, and most of the time they weren't loaded, but nobody even really asked because it didn't really matter. So
Well, we're running into social engineering, right? It's the weapon that's the problem, and not the people using the weapon. So let's get rid of all the weapons. So we're eliminating the problem by going for the symptom and not the cause.
Right. Well, yes. Yeah, that is a social engineering, and yeah, it's been kind of. I mean, it's been going on for a while. So, as far as you know, it'd be cliche kind of to say that they've been trying to get rid of the guns, and they, you know, this, and that kind of. What I liked what you said when you were on Tim's the other day. You know, and he's like trying not to make that channel. You know, get into one of his new interests into the conspiracy stuff, and then I was, you know, we'd been talking about doing this for about a week now, and then you said something about a conspiracy throwdown. I was like, yeah, man, you come on here and we'll talk about it all, because of a lot of people who don't understand how it's gotten to this point. You know, especially if they come across the flat Earth topic without having been into conspiracies for quite a long time, or any kind of I won't say anti-government movement, but a distrust of government, of the government structure and stuff. You know, so yeah, so I've been in that for 20 years. You know, so you know, when it found flat Earth, and it was just the next step. So that's where I kind of wanted to see where you were, which, I mean, obviously if you were a prepper for all those years, you know, or then you were quite aware of the vast conspiracy to control society and everything. So, but I'd like to hear some details about it, you know, about how you came across it and everything, so that we can suss it out for everyone. And I want to hear Biker Scout's opinion. Well, let's say hi to him real quick before we get back into it.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Good talk to you guys again. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Community building is vital for people of like minds, and it's also vital that there is a hierarchy, there's a patriarchy of sorts, there's rules to follow. So when you get the communal, you know, hippie unshaven attitude, tree huggers, they aren't self-sustaining by themselves. Just socially, they're not self-sustaining, because eventually people get bored, you know. So if we're to put together a flat Earth raft and build a community of like-minded people, you need the hierarchy. You need to realize that, hey, we aren't a protected class of people. We're actually walking around with targets on our backs, and at some point talking about flat Earth is going to be a subversive topic, you know. So people need to recognize that having this militant social justice attitude online is one thing, but in the real world, we can be silenced very, very easily. We just need one senator, one news anchor, one talking head on TV to paint the word with flat Earth and cult, and it's over. Next thing you know, there's legislation about it, and scientism steps in, and curriculums get changed, and it becomes very, very hard to even talk about it. We start whispering about it in circles, and it gets really weird, Orwellian, you know, draconian, like public walking around, you know, giving secret handshakes and the nod and drawing cryptic symbols on doorways and things of where we're meeting for flat Earth. And I don't want to see it go down that path. But the way it's going right now with flat Earth activism, quote unquote, I have a feeling that agenda is being pushed. So as long as there are people in the flat Earth community who don't care about people, but only care about a political message, are dangerous. Because I think the flat Earth is about people, and it should be about people. This is our planet. This is our realm. This is where we live. And those people who attempt to control us or rule over us because they've figured out the power structure of groupthink dynamic and leadership, that they don't want us to wake up. They don't want us to question and go, hey, I can do this by myself. I don't need you to tell me how to live. I don't need you to tell me where I can live. I don't need you to put up ordinances that say I can't chop down trees or dig for water on my own property or catch rainwater, for instance. You know, we are the ones who can actually fight back as a group at large. So that's just kind of my thought on it. But building a flat Earth community, I think having a set of rules is very important, and clear outline of what to expect from everybody, because there is a secret war going on.
And like you said, that it's a secret war, and for the better part of a decade, I would ask people, it didn't matter if it was a social setting or just a perfect stranger, a cashier or whatever, I would just throw this out.
You guys chop it up for about 5 minutes. I'll be back in a minute.
I would always ask this one question, that if there were a war right now, if there's a war right now, and no one was told that there's a war, what would that look like?
It would look like America.
Not just America. I mean, it started here with the Civil War. I'll be right back.
It spread all over. Basically, anywhere what we call Western society is at war, because you have clear hierarchy of the haves and the have-nots, and the haves and the have-nots are defined by monetary system, value-based consumerism. And so if you have a bigger house, you are considered better than a person who doesn't have a house at all. So on a social level, that is social war. That is a civil war just amongst class warfare, but we do it so subtly through consumerism rather than a caste system. Oh, you were born like that, or you were born into that family, or you were born into that region, so therefore you're automatically a piece of shit. But we don't have that here. India does, but we don't. So we have this kind of like a ladder that you can climb and escalate, you know, through luck, inheritance, hard work, or whatever means necessary to climb certain levels. But the reality is the people at the top don't ride that escalator. They have an elevator. They bypass all the hard work and get asked and invited to the top levels and the top tiers. So there's this illusion that we can rise up and become anything. Oh, look at Donald Trump. He rose up and became the president of the United States. He's a great American success story. When the reality is he's not. He's got all the earmarks of a Mason, a Jesuit. You know, his dad basically ran brothels. You know, so he's always been in the underbelly, the seedy world of New York. So we know there's mafia ties with his father. You know, is there still mafia ties today? I don't know. I think the mafia has kind of transformed itself a little bit into being more like the law. They have gone on to become lawyers. And that's what basically happened to Las Vegas. It was old mafia, and then all of a sudden it became corporations. They realized they could do the same thing, but legally and better and bigger, you know, than shaking people down. So yeah, we live in
well,
Go ahead.
Now that you said legally. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, you said legally in the whole mafia turning into the corporations, and so it's no longer illegal, now it's legal. The interesting thing about legal, if you were to look at any of the courthouses, or DHS, I recently had to deal with DHS, you'll notice if you're looking for it, you'll find the double cross. The double cross. And if you think in terms of like gang signs or gang symbols, what better way to control a society than controlling their rules? And so everybody says, hey, you know, it's the bankers, right? And you everybody's heard this quote, I'm sure, of all the people watching. Give me control of a nation's money, and I don't care who makes the laws. That is, if the Federal Reserve Bank's charter got revoked, that's a done deal. So the real power is in the people that are making the laws, not in the money. Because at that level, everybody knows the money's fake. So it's about power and who has the power to make the change. If the double cross society says you're out, you're out. So it's something I've been pointing out quite frequently on the Flat Earth channels that push the it's the Jews theme. And I'm like, well, okay. But if you look at it like a monopoly board, so the Jews control, like, what is it? What are the blue ones at the very end, the really expensive ones? Broadway?
Oh, yeah, Broadway, Park Avenue, and Park Place or something?
Right. So they own like all the expensive properties, and they own the railroads, and all we're doing is running around hoping not to hit anything but like community chest or, you know, the free space or whatever. But if you look at it, Rome owns the board.
Right. It's always about the Vatican.
Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, they just they hide. They hide behind the robes, whereas before they hid behind the shield. So they dominated at the tip of a sword or a spear, and just through sheer brute force. Now they realize society is more complex and they need to be subtle. And the best way to control people is through their fear of death and salvation. So, hey, let's start a religion that keeps everybody afraid of dying. Oh, and they have to talk to us if they want to talk to God. So we need to make that clear that, you know, we hear all their sins, all their confessions. We know what's going on. The confessional was Facebook before Facebook even existed. You don't think those priests and clergy talked to each other about what they heard in the confession booths? Of course they did.
Well, a step in between that would be the court system. You go in and you confess to your sins. I mean, to your crimes.
Yeah. They give you the opportunity to come clean.
Right. Or pay your dues to society. That's an even better one, to pay your dues.
Right. But now the legal system is pay to play. You know, if you are unlucky enough to not be able to afford a lawyer for even something minor, then they just want you to plead out and get you in the system. You know, they do your DNA swab, they take, you know, they get you, they take your picture, they take your prints from all angles of your hands, you know, they got all the biometrics on you, basically. And you pay some fines, and if you're lucky, that's it. And if not, you get on probation, and they get to monitor you for a while. They go to your work, they find out where you live, they find out who your neighbors are, they find out everything about you for a minor offense because you couldn't afford a lawyer. And that's very, very, very scary for, like, a lot of people don't realize just how close they are to being fucked. You know, a speeding ticket can turn into a felony speeding ticket if an officer just having a bad day, you know, and if you can't afford the fines to get out of those things, that's going to basically ruin your life, you know. And I suppose depending on whatever the crime is, you know, depending on how public nature of the crime is or socially unacceptable the crime is, say you get a sex offense or something against you, you know, then that becomes more public shaming. That's, you know, the scarlet letter, so to speak, in our new society. It's like, oh, we don't shame women anymore for being whores. We shame men for, you know, stepping outside their marriage or fucking little children or whatever it is they're doing, right? So with that comes extra stigma. You know, that's public. Everybody can find out about you based on those records. However, you know, say you get in an altercation and you get battery charges brought up against you, you know, that kind of thing can stick with you for a long time as well, but that can be hidden. You know, somebody would literally have to Google your name into the right database, you know, to find you and find out what you've done, you know, and you could lose your job, you know, or you know, say an employer has a zero tolerance policy for domestic abuse or just violence in general, and they find out that you got arrested for getting in a fight at your house or at a bar or anywhere, then next thing you know, they've basically taken your money by making the system set up in a way that, oh, we can now fire you for having a bad day, you know. So we're slowly being backed into a corner through all this legalese and jargon and incarceration, and everything's about money. There's a fine for everything. You know, like every county in the nation still has jaywalking on the books as a term to arrest people for crossing the street not at an intersection. And if you wanted to argue the semantics of jaywalking, if that's a slur, it's still, you know, it's not, the parlance of the slur has been lost on people. People don't get that. But let's just pretend for a moment that that was called N-word walking. That's exactly what that is. And yet these officers feel okay writing a ticket that says you were jaywalking, you filthy jay, right? So, you know, you could, I guess, argue that. And it's like, well, you go to your state capitol and say, I don't agree with this ticket because you basically brought up a racial connotation. You used a racial slur to invoke a law. You know, it's very interesting how it's like they write new laws but don't repeal old ones. They just keep stacking and stacking and stacking. And then somewhere along the line, when you get charges brought up against you, they stack them. So eventually you have to plead out because there's no way you're going to get caught on something. And the district attorneys are just like, hey, we got you on all these charges. You're going to be found guilty if this goes to trial. You might as well just plead out and just be easier on everybody. You know, you're not admitting guilt. You know, you're just, you know, we're just agreeing, sign here, sign here, sign here. And next thing you know, your life's over. You know, and I don't think a lot of people know that. A lot of people just have the attitude of, well, if you don't do anything wrong, you know, then you ain't got anything to worry about. Well,
That's a good point. That's a really good point, because what you just said goes across the board with surveillance as well.
Exactly.
Well, if you got nothing to hide, what's the problem with having, like, I don't know, cameras in your house
right?
showing the whole world what you got
Yeah.
nothing to hide? That's the stupidest thing ever, because if I feel like masturbating, I don't need anybody else to see what I'm doing, you know, and that's not a crime.
No, but not only that, you have to be proud masturbator. How many people are proud masturbators, right? Most people are shameful masturbators, if you think about it. Like,
Right,
oh,
exactly.
that was so dirty.
Right. But what you were saying about the public shaming, that goes back to like Nathaniel Hawthorne and the Scarlet Letter. I mean,
Yep.
that was something that they did way back in the day. Social pressure, which is compounding on top of the legality of it, is, let's say you've just been accused of something. Let's go back to MGTOW and rape.
Yeah.
So she's got regret. She calls rape. Your shit's in the wind. It comes out that, well, everybody in the house didn't hear anything, and, well, you know, there was no signs of rape. And then she admits even she had regret, and yet reputation is ruined, because who reads the fine print, like on the page 8 of the paper, saying, oh yeah, look, you know, she cried rape, but it was actually regret.
Right.
You're ruined.
Yep.
And the legal system is like, oh, well, you know, you're innocent, you're good to go, we're gonna let you go. You got through the legal system, but you haven't gone through the social shit.
And you can't get that scrubbed, because that'll show up on your records. You go find a job, they're like, oh, it says here we did a background check on you that you were in trouble for rape. You're like, no, it's not like that. It wasn't. That's not what happened. And you can't explain it away, because oftentimes what's really interesting is that if you're in the job market now, and it's a job application thing where you have to do it online, they have these algorithms that just strip you out if you have the slightest thing wrong that's outside of a set pattern. So you don't even get the chance to sit in front of the person who's doing the hiring to even gauge you as a person, shake your hand, look you in the eye, maybe ask you about what's on your record. That paper never even makes it to their desk. That's how fucked up being screwed over by the legal system is for people right now. Even DUIs get people thrown out of application algorithms. And it's not like, it's like, oh, well, we don't discriminate. And you're right, you don't, but the software that reads the resumes does. They can literally check the parameters and have a very narrow framework of the type of person they want to hire. And they even have the software for reading resumes is so AI that they can detect sentence syntax and the language you use to determine what race you may be. It's that weird, It's like I don't even know people understand.
No, it's not weird at all. What I have figured out that this whole interaction we're doing right now with all these supercomputers in the cloud, they're analyzing the level of consciousness of people in general. Yeah. Like, where are they at? What level are they at? And how can we adjust this? It's kind of like every time we do anything electronic, do you have one of those super saver cards or whatever at any grocery store? They say, hey, do you have your blah, blah, blah card? And it gives you like, I don't know. Doing is seeing, okay, as we jack some prices up and drop some prices, we can determine how the consumer is going to react. We're actually monitoring this in real time. Well, the same thing with the internet. They're monitoring it to figure out, okay, what's the critical mass? I mean, most of them.
Yeah, what's the pulse on the conversation right now? And it's very algorithmic. Like they can see right now that based on the number of people that are in the chat room and people talking about certain topics and keywords, if we're saying things, they can see this nebulous growing orb of thought, of things that are coming up in the chat box and things we're saying out loud. You can just throw out word Muslim and all of a sudden, our algorithm got switched to another server real quick.
It's funny you said that because after 9/11, me and my friends, we started saying on the phone, always say bomb, 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 blow shit up, bomb, we're going to take it down.
Yeah.
And we try to get people to do that too. If enough people do it, and if every chat always talks about Muslim and bombing and whatever, then it skews the algorithm. The same thing in the grocery store.
Exact same thing, yes. You'd say that all the time.
You don't just buy one item. Look, it's on sale. You buy like 20.
Right.
Even though you're going to have a year's worth of olives or whatever, but it skews the system.
Yeah, I do that with coffee creamer.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, there's a way to fuck with it, but if you don't have enough people doing it, playing with an algorithm, then you're being studied not to your benefit.
Right. No, it's kind of like the way they do the online marketing thing. It's like, oh, you're talking about this sofa, and next thing you know, there's a Google ad for the very same sofa at the store you were just talking about, but you never visited a site. It just heard you. It's not coincidence. It's a real thing.
Yeah, that's annoying. There's something called ad block, and there's a script block, and a few other things. If you use Tor stuff, it blocks cookies, then you're not being tracked while you're online. There's lots of ways to like divest yourself of all the algorithm tracking, but most people don't do it.
It's really funny is you can say, okay, Google, and then how many people listening to this chat, their phone just turned on, boop, boop, right?
Oh, that's funny.
That's a triggering word. Okay, Google, search porn. And then people send, they're like, oh, shit, and they're trying to hit their phones, So you have the power of like hello, Alexa, and you start turning on people's smart appliances and stuff. If they're listening to this that's not in headphones, you start getting Siri to say things.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because about a decade ago, I built a portable EMP that you could point in a direction and take out something within like 25 feet. And I never used it. I demonstrated how it works by taking like a metal washer and popping it up into the ceiling. And if you had like the ceiling tile, it would get stuck. So it was that powerful. And it was very small. I said, it's not about taking out your electronics. Because what I discovered was, all you're going to do is buy another one. Right. You have to want not to participate in this. I can't make you not participate in it.
Well, people are addicted to gadgets, I don't think you're going to pry cell phones out of people's hands. They're just going to get more and more powerful. They're just going to start cooking your insides if this 5G turns on. These cell phones are super powerful. They're little miniature computers, and their transmission and receiving capabilities are outstanding. And then you pair that with being connected to a network, or you're connected to cloud computers that can do computational computing in the cloud through your handset. I mean, there's some really untapped potential in these things, and going along with that, there are also serious health risks. You shouldn't be sleeping with your cell phone on your nightstand. If you're going to have it on your nightstand, at least put a little brass or copper sleeve or cage around the thing, so it's not picking up electromagnetic signals while you're sleeping. Especially, like, most people aren't getting deep rest because the electromagnetic frequencies are messing with their delta and theta wave brain patterns when they sleep, but people don't know that.
Does that mean I got to keep the Wi-Fi away too? And hi, guys.
Greetings.
Hello.
Am I in here?
Somebody's in here.
Vlad.
Thanks for the invite, Helio, or the mayor, I should say. But if your Wi-Fi is in you, man, you can all that up anyway, even if you don't have your cell phone near you.
But we're describing like a little aspect of it, but we haven't addressed, well, if most people are doing it, if you look at who's presenting it, no one has said, okay, you have to have a phone. There's not a law that says, here, take this microwave transceiver and sleep with it. No one's doing that. You have to do that. So if you look at the people that are setting the stage, they're just following natural law, and they believe in natural selection. And so you can sort of see where this is going.
Yeah, they'll weed themselves out.
Well, on Flat Earth, it seems like there's this push for unity, and we all have to band together and I've pointed out several times, you're not addressing the human condition. Now, you can wake them up to the fact that you might have been lied to about the nature of this reality. But, you know, what are you going to do with it? And Dreamer Z, I believe, put out a video today that hit this topic right on the head. So you find out you've been lied to. You find out the food's been poisoned. You find out the electromagnetic spectrum, that, you know, all these gadgets, shit, all this stuff. You know all this stuff. But if you don't do anything about it, and there's another way of saying that, confusion leads to enlightenment. Enlightenment leads to revelation. Without action is meaningless.
Yeah, you can be aware of all these things, but then what? What are you going to do with that information? Just going to continue about your way and go, well, the system's big. What am I going to do? The powers that be, you know, I don't know who they are, shadowy figures, these shadowy governments. Oh, well, hey, look, my show's on. Oh, look, Walmart's having a sale. Oh, NASCAR this weekend. You know, there's just a million different distractions. That's exactly where they want us to be, is distracted and not thinking about our reality, and not even thinking that there is the possibility of change or something different. I mean, people don't want to give up their TV shows. You know, they don't want to give up their Twinkies. They don't want to give up anything that makes them feel good, anything that gives them a dopamine release. They don't want to get rid of.
You said that. Let me just for 2 seconds here. Everyone listening, if you get a chance, I'm not saying move out in the woods and go off grid, but if you get a chance, camping for maybe 2, possibly 3 days, if you can do 3 days, and just see how you feel at the end of 3 days of no electronics, lighting. It's just you, a tent, whatever you bring, with you, but keep the electronics and the electricity away from it, and just see what happens to you after 3 days, and you'll notice something. You'll definitely notice something.
Yeah, you'll get revived energy from the plants and the earth.
Yeah, that's just due to camping and has nothing to do with the actual radio waves. But if you just get revitalized because you went camping,
it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? You're still connecting with nature and disconnecting from the electric grid.
Yeah, but I'm saying cause and effect. Like, you don't have any stress if you set your time up wisely to go camping and not have anything interfere. You've shut off your phones. You got no distractions. You're being one with nature. Well, people felt revitalized doing that 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, before cell phones and Wi-Fi and all that other shit.
Well, doesn't that kind of illustrate that we need to be one with nature if people were doing it as recreation?
Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't point toward the electric or electromagnet problem of phones and radiation and Wi-Fi, microwaves, and
don't you think the human condition has been aggravated because of all the extra microwaves? Don't you think that the rise of social justice warriors and just this crazy screeching?
Two different things. Social justice warriors, yeah, they're all fucking bullshit. They're all paid off fuckheads. As far as the other thing, no, like it may not make a difference. I don't know. Of course, the fucking human condition's fucked up. We're living the way we weren't meant to. That's just the reality of it. Now, is it due to microwaves? Who knows? But I don't care. It doesn't matter what the fuck I think. It's like, what's the data show? Like, you have to show cause and effect, not just assumption.
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, what are you actually in a cost-benefit analysis up to get away from whatever your routine is for 3 days of just sitting in the woods, campfire, maybe you're next to a creek, however, whatever you actually do, that's absolutely not your routine. Now, not getting into the electronics of it, just breaking the routine. Nothing to do other than do whatever it is you do when you're out there.
Isn't that getting back to nature?
I'm thinking that's a good thing, man. And I would say that there's even studies and data to show that's a good thing. But like to say it's due to electronics or something else, like show me the data. Like,
so you're a technology apologist then? You don't want to give up anything.
I'm not saying that at all. I've gone long times without TV. I hate fucking having TV. My wife likes it, and we fight about not having it and when we do have it and all that stuff. And it ain't about that. It's just about data. It isn't about what I think. It ain't about what I like it or don't like it. Is there proof that this is fucking people up or not? If there's no proof, then it shouldn't be stated if it's a fact. If it is a fact and we got proof, let's bring up the proof.
I didn't say it was a fact. I didn't say it was a fact. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I just suggested to everyone listening, just try it and then come back to me and tell me how you feel. After 3 days, if you can make it 3 days, just come back and tell me how you feel.
Everybody should go commune with nature from time to time. I have no doubts on that. It's good for you. They've shown studies that show it's good for you. So the data's there on that. Why not?
Well, who's going to fund the study to villainize our electronic gadgets when it's $1 trillion a year industry? Who's going to get funded to go around and study the effects of 4G versus 5G microwave towers, right? That's never going to get funded. But you can go around with meters you can buy off of Amazon right now, and it gives you the data, the plot points, or they give you a little card that says this amount of radiation is bad, this amount of radiation is moderate, and this is okay. And you can literally walk around and watch the needle move around. That would be scientific enough, and people do that. There are YouTube channels dedicated to showing about EMFs.
Yep, I've seen that.
So, I mean, just because they're not wearing a lab coat or not accredited by a university, I don't think it's any less than scientific.
Well, the only thing that's scientific about it is, well, even that, because it's just a card saying here's what's bad, here's what's good. How do we know what's like anytime there's a lack of data, it doesn't show anything. Like people can walk around and say, look, there's this much here, this much there, this much there, and they walked around poor neighborhoods and said, look, there's a lot more in poor neighborhoods than rich neighborhoods. And you go, why does that happen? And you go, because cell phone towers are fucking ugly. Rich people don't want them in the neighborhoods, and they pay off city council people. Maybe, I don't know. But you got to have some data for whatever your assertion is.
Well, Marie Curie didn't have any data about radiation, yet it still killed her.
No doubt. That's how the data showed up.
No, Ireland. I guess what I was saying was you want data, and I was suggesting go 3 days, break the routine,
I've gone camping,
and you'll have your own observation. You'll have for you personally how you feel on YouTube or read it in a book or see if there's a double-blind study. Just how do you feel? And then if you feel better or you realize something, maybe you'll realize something while you're out there. I don't know. But it might give you that window to say, maybe there's a different way to live.
Well, let me put it like this. I live in the desert now. Like, I live in a very small town. I don't have neighbors that could even hear me if I screamed in my house. So be it. I've lived in the city. I've lived right next to a cell phone tower, and I've lived nowhere near them. And I've never felt the difference, and I've gone camping lots of times. It's always enjoyable. So what?
To be fair, there are people who are sensitive to electromagnetic frequencies. Not all of us are, but there's a very small amount of people that it actually physically affects. And I think those are the people that get studied. And those are the people they make these.
I agree with that. There are people that are very sensitive, especially like you could probably find hundreds of videos on YouTube about people that are sensitive to the smart meters and stuff. There's a large coalition of people that are against the smart meters, and they're very powerful. They put out very powerful radio waves and everything. So
yeah, the problem is those aren't directional. So your meters in on the back of your bedroom wall, it's actually encompassing your bed too. And it's very interesting. You start looking into the things the side industries that come up because these become problems, like all the little Faraday cages for your smart meters, or lining your bedroom wall with a silver mesh, things like that. It's to deflect those effects. So if those things didn't sell and those industries didn't pop up, then it would be imaginary.
Well, to that real quick, instead of buying
they got spray on
$100,
hair, right? You can spray on hair on the back of your head. You just spray it on. And people buy that shit. It looks fake as fuck, and it doesn't do a damn thing. There's all kinds of things people bought that don't work.
Right. Well, there's just a little plug out there. Instead of paying $100 for the Faraday cage, get you a number 10 coffee can, just a piece of copper wire, put the coffee can over your meter, run the copper wire down to your ground, and you've effectively grounded out the meter. And of course, the company comes out and figures out, oh, you're blocking the damn signal. Well, nothing says I can't have this coffee can on here. I'm glad you came out.
Now, I know Anonymous likes to talk about being off-grid because he is off-grid and making the change, getting back to nature. That is a step that I want to personally take for me and my family. However, mine's a little bit more grand in terms of building an actual legitimate community. But the thing that I push, because it's something that I have experience with, if you want to change your life and feel better about yourself and literally sever the cord from our consumeristic lifestyle, is the diet. It's about the food you consume. And I push that all the time. I tell everybody, it's like, dude, you got to stop ingesting sugar. Just trust me, it's addictive. If you can stop sugar for 30 days, then we can talk about other things. So, you know.
No, go the other way with it. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're at the point now where you're wanting to tell these people, look at this, or hey, look at that. And the very first thing that happens is they attack you. I don't know why. Absolutely. Maybe it's because, right. So I do reverse psychology. Hey, have some fried butter, you know, and throw on some of that MSG hot sauce on top of it and just chow down. I want you to go to McDonald's. Don't go. No, you don't need vegetables. Just eat McDonald's. It's good for you. And they're like, wait a minute, you used to be a health nut. You know, why are you switching up? I said, well, I figured that there's this program going on, and it's like, I don't know, it's taking too long. So if it sped up a little bit, me and mine would have more breathing room, along with those that are actually, you know, helping it along. It's like, I'd like to help it along. Either let's go one way with it or the other. But this slow road of this boiling the frog, this isn't good for anyone. So those that are on the self-destructive path, let me help you along. And those that want to stay and do something productive in peace and harmony with each other, well, hell, I mean, you can't have it both ways.
Well, okay, let's say somebody told me, hey, you shouldn't have sugar. I'd be like, hey, you know what? Fuck off, man. I blend juice every day. I do it all myself. I take my fruits, my veggies. My fruits have sugars in them. So what? Like,
no, he's saying refined. Wait, he's saying no. Wait, refined sugar, not sugar. Fruit sugar.
Yeah, not like eating an apple. That's how I cure my sweet tooth, is I eat apples or oranges, right? But I eat the whole apple with the fiber, and my body knows what to do with that. But I'm not going to go and buy Twinkies to cure my sweet tooth anymore. That's what I'm getting at. And you know that your little joke about the population control is what's going on at Walmart. Go up and down. People like shopping at Walmart for groceries, but if you actually look at anything in that store, 90% of it has high fructose corn syrup in it, even stuff that you would think shouldn't have it, and tons of sodium and everything. There is nothing in that store that's healthy. Nothing. I've looked.
Yeah, but think about it like this. If you told people that same thing, like, hey, every time you pick up a package, look if you see high fructose corn syrup on it. If you do, set it back down. That's it. Don't even tell them the sugar thing, anything else, because that's the first thing I do. Every grocery store I go into, anything I'm buying for my kids, first thing I do is look at what's in the ingredients. If it says high fructose corn syrup, fuck that shit. My wife gets mad at me if I buy it.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. Those are the small changes. Like, I like to help, you know, like illustrate the absurdity of the amount of sugar we're being fed is the reason why our bodies are at a state of dis-ease. There's a reason why the healthcare industry is billions and billions of dollars. No one points the finger back at your food, at your diet. Say, oh, well, you've got all this blood work done and it shows you've got cancer, you've got thyroid problems, you're obese, your liver's screwed up, you've got clogged arteries, and everybody's just like, well, we got a pill for that. You know, nobody says, well, hey, Bob, stop eating those fucking Twinkies and drinking that damn soda. And nobody addresses what causes those problems because they don't want
not
to.
Even their physician. They will never tell them. They'd rather prescribe them a diabetes medication than say, you really have to fix this right here.
Right. Or a lap band.
Do not drink sodas. Do not eat this other bullshit. Just take this. Yeah, or get a lap band, or yeah, they're
doing everything but the one thing they should be doing. You know, it's infuriating to watch. And all you have to do is just have a little self-control and recognize, hey, I'm being purposely addicted. They've done plenty of studies on these. Food companies do studies all the time about that sweet spot ratio of how much sugar to put in a product. And they purposely put sugar in because, A, the product with sugar and it sells more because you're addicted to it. Bottom line.
I think you nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah, I know that for sure because I ask I don't go to the doctor unless I break something or something like that. But
That's the only time you should.
my friends and family, they are all on different kinds of drugs and like, you know, different diabetes medications for cholesterol and everything. And I asked them, does your doctor tell you that you need to change your diet, or that you need to do that? I mean, the doctors will tell you that you should be more active. I'll give them that, but they don't say anything about their diet anymore. They don't tell them to change their diet. I asked them, they're like, no, he didn't really say that. They just give me some medicine to try, and they turn it into guinea pigs. And a lot of times they have to go through 3 or 4 different types of medication before it even works. And they'll feel like shit come back in a month, tell me what it did. You know, shit. Now I feel like shit for a month. And then
oh yeah, those are the side effects. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Jeez. But anyway, I just want to throw my 2 cents in on that. That's what that's your physician if you trust them. But
they're all physicians are pill pushers. If you go to your doctor and there's a pad of paper with a Rexall on it or something, walk the fuck out. They aren't there to serve you. They're to get treated to pharmaceutical rep vacations and points and free swag. It's ridiculous. They just are pill peddlers.
What you pointed out earlier was a very good statement about self-control. And the question is, if you can control yourself, can anyone else control you?
Nope.
Well, there you go. And if you look around at the world today, and this is something about the flat Earth community that I every time I bring it up, that you want to help people. Well, I get it. It's great that you're going out there and spread the word about flat Earth. But how did you wake up? I mean, did somebody come to you with something and say, hey, look, you need to look into this. You're a slave, or the food's bad, or did you already sort of know, and then it's just kind of like, and you started looking in different directions, and it was actually all internal. It wasn't really anything external. Nobody converted you to say, hey, we're going to take you from this programmed cog in the wheel to I'm going to live my life independently of as many control mechanisms as I can. That's an internal change.
That is a very good question, because I feel like that I was born to be woken up like this, and me and Anonymous got into that kind of earlier, that we were always kind of not I don't know. I just never was going to buy into a lot of things that they were putting in my face. So that's a very good question. I'd like to hear everybody's response to that.
Well, you said born into it, and I just got this flash of a childhood memory. I think I was 3 or 4, and when we moved out of the apartment, like the biggest fucking butcher knife, and it was behind my closet. In Germany, there aren't any closets built in, so you have like freestanding closets. And what I used that knife for was, we've all had that toy where the star goes in the star and the circle and then the square and the triangle and the oval. Well, I took that toy and made every slot fit every piece.
And did you also have skinned cats behind your closet too?
Yeah,
no skin, no, none of that. No. It's funny. It's funny.
Like, fuck these pieces. Fuck that cat too.
No, there wasn't any mutilation going on. No.
Gonna mutilate these little wood blocks. God damn it! These things are going in.
But the thing is, when you're 3 or 4, wait, even then, now looking back at it, even then, something was given to me to solve, as opposed to me saying, fuck it. Do I give a shit? To me, you're presenting something to the mind to solve. And why? Did I choose that? No, it was presented to me. And that's the same thing with them setting the stage. All these control mechanisms are presented, and everybody goes out and buys their smartphones or whatever. They all just fall in line with this, and they don't ever say, wait a minute, somebody's presenting something to me, but is it for my benefit? Do I actually need this? Is this good for me? How many people actually ask that question when they buy their food or they buy whatever product, and ask the question, is this good for me?
No, they're consumer automatons. They don't know. They just buy what they see on TV or what they had at a friend's house. They don't question anything. If it came in a bright, shiny package with bright colors on it, they're going to buy it. You know, so nobody's going to question that because we're not taught health, and people who don't grow up with on a farm or have their own gardens and things, they just would never know.
Man, this is too much assumptions. Like, why do you think people are like this? I grew up in a city. My parents didn't give a fuck. I buy fruits, veggies. I avoid the whole center of the fucking supermarket. The few items I might get, like a cracker or something for the kids here and there, all say organic on it. I've looked in and studied every fucking bit of it. Why do you assume, like, I got to be on a farm? I got, like, fuck, like, all these people you just talked about, that's not true. Like, that just makes you feel better. Like, look, I'm superior because I know this, because these other idiots are doing all this stupid shit. Sure, there's idiots. Sure, there's people doing stupid shit, but
I'm superior because I'm Rh negative.
Why does that make you superior in any way? Because other people with Rh negative told you that same thing. I've already heard the same shit.
Yeah, and we all feel good about it, and we all make good choices, and we were all awake at an early age. So that's good enough for me. I'm part of that club.
Not Rh negative that I know of. I have no idea. And you know what? Who gives a fuck? When did I wake up? I didn't. I never woke up. I never believed we landed on the moon at any point in my life. I never pledged allegiance to a flag in my life. I don't lead, I don't follow, and I sure as fuck have never gotten out of the way of another human being in my life. They can fuck off if they think I'm gonna. I never had to get woken up. I don't believe we're on a globe. I don't believe it's flat. Like,
so you've never been stopped? There's never been a blue light behind your car and you knew that you need to pull over, and then somebody came out and performed commerce with you on the side of the fucking road. This has never happened to you?
Pulled over by cops 34 times at this point. There's been times when I've had them go across town to catch me. There's been times when I've pulled over and fucking argued with them. There's been times when I've pulled over and been nice with them. It really depends.
Okay, so wait, but have you ever had a ticket? Have you ever had a ticket?
Yes.
Okay, well then your previous statement is false because someone interacted with you and you didn't say, hey, I'm free and I'm going to do what I want, because that man said,
no, I told the cops flat out. They know what the fuck. I talked to him. The one guy, I deserved the ticket. I believe I deserved it. He caught me straight up, and I said, you're damn right. Let me sign that. No problem. So, what the fuck? Right? I mean, I can admit when I'm wrong, and they want me to admit it. Another one?
Wait, let's go. I want to go on that specifically because that sounds like rationalization to me. Were you truly endangering yourself or the public with your behavior on the road?
Fuck yes, I was.
I guess I was, or I know it.
I know I was. I know what the fuck I was doing. It wasn't iffy. It wasn't questionable.
Okay, let's go back to control. If I control myself, no one else can control me. So you need some outside person to come in and say, you're out of control. Is that what you're saying?
Look, I understand what you're getting at, all right? I really do.
Well, wait, answer the question. Answer the question. It's just a yes or no answer. Did you need someone on the outside? Because we're talking about this entire fucking system.
No.
It's a moloch that's open. And this
I don't
is
believe
exactly
I needed
the point.
Nothing would have changed forward from that position. I had someone acting a fucking asshole on the road. I decided to get all fucking hopped up and be a fucking asshole back. And it wasn't even so much an asshole back, like just fuck this asshole being this way. And then when I finally got over to get the out of the fucking asshole's way is when the cops snagged me. And it's because I engaged with somebody else being a fucking dickhead, and I shouldn't have done it. So
that's why this.
Would it have
no, wait,
changed
that's how they
anything I did? No.
No. But listen, that's why they justify the system. I'm saying we need someone to take care of us because we cannot control ourselves. That's the whole justification for the entire system.
Yep.
Security. What's it called? Keeping the peace.
Yep. That's right.
Not keeping order.
Yeah. It is needed. If you think otherwise, you're fucking deluding yourselves. I mean, realistically, I'd have beat the shit out of fucking people I know many times over at this point if it wasn't for that system. So be thankful it's there, I guess. I don't know.
No, I argue that point. I have argued that point several times, and on the Flat Earth channels, they don't want to hear it. It's the fucking perfect system. I think it's perfect because I can get through it. I can get over it, around it. I can do whatever the fuck I want with it because I can see it. Yeah. I make sure that I don't step on. I mean, there's certain things that I have to make sure that I watch for, But the rest of these people that are just sort of, you know, out of control, can't figure out there's a system controlling them, they're not free. And the
They're
whole flat Earth
reactionary.
movement wants to get everyone free, and yet they're not addressing the human condition. And I think you, Ireland, just demonstrated why this system is even here.
Yeah, but please notice that I'm talking about I don't get out of someone's way. I've fought the system. I've lost to the system. I've not fought the system and sidestep shit and all that like everybody else, okay? I'm talking about individually. I don't fucking deal with it. Somebody says, I got to believe this. No, I don't. You got to do it like this. No, I don't. Okay. Oh, this is why this does this. Show me the data. Prove it to me. Don't just run your mouth on it.
Okay, so at this point,
I'm not saying I don't deal with the system. Everybody deals with the system. But if one person thinks they're going to fucking dictate whether I live my life this way because they're going to lead me, or I need to lead others and they need to follow, or I need to get the fuck out of their way so they can go out their business the way they think it needs to go out, fuck off. It ain't going to happen. I don't need to pledge allegiance to a flag. I don't need to believe we landed on a moon. I don't need to follow someone else's belief system or religion. Never thought that at all. And I wasn't convinced as a kid. Everybody goes, when did you wake up? I didn't wake up. I was fucking born this way. Like, I never bought into the bullshit.
I got it. I can follow into
to believe.
But what I want to ask you is just what you believe that works for you. It's been working for you. It sounds like it. But do you think that the beliefs of others influence or affect you?
The beliefs of others dictate what data is available to you based on who you've come in contact with and what their beliefs are. So of course it affects you in some butterfly type effect way. It's inevitable.
Do you think it's reasonable to form sane communities, sane societies, drop this whole thing, this whole deceptive moloch that we call government?
Dude, that's a big assumption there too, because I don't know that it's possible to form what would be considered a sane society, period. Maybe this is as close as we'll ever get. Maybe this is the best thing you could do. Maybe it's complete fucking garbage and it's standing in the way of a better success. I don't know. I don't have the data to tell me otherwise. The only data we have about other countries are fucking communist and that kind of stuff, which was all just set up, controlled opposition.
So, okay, let's go with that.
You show them the worst thing, right? Bacon. Yeah, eat bacon, eat fat, eat gross shit. Okay, be a communist, do this, do that. And we show how fucking bad it is, and then nobody wants to do anything and even rebel against capitalism because you showed them the worst possible scenario otherwise. So nobody's going to touch a bit of sugar because you just showed them the guy who ate all the fucking fat and had a heart attack. Same thing.
No, let's go back to the perfect system. I think it's a perfect system. I think it's absolutely, like you said, what if this is as good as it gets? And I'm going to argue that point, that it is. This is absolutely the perfect system. It is the perfect system.
Okay.
Because it allows everyone.
The other point, as devil's advocate on this, let's go right ahead, because I honestly do believe this is not the perfect system, but without data, I don't state such shit. I just think it.
No, I've got the data. Okay. And they telegraph. I've got the data. They've telegraphed this to us in a film called The Matrix. To leave the system, he had to find the key maker. Now, this is all allegory. So what is the key maker in reality? Up and down the legal system, how do I get rid of my citizenship? Well, I can get rid of it. I can rescind it as long as I join another society. But I look around, like they're all the same. All these private corporations, that they're countries, you're still in the system. You haven't left Rome. Now, the right to self-exile, which is now called the right to self-determination, is getting a group of people together to pledge their allegiance to each other for themselves, their posterity, just like in the, what is it? Not the Constitution, the fucking Declaration of Independence. These 55 guys got together and said, hey, you know what? Fuck this. There's something seriously wrong here. And we hold these truths to be self-evident. They didn't have to, like, write out what the fuck was going on with England and the king and all the colonists. These 55 guys said, hey, there's something seriously wrong here, and we hold these truths to be self-evident. We don't have to figure out, is bad for us, or GMO, or where's the data? They found this to be self-evident, and that was in colonial times. Be looked at or participate in that society, and they did it for themselves and their posterity. That doesn't mean everyone. That means those 55 guys who signed that contract, that compact, for themselves. It was the first time in recorded history, if you believe recorded history, a military takeover. They came out. Now, 7 years later, they defaulted on that little contract that was put in there. They didn't hold their word, or they couldn't get the money up to pay the king, so they had a little war. And in that peace treaty, you'll find, well, you still owe us. And they just pushed that shit down on the colonists, which were now free citizens at that time. So there is a way out. It's a perfect system. All we have to do is form a society, bring it up to the UN, say, hey, there's a lot of shit wrong. We don't want anything to do with it. Don't look at us like the rest of these people. I don't want you looking at me like you look at the people that are walking around in Walmart. I'm not like them.
Okay, and say you do this, right? Let's just say you do this. And then property rights and ownership is all given to everybody but your group, because your group is not recognized property rights wise and such. So all these borders and fences, even if you say, oh, I'm not part of this, you go into someone's yard, you're still getting rolled up, you're still going to jail. If you think otherwise.
Oh, no, hold on. Because now you have diplomatic immunity, right? Because it's like someone from another country, and speeds. The cop's going to pull him over, and he's going to show him his license plus the passport to his state, and the cop's going to say, well, the speed limit here is let's say 55, and please take care to mind our rules. It's not your rules, it's our rules. And you don't want to have an international incident, a representative of your country or your society.
Show me. I'm asking, show me, dude. If you think that's the way to go about it, if that is doable, if you want to show that it's just not really wealthy people who are separated by an ocean hundreds of years ago are the only ones capable of it, show me. Talk is cheap.
Okay, proof of concept. David Williams claims that he's actually shown his diplomatic passport issued by the United States government. Consulate. He has his own society. He has his own webpage, and all he's doing is telling people, hey, if you want to come out of her, my people, but you've got to change the way that you are. You're the problem. It's not the system. The system is perfect. Now, I'll tell you, when he pointed me out to, are you a U.S. citizen? You mind saying yes or no to that question?
Yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen.
Okay, U.S. citizen. So you've read the entire federal code?
Hell no.
Okay, but you've heard ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Yep.
Okay, well, I decided one day, I had nothing better to do, that I was going to read the federal code. The very first page, I started laughing. That's the first page, the only page of the federal code I had to read. Because on that first page of the U.S. federal code, they start defining things. It's only one page, but on that first page, insane person, and I immediately knew what they were saying with this. I must be insane if I need all of these rules to regulate how to live my life. Because if you have your own society, all you're dealing with is treaties with these other nation states. And treaties are easy to read. If you've ever read treaties, they're straightforward. There's not a bunch of mumbo jumbo and what term means what and all this other shit. It's straightforward. Way out, you want proof of concept, look up David Williams and the right to self-determination, check him out, and see if that is the answer. Because I'm agreeing with you. When you said you don't play devil's advocate, I jumped on it and said, yeah, this is the perfect system. They've put us all in the sandbox. We're all on the monopoly board. We're basically emasculated. We can't do much damage in this capacity. They're watching everything. So if you do step out of line, they immediately can catch you. We've been put in like a rubber room. Now you want out of the rubber room, you're going to have to demonstrate that you're sane. And that's a hard pill to swallow. And on the flat earth community, I can't get that across that maybe, just maybe, what if it takes two to tango? And I'm going to quote Homer Simpson here. It takes two to lie and one to listen. You don't have a system like this unless you have a people that are going along with this. And where are we in the middle of this? You want a way out? Well, what if there is a way out?
Look, I have no doubts of what you're saying. If you say, okay, they might let some guys slide, you can get a way out. But once you actually get big enough to build a separate society that's of even any reasonable size, they're going to take it down. I mean, you don't have to look any further than like Libya to witness it. Once you have a few million people that are like, yeah, we have a society, we like this better. I mean, they were trying to go to a gold standard, and they found emails showing Clinton and the French basically saying, we can't allow this. We need them under our thumb still. This is bullshit. And they fucking went and killed their leader. And now they're in complete chaos and ruin. So sure, they'll let minimal shit slide for a while, but as soon as they think there's any real threat to any type of power, they'll just snuff it out.
Well,
So,
I mean,
yeah,
that's the perfect system. That's the perfect system. So the small percentage of
is not it. Yes, sure. It is a self-sustaining bureaucracy. Absolutely. The institutions will not collapse as long as they attack anything else that starts to look like an institution that is not theirs.
was if you look at the percentages of people that are actually not insane, that's a very small percentage. Of course they're going to let them out. Why wouldn't they? They're not a threat to the system. They've identified the system as, well, it's always been this way. These people aren't making any moves to change it. You don't see an open rebellion anywhere. It's not like all these armed people in the United States have taken back their land, saying, oh, yeah, fuck this. So where is that sliver, large masses of slaves and the slave master? You go to the slave master, say, hey, I figured something out. This is a fucking confidence game. You guys you're fucking all these people over. And they're like, hey, I'm glad you figured it out. You want to join the club? You're like, oh shit, no, wait, my conscience won't let me join your club. Then you go back to the slaves and say, hey, y'all are slaves. They're fucking you over. And the slaves attack you. So you have a third option, which is, okay, don't go talk to the slave master. He knows the deal. Now that you're aware of it, he's like, well, join the club. Not to be a slave master, but to not be a slave, the middle way.
Yeah, but as soon as they recognize you as that person, you become in competition with their slaves over goods. And as long as money makes money and work makes money, they've devalued the value of labor. So therefore, they're still stealing off your back, and they really don't give a fuck until they're not able to steal off of you.
No. But don't you understand the slave master's perspective?
Yeah, but I'm saying, don't you understand his perspective? If you go middle ground, he will steal some of the product you produce. He doesn't really give a fuck.
No, he won't. No, this is how this works. No, this slave master is smart enough to know if I leave this slave in here with the rest of these slaves, he's going to fucking keep talking and running his mouth, and these slaves are going to wake up. We don't want that, right?
Right.
Part of the agreement. If you leave the system, right, you're outside of the system, you have left your serfdom, you cannot attack the system. You can't do it.
Right.
Now, if you go your own way and you live your life, you and your society,
Yep.
you've left it all behind.
And as soon as you do that, they can use their large amount of slave labor to compete against your labor, to devalue the efforts you put out, and eventually get control back over you, is all I'm getting at. You will be paying them a percentage of the crops you grow, the houses you build, or whatever else it is you do for a living, whether you're inside their system or outside of it. So of course they don't give a fuck. They would gladly let you out of it so that they can use the rest of it against you and still steal your shit. The goal is to steal everybody else's shit. It's mafia.
All right, let's go with that for a second.
If you open a great coffee shop, let's say you open a great coffee shop, right? And you have this small little sliver of spot that they say, we're not going to fuck with you, and you're in it. And you go, I'm going to try to make means. They can look at you and go, you know what? Open 5 other fucking coffee shops right around that guy, drive him completely out of business, put him back as being a complete bum. And then we'll close all our coffee shops and say, ha ha, you dumb motherfucker, you should have stayed a slave. You would have been better off. You see what I mean?
Okay, well, all right, so what do you propose?
I sure don't propose thinking that our system is the perfect system. But I also don't assume that people are capable of doing better. Like my personal opinion on what would be better is if you socialized labor instead of socializing industry, because the only time we've had any type of socialism is when we socialize industry, which turns into a big fucking joke of lack of production. And if we had socialized labor instead and had like multiple minimum and maximum wages based on the requirements of any given job, and employers actually had to pay in to have the buffer of being incorporated where you can't go after their personal shit if they ended up stealing from people. So instead of saying like we capitalize all the profits and socialize all the losses, you have to socialize it all. And you say the owner only can take so much out of his business as an owner with no employees, and then beyond that he can take more based on the total size of employee payroll. So the more employees you have and the more you pay them, the more you can take out of your own company in order to have that buffer where we can't go after your mansion and you end up bankrupting and stealing off all your other vendors and whoever else you stole off of. And then you say, now there's huge competition in the employment market and you don't see this big income disparity problem, and you also don't have the government in control of goods and services. But I don't think that's going to happen either because people are generally fucking stupid. How's that?
So your solution is, I didn't understand your solution. So you're saying that it's just going to status quo remain. So the status quo is going to just remain the way that it is, and all of us sitting here debating this. Well, there's no real solution. So we should just continue
close income disparity. And you do that instead of saying these guys earned this money and I'm going to take it back from them and redistribute it, which we do currently with taxation, and people cry and go, no, I earned that, because as soon as you told them they earned it, they go, that's mine. Instead of saying you're allowed to have that, it's a matter of, if you want the protections of a corporation that when you go bankrupt, when things don't work out, that we aren't going to go after your personal property like we do the sole proprietors. If we're going to socialize those losses, then you have to socialize the profits. And to do that, you have to basically say, we're going to create minimum and maximum wages. So you sit, as an example, you would say, here's an uneducated job. Minimum wage $10 an hour, maximum wage 15. High school, minimum 14, maximum 25, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't want to get over any given number, just a rough idea. And when you get to the employer, you say you can pull out $100 an hour for yourself out of your corporation. If you'd like to pull out more than $100 an hour, it's based on your employee payroll. So the more people you hire and the more you pay those people, the more you can take out of your business for yourself. So if you say you're allowed 1% more or 2% more over $100 of what employee payroll is. So if you say your employee payroll was $1 million, well, you can take 2% of $1 million out of your company to pay yourself if you've made enough profit in order to do that. If you haven't, then you don't get to do it anyway. So you have to be a profitable company, plus you have to have a growth rate that is not just fucking reselling phone cards on the internet, but you actually have to show you are a brick and mortar producing something for the greater good before we socialize any of your losses. And if you go, I'd rather opt out of that, I don't want to do that, you go, great, that means you're a sole proprietor, and if you do fuck up and you go bankrupt, we're going to take your mansion, take your fucking cars away, take your jet, because you owe that fucking money.
See, I didn't really understand anything you said, because you're talking about debt. You're whatever your construct is, you're doing it inside someone else's creation. Go ahead.
If you're talking about the Federal Reserve and that kind of shit, I also don't believe that we should have a currency that is a fiat currency. If you're talking, does the currency actually need to be backed by something of value? Yes.
Oh, no, it's worse than that. It's private property, and we have the privilege of using it, and they can revoke it at any time. And if you look into what David Williams is saying, he moved off to, I think, Davis or somewhere, and he thought he got his millions, and he got the fucking United States.
I don't know how deep you want me to get into this. I wrote a book on this topic. If you want every last aspect, sure. I could talk to you about private property. I wrote about having a maximum of private property. You're allowed so much private property based on acreage and the value of that property for any given person. If you have more than that, you must be forced to sell it off when you start a system like that. If you don't do that, then basically it will be confiscated from you, because I believe in private property, but I also believe that no man should be able to continue to own more land than he can personally defend. And if you are beyond a certain point, you say there are this many people in this country and there's this much available land, and when you divide it by this many people, even if we're going to say we're going to allow the haves and have-nots, and we're going to have an income disparity of, say, 10 to 1, you can actually decide your income disparity ahead of time. You can determine what that land amount would be, or the value of that land amount, or a combination of both. But if you don't have the screws on your lawnmower attitude for adjusting your air versus your gas ratio, then your lawnmower doesn't work for fucking shit. So I'm saying you got to put the screws in place, and then we determine where we want them to be.
I think
Well, I
that
like that you
model
said
was
that.
already tried. It's called Venezuela.
Wait,
No,
just 2
Venezuela,
seconds.
socialized industry, not wages. That's the whole fucking problem. The government
I like
owned
what he
all
said.
means of production. No government owning of production, not even fucking schools. Privatize them all at that point. I don't care.
But I love the fact that you said privatize. We have that. It's private. And you said no man should have more land than he can defend. Right? Was that your statement?
Yeah, you should have private property, but there should be a maximum amount of ownership allowed to any given person or any given entity within that contractual system.
What are we defending against?
I'd love a copy of your book, because we have that right now. It's the perfect system. This perfect system is in place. It's private property. Rome owns it all, and they can defend it all. And as you just pointed out earlier in the conversation,
not systematically defend, not hire others to defend.
Oh, what's the difference? Hold on. No. If they use all the methods that they are using to defend what they claim is theirs,
I'm saying if it's personal property, it has to be defended personally, not by the system. If it is owned by the system, then the system, of course, defends it. I'm saying if you have a gun and you can only shoot a gun 3 miles, guess what? You shouldn't have property outside that 3 miles, because from wherever the fuck you're at, your gun don't reach.
Yeah, but you keep coming at this from you, as though it's just you. But what if you and 100 of you got together, formed a society? You could take out everyone around you that thought like you are right now, because they have unity.
I have no doubt that might makes right. Okay, that is where the system comes from. You agree that if people fuck with this system, you will unite and stop them from fucking with it. I understand that. But on the personal level, between people already within the system, not people from outside the system that are a separate country, entity, whatever the fuck you want to call it, from people within the system, you no longer get to use the system against another individual within the system. Now this is between this guy and that guy. If you can't you can't control your own property, if you can't work your own property, if you can't utilize it yourself, then you don't deserve it. It's really that fucking simple.
Okay. It is simple, but you're overlooking you're an idealist, is what I'm hearing. Is that true? Ideally,
we're talking about a perfect system. No, I'm not saying I'm an idealist. We're talking about a system I don't even know that can exist, because I don't know if people are capable of being this fair about anything. See, the main thing so if you have you say might be perfect is, can people do this? So sure, am I talking about an idyllic version? The goal, the utopia, how do we get closer to it? Sure, so does every political party, every direction, whether you're coming at it from the left, the right, libertarian, authoritarian, everybody's trying to get to utopia, which is pretty much what you asked me about as a perfect system. Do I believe it's doable? Who fucking knows? I don't make such assumptions.
No,
I don't have...
The data's in. Look at Rome. They control it all. They got us by the balls. It's the perfect system. They have taken private property and private rights and the ability to defend it at all means necessary, through deception, through deceit, through murder, through war, through anything, done it all, and they own it all.
Okay, if might makes right is the perfect system, then yes, it has been achieved. And because might makes right will always be whatever system is in place, whatever system is in place in any given place is automatically the perfect system. I understand your point.
Okay, so now what are we going to do? Are we all just going to fly under the radar, or do you have some suggestions as to what to do about it?
The man in the mirror is all you're really going to do, isn't it? You can spread ideas. You can help with data. You can eat that food you want to eat. You can grow what you want to grow. You can do what you can do with your time on this planet, living under Rome. And am I the person who's going to tell each individual person what they can and cannot do or should and shouldn't do? Fuck no, I'm not. Maybe it's an unhealthy person who needs to focus more on health so they're not fucking up the healthcare system, like you guys were talking earlier. Maybe it's somebody else who wastes all kinds of fucking fuel because they like to do ridiculously, off-roading and whatever else and pollute the environment. People hate them. I don't know. Everybody's got their own issue and their own things that would need to be done to be the solution for it. I haven't met every person on this planet, so who the fuck am I to dole out who should be doing what? My advice is look in the mirror, figure out how you can do what you want in a better way, figure out what your morals are, and figure out if you're coming at it from a middle-class morality where your morals are only there because you can afford to have them based on the situation you're in, or if they are actually unmovable and those are your general beliefs as a human being, and then try to live up to them.
So the solution is within each one of us, is what you're saying.
I'm saying what any one person can do is, of course, within that person. Is there a solution to whatever might may be making right at this point, which may be dirty, corrupt, evil as fuck? That's a total unknown. Who am I to say it is or isn't? I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not going to try to project data which may or may not be there.
Well, that's projecting, but let's look in the past. It's always been about military conquest, and we're currently in a state of war. So what do we do in a current state of war?
What do you mean, what do we do? It's a matter of what does any one person do. It's like, what would I do? Or what, like...
Right now, there's me and you talking, and there's about 20 some odd people in the chat, and the reason we're all here is we've got probably, I'm not going to speak for all 20 of us, but let's just say at least half of the 20 here, looking for something that's going to work that's not what we have right now.
Yeah, I got that. And I think you missed my point of I don't lead, I don't follow, and I don't get the fuck out of the way. So if they're looking for a leader, I'm not it. If they're looking me to follow what they got to do or what they got to say or tell me how I need to fix it, for me, I'm not going to follow. And if what I need to do interferes with what they need to do, I don't give a fuck. I'm not getting out of the way.
How does the phrase work? If you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem, right?
No, don't go there.
Let me say something.
Some people say it's low, some people say it's flat. It doesn't make it so. It's just some stupid thing that people say, well, that sounds about right. Where's the fucking data?
Yeah, well,
the data is you haven't. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, as far as this argument is concerned, I'm pretty much pretty close to anarchist on this point of view, because I'd rather start at zero than, I mean, I know that there's a good system that, like you were saying earlier, about the origins of the Constitution and those men coming together and said these are inherent rights of human beings, and they were obfuscated, in 1783.
I didn't say that.
No,
they said that about white men that owned land at that time. They didn't give those same.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Anonymous. He said, 7 years after the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1783, they I can't remember what the name of the document was or whatever. I knew what you were getting at. That they am I wrong about that?
No, you're spot on. They lost it in 7 years because they couldn't get the fucking people to work together and say, look, all we need to do is get, I think it was 7 million pounds of silver at that time, which was not a lot compared to what,
Okay, so they gave their subjection back to England at that point, pretty much. Through the monetary system that wasn't really fully implemented until 1913. Because there were men that were still here in America that were fighting against it, and that's where going into into the Civil War and everything. And so there was always manipulation in the background coming, from this, but that those words in the Declaration of Independence stand, and I agree with them, so. But as far as that goes, I don't trust anyone that, that would be in power, but I do trust something that I hear that says that makes sense about our inherent rights that are laid out in the Declaration of Independence, and some of them in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. That's and they're not being honored in the slightest on anywhere close these days. So I really kind of lost track in the argument here, and so we need to take a different direction, honestly, because you guys are just going back and forth, and you guys obviously don't agree on what that is. I mean, I agree with you with Anonymous on what the intent of the society they were trying to establish, but I also don't think that it was fully what's the word? It wasn't completely benevolent when they wrote that. I mean, you can't trust people in power. I mean, we're not benevolent creatures. We all have our own means to different ends, so but I don't understand. I can't say which government is going to be the best government and the way that we should be governed, because I don't believe that we should be governed.
Well, see, you're talking what I'm talking. Like, yeah, I'm talking idealist government, but I'm saying, look in the mirror. It's anarchy. Everybody their own. Everybody figure it out for yourself. You figure out how to make the better world as an individual, and the macro will figure itself out. And I'm not disagreeing with Anonymous on his thoughts of why they did what they did, how they put together America. Yeah, that is what happened, and doesn't make it any less of a mafia. One mafia replaced another. Okay, and we could become the next mafia, but I don't want to become the next mafia because I don't want to lead a next mafia.
Well, I mean,
one of the things that you said was that you don't lead, you don't follow, and you don't get out of the way. And I think that's disingenuous, because if you say you don't get out of the way, you mean you pay no taxes, you don't ever go to court, no constraints of this society affect you whatsoever?
It's a matter of I do what I do. I do what I think is right. Let me put it in a better example for you. I go to work, right? I get hired on a job, and I am this employee, and I go, okay. And they like what I do. They go, dude, you fucking handle, you kick ass, you get a lot done. And I go, yeah, because I came here to get a lot fucking done. That's what I do. I do a lot. I make others look like fucking shit if they don't do enough. I don't care. I do a lot because that's what I think is the right thing to do. And they go, well, man, you got this handled. You know so much. Why don't you run this crew for us? And I go, no, thank you. Fuck off. I'm not running your crew. Oh, well, we want you to do it like this. Could you do this? And it's like, no, I do a lot the way I want to do it. If you can't appreciate it, I'll go do it for somebody else who can. And I'm going to do it at a wage I expect to get. And if you can't fucking handle that, you're not my boss. I will say goodbye immediately. If you do appreciate that I do a fucking lot, and you go, damn, he knows what he's doing, I'm not going to try to lead him, I'm not going to try to micromanage him, and I'm not going to try to force him into running the rest of these fucking guys, you will get a lot of fucking production out of me, and you will be a very happy fucking guy with me. And if you can't see that, tough shit, I don't get out of the way. I'm not changing who I am from anybody. I will go find somebody else who appreciates it, and that's it. It ain't about whether I pay taxes or not. Everybody fucking pays taxes. We already talked about the system aspect of it. Do I believe we should have some type of system? Yes. Do I believe we need to pay taxes? Yes. Do my kids go to a public school that's paid for with taxes? Yes. So, of course, somebody has to pay those taxes, all that kind of shit. But do I leave these
wait, you say,
no.
hold on, let me stop you right there. You say that that's a given. Yeah, I believe in this, and so yes. And you kept saying that. But what if that's not a given? Because let's go back to your statement that, oh, and I don't get out of the way.
Yep.
If they come at you with, oh, I don't know, FEMA tax, we're going to lock up some of our own citizens here, and so we're putting in a little extra tax on your cable bill or whatever. Maybe you've seen phone bills. They just start tacking shit on there too.
Okay.
Just not state or attacks. There's like extra stuff that they just keep pushing in there.
Sure.
You're using Federal Reserve notes, okay? You're using that as someone else's creation. It's private, and you're using it, and you're telling me you're not affected by it. So
No,
the purchasing power of your
not getting out of the way. Okay, here comes the tax, right? And I've done this before, like bullet tax where I'm at. And then when I start going per round, and I see my government wanting to push this on people and wanting to start tagging me for shit, that I just be like, oh fuck, like here it comes. No, I started going individually, coffee shops, anywhere. Here's some information on what they're trying to push. And trying to get people to stop it because it needs to be fucking stopped. Am I trying to lead them like, hey, here's like we're gonna start a rally and all that shit? Nope. Here's your addresses, here's all the data you need, here's who you can contact if you also disagree with this, here's how you go about it. Good luck. I hope you're on my side. I hope you put in the fucking effort with it. I'm not here to baby you through it. So did I get out of the way? Fuck no, I didn't. I didn't just go like, oh well, I hope it doesn't pass. Maybe I'll throw my own vote in or not. Did I lead a bunch of people against it and rally up? Fuck no. I just put out the data. I did what I did.
I'm going to go with Helioskeptic on this one, change the topic. It sounds to me, I'm just going to sum this up. From your point of view, fly under the radar. Entire conversation.
I do. There's no reason to argue about it.
I don't know about fly under the radar, but okay.
You can. I try to as much as I can. You know,
it's ignore the radar. Fuck the radar. Like, don't worry too much about it. Just do you. Like,
yeah. Well, anybody? Yeah, we should change. Not necessarily the topic, but there's no reason for you guys to go back and forth and in circular arguments. That's what I'm saying.
All right,
I'm coming at it from.
That's why everybody came here. Come on.
I'm coming at it from how do we change this situation that we all find ourselves in? And you keep coming at me with, okay, each one of us has the personal responsibility to change ourselves. Okay. And the way you're approaching it, from my point of view, just fly under the radar.
No. My answer is more like, no, my answer is this. Go get better data for everybody else and just hand it out. Don't lead them with it. Don't try to say this data means this. This is what you got to do with this. None of that. Don't go when somebody gives you data and they say, this data means this. Don't go, oh, okay, well, if it means that, that's what it means. No, take the data.
Can you back off your mic a little bit?
More, hand it out. What's that?
So can you back off your mic a little bit? It's kind of bassy.
Oh, yeah, no problem. But I'm just saying, it's about dealing with one-on-one. If you want to do more for the community, stop pressing your ideas, stop listening to other people's ideas so much, just take the data and hand out more data. If we all get smarter, wiser, we will be better off. Good data in means good results out. At least you have at least a better chance of good results out, because bad data in means you have bad results.
Well, if it's just about the flow of data, we've got Google, which is the new Alexandrian library, and there's so much data. It doesn't seem like we're having a lack of data. We're not having a lack of data here. Not that there's a lack of data.
That is not good data. That is not free moving. They have algorithms changing what you see in your search. If you were watching the elections and you typed in like Hillary Clinton email stuff, they'd start sending you to fucking something about she did in Kentucky 20 years ago instead of what was actually the problem. There were videos about Google manipulating search data for people in order to change elections. Google's already corrupt as fuck. They've already proven they will not give you data directly. It is not data. It is tainted. So let's not use Google. I don't use them as my search engine. I hate that I even have to use them to be on these hangouts. And YouTube is owned by them, so if you think that's not corrupted data and skewed shit, then Lord help you. That's why it has to be individuals. We can't rely on this big brother data system.
Well, right now, we're using it, but we're using it differently than I think they had ever talked to each other about these kinds of topics.
No, in some ways they're probably just listening to who they think they need to listen to, and they're making a list for the FEMA you brought up earlier. They're looking for their volunteers. We're sticking our necks out, right?
I don't know what you mean by what did I bring up earlier?
The FEMA, like the FEMA taxes and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah.
welcome to it. We are not just flying under the radar by being on this. No, you are basically volunteering your thought process to the NSA just by being on this.
Exactly. So
and I'm right here, not getting out of the way, being a mouthy dickhead, like so fucking what?
So this sounds like status quo. I mean, it does sound like a circular argument to me. We're talking about status.
That's
Most arguments are.
So what we're telling everybody that's listening right now is do your own thing. From my understanding of this conversation, do your own thing, meaning you have to find out what's right for you, and don't worry about anyone else. Don't give two shits about what anybody else is doing. Do your own thing. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, but it's not sloth, because right now the status quo is sloth. It's not giving a fuck. It's slow rolling through it, paying a little attention, being entertained, getting your data through the big corporate system and the masses. That's not the same as what I'm talking about. I'm saying if you want positive change, be the change you want to be, but I don't see people doing that very often. So it's not status quo. It's called, I know you've heard it before, but nobody listened fucking 20 years ago. Nobody's being that change. I mean, a handful are, but I don't want to say nobody, but yeah, like the problem is probably in your own households, in your families, lives around you, whatever. You see it every day. You guys are sitting there talking shit on guys at Walmart, and they may be, some of those guys at Walmart might be that problem you're seeing. Other people who shop at Walmart might be the positive change I'm hoping is happening. You just never know.
Well,
anyway, the Earth's not flat, damn it. Everybody get mad.
we can't get mad about that. We don't know what the hell we live on. You know, we most of the people on this besides you know, well, you know that we don't live on a globe. You know the way that they describe it.
Yep, I do not believe.
So we can agree on that, and we agree that our corporate system, corporate government is a mind fuck. So we agree on that, right?
Dude, it's corrupt as fuck, and yes, the mind fuck is part of it, because the more they can steal, the better for them, and they will use any means necessary. So yes.
All right. So anybody else have another subject we can bring up, or because this has just been going back and forth, but there's other people on here. If anybody has anything that they can offer on, or move on to another topic, something that's been something you want to have something to say about. I don't know.
What do you have to say about this, Biker? You've been really quiet this whole time.
Yeah, and Vlad hasn't said anything. He's in chat.
I'm just listening.
You're doing good, man. I'm just listening too. It's pretty good. I'm not saying it wasn't a good discussion, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Kind of like we all have different points of view about many of those things, but it can only go back and forth so many times. So, and we have plenty of other people on here. So.
Well, I'm right there with you guys with the doctor stuff, because I don't. Last time I was at a doctor was when I was born, and I hit the ground running, and I was born feet first. Just so you know, I was ready to hit the ground. I was ready to hit the ground running, get the fuck out of there.
Do you tell people you came out kicking ass?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I'm left-handed too. So not only was I born upside down, I'm left-handed. So I'm like totally opposite. I've always been like that. So it's kind of one of my things. But yeah, I do not believe in doctors. I tell everybody to stay the fuck away from them. But my girlfriend I'm having a problem with, she thinks to, she actually works for a hospital doing the financing stuff for a hospital. And then we get in disputes. I wouldn't say arguments, but in disputes. She thinks hospitals are good. I say they're bad. I'm like, I will die before I go to a hospital.
Because the hospital's sick all the time.
Yeah.
Isn't that horrible? You have that idea. You're like, man, doctors, none of this is needed, all that stuff. You find a girl you like, and she's in the medical field.
Yeah, there's a lot of women that's in the medical field, especially in Oklahoma. I've lived in Oklahoma, and like they're all. And I'd say 90% of the women that are live in Oklahoma, at least in Oklahoma City, work at some kind of medical facility, and they have tons of hospitals there already. But in all the smaller medical facilities, yeah, I met a lot of women out there, and that every one of them have something to do with the medical field. So it's hard
they better keep us really sick if they're going to keep them busy so the economy stays strong.
That's what they're doing with all the food stuff. I agree with the food stuff too. I was going to say earlier, I just didn't want to interrupt, but I have to say if anything's in a box or any kind of package, just stay the fuck away from it. So
what about those organic graham crackers, man? I can't resist the organic graham crackers.
Well, I have a weakness too. I love Cheez-Its. I'm really bad with the Cheez-Its, especially those flavored ones, and those are the worst if any of them, because all that's basically poison. What they're putting is flavored poison is all it really is. Which I haven't.
Haven't you found the organic Cheez-Its yet?
I haven't seen. I've tried all that organic stuff. I don't like the way it tastes, and my sister, one of my sisters, eats that stuff all the time, and she's always sick. So I'm kind of putting two and two together, and I just eat a lot of fruit and vegetables. Well, mostly vegetables, and then some meats here and there. Yeah, I stay away from anything that's in a package. Like last time I had Cheez-Its is probably about 6 months ago. So it's not gonna happen every day. It's been about 6 months, so I'm like, but that was my weakness, was Cheez-Its.
My weakness is my wife. She ends up with a craving and buys something, and then once it's in the house, I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, well, that's one good thing. My girlfriend, she's always eating healthy and stuff. You know, she works out and everything. She does it at the gym. She likes that environment. I just do it at home. That's what I was doing earlier. That's why I didn't get on earlier. I was working out. But yeah, so she's all into that stuff, the health part of it. So that's good. I discovered these. Have you guys ever had a purple sweet potato?
I believe so.
Oh my God! But they're like $1 a piece here in this one little farmers market they have here. But they're so fucking good. Oh my God! I thought because I've never had sweet potatoes. I grew up in Phoenix, and until I moved out here to Mobile, I knew about them, but I never really ate them. And they're like big out here. I mean, you can get them for like 20 cents a pound. But them damn purple ones, they want a buck a pound, and they weigh about a little over a pound actually, and they're pretty big. But I've gotten a couple. I get a couple of them at a time. And I just like obsessed with these things. They just have this rich flavor. It's a lot better than the orange ones. So yeah, I'm all into the health stuff and everything.
All right, man. Are you the Colloidal Silver guy then, since you hate the medical establishment?
What's that?
You use a lot of Colloidal Silver?
Colloidal minerals. I don't do the silver. I know enough about it that just doing one thing is dangerous. That's why a lot of people are having reactions to it, because you can't. I mean, you're basically overdosing on it. You know, people that want to take one thing, you got to take it all. You know, the vitamins and the minerals. You know, a balance of it all. Yeah, I take the colloidal minerals.
All right. No, the funny thing on that silver, while I was asking, is actually because those people you hear that turn blue and all that shit.
Yeah, because you're overdosing.
No, it isn't.
No,
it's overdose. It's not. It's that it's
not overdose. It's silver nitrate. Silver nitrates will cause your skin to turn blue if you have a high enough concentration of it, but not the ions or the metal itself. So if you're taking silver salts or silver nitrates, yes, you may turn blue with a high enough concentration, but otherwise, no.
No. The blue is copper. If it was silver that was doing that to the skin, it would be what is it?
Gray?
Yeah, gray. Exactly. It would be gray. So the blue is the copper thing. But it's basically to scare people from colloidal silver. Because even when I talk to people who don't even know conspiracies, and I mention colloidal silver, they're like, "Oh, the blue Santa Claus!" Like, so it's worked on a lot of people. They're afraid of colloidal silver.
In my town, there are a few people who are blue. They actually have, like, you can witness this at the fucking Walmart.
All right, well, it's a copper thing.
Well, what I'm getting at is there are 3 types of colloidal silver, and a lot of people don't realize that that's what's going on. And there are the one that is the cheap one, where they do it with the ions, is the one that most people overdose
That's the
with.
ionic silver, I think, that you do with fresh water, and then you do the distilled water for the colloidal.
Yeah, but the problem is doing it that way is not beneficial to human health whatsoever.
Yeah, it comes off in bigger chunks too with fresh water. I try to do a little bit of fresh water, or maybe add some saline to the distilled water, just to get a little bit more of a reaction quicker. Just not too much, not pure distilled.
Yeah, the parts per million that you were dealing with in your colloidal silver is probably like 40,000 or something way up there for 25,000, right? You're using something with
I've seen it work for so many things firsthand, like primary knowledge. Like I've seen it kill MRSA. I've seen it cure massive tooth infections. It helps with brain pain,
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of arthritis is basically like rheumatoid arthritis. Arthritis is basically a disease that can be cured, and it helps massively with things like that. But I recommend people make it themselves at home and not buy it unless you really know the person you're buying it from, and they're just straight up, making it.
I totally disagree on this. If it's not true colloidal silver and it's that ion stuff or that stuff that they use with the proteins, dude, don't fucking touch that snake oil.
No, not at all. No. And you can buy the silver straight up at market cost at ccsilver.com, I believe, is where I get it. And I get the 0.9999 silver coils, and it works great. And they last for years because you're not going to be doing it every day, Now,
is yours the clear stuff or is it the amber?
No, it's pure. It's amber. No amber.
Well, now that you said you're not going to do it every day, I've actually decided to do it every day. But a little unit, a small unit.
David's asking, how do we make it? David, I use 3 9-volt batteries, the square ones. You plug them all together, and the 2 open ends, I just put speaker wire with alligator clips on the ends, tape it on, and grab the 2. You make 2 6-inch silver coil wires. You put them in the water, and it's like battery cables on your nipples or whatever. You just put right there, but you're getting like 27 volts going through it. I just use an old adapter that I cut and splice the wires onto it, so I can just plug it in and not use. Works great, and you can set mine. It's one of those adjustable voltage. And, it works great.
I use colloidal silver all the time, dude. I go through bottles of that shit a year, and I would never touch that stuff that you're talking about. I'm sorry.
I would never, I would never buy that stuff. Everything is better homemade anyway.
But I'm saying, even just that way you're making it, my attitude, if it's not nanoparticle, if it's not actually true colloidal silver, then I wouldn't fucking touch it. Like,
I've tried the ion too, and that's worked fine as well.
No, I'm not talking ion. That is ion. By doing if it's made doing electric like that, like using batteries, that is ions. I would not touch it.
Or which one are you saying? Batteries or plug-in?
The way, if you're using an electrical charge to create your colloidal silver like that, and it's that clear color and not the amber, and I don't mean the phony amber shit that has a protein.
Where the water comes out like gold.
Yeah, but that's the protein version. And
no. It can come out like that in the distilled water. Comes out a little bit golden, almost like urine.
No, that's protein. There's 3 types of colloidal silver, and the stuff you're talking about is the protein version. I wouldn't touch that either.
But there's no protein added to it.
I could bring up stuff on it. I mean, if you do a lot of research into colloidal silver, you'll see that. If it's not nanoparticle, I'm not fucking touching it.
They say also to make it at night because the moon's phases actually has an effect on the parts per million.
It's not about parts per million is what I'm getting at. When it has a huge parts per million number, that is a bad product.
You can't overdose on it.
Yeah, but I'm saying I want something that says 500, 400, not 25,000, 40,000.
You can get the meters to test it.
Yeah, but I'm saying that.
Well, if you want something
rated, the stuff with the high parts per million.
You're talking about rating.
Different.
I got it. I got the size of the particle, the amount of the particle. Is it ionic or is it metal? Is it a true colloid of metal particles, or is it ions? All of that I understand. Everything that was just said. And the highest point of my research, like I said, I'm upgrading from Jedi was saying, from like the homemade cookbook kitchen way of doing it, I've looked into it and I found a company called Silver Lungs, and that'll be here at the end of the month. It reverses the polarity so you don't have the oxidation on the anode. It has a magnetic stir so you don't have to sit there and babysit it. It has all the testing equipment to make sure whatever parts per million you're looking for, you can test for it. It's the complete thing. It even has a nebulizer in case you were talking about COPD or any of this kind of stuff. Silver Lungs is the complete package, and it's rated. In other words, that means they're guaranteeing that when you use this, what you want in all of those facets that you were just talking about.
Yeah, that's a great product. I also recommend Tangy Tangerine.
Yeah, I'm not a Silver Lungs. Like I said, I haven't tried it yet. It's on the way here. But I wanted to get away from my little homemade kit to something that made a larger volume. And also, what size and what parts per million. What size in terms of nanometers and what parts per million, because there is a difference between topical use and ingesting it.
Yeah. I've used it topically for cuts and stuff like that. I haven't had a problem, but I was thinking about the color, the graying of the skin. I'm not worried about turning blue with colloidal silver. I would turn gray, if anything. I don't know. They must be like toxifying themselves with copper, too much copper in their diet or something to turn blue.
I don't know, man, but I'm sticking with nanoparticles, and I avoid all the silver ion.
I hear good things about the inhalers.
They have a nebulizer.
The nebulizers. I hear good things about that from people I know. So I haven't tried it myself. Say it works really great when you feel like the flu coming on or something. You inhale it and it goes right into the lungs.
I have silver toothpaste and it sucks.
What's up, Vickers? Dude, I was following your stuff for a long time, like, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe, I think, and doing some NASA stuff. Maybe it was a year and a half.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Thanks.
Good breakdowns.
Yeah, well, if you ask the trolls, they don't agree.
Oh, no, man. I liked your stuff.
Hey,
Yes.
now you're talking about back to flat Earth. Do you feel like this is part of an agenda that the flat Earth has been put out there and that we're supposed to propagate it?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, we did the same thing with Ancient Aliens. Before 10 years before Ancient Aliens was on TV, it was like they threw it out into the conspiracy field. We tossed around the Anunnaki, all the bullshit, the channelers, and then we polished it for them, made it a nice package, and then they put it on TV in the show. And we know the truth isn't going to be broadcast on TV.
Nope, but there'll be a flat Earth show on the Discovery Channel probably within the next few years.
Oh, yeah. Probably going to be a reality show. They might try to buy our shit off YouTube. Who knows? Like, they know about it. The TV studios know about it. I've talked to them. They know all about NASA fakery and flat Earth thing going on. So I'm sure the board members are mulling it over on what to do or how they're going to do it.
Actually, they probably only care about what advertisers can they get on. They're like, okay, so can we get like tortillas, advertisers, anything flat, pancakes, crusty mix on this? You know, paper companies, they make flat things. That's what they're tossing around.
Staples will be in it. Yeah.
They're going for the money.
So you're
angle.
suggesting that they're data mining this entire thing, and at the end they're going to take like the best of the data mining and say, okay, now we're gonna market it.
Yeah.
I also think like they're putting like Freemasonry in the field, like recruiting in the field for people who basically like have the internal pull or whatever to find the information, to research it, to go through it all. Like it's almost like they're recruiting in the field.
Yes,
I think the Freemasons did put this out.
Yes, they usually come in a little army of penguins.
Yeah.
Talk about Freemasons leading the charge.
Well, yeah, is it going in the direction we want it to with their work?
Yeah, but who's we? The direction it's going in is being heralded by one guy.
I guess, I don't know. I don't perceive it that way, but I know some people do.
He is getting a script. There are marching orders. And he's
he's doing it Fight Club style.
Yeah.
Totally. Which, you know what? They got shit done too in Fight Club. You know, yeah, we can try to do it the nice way, and you know, it'll take 10 times as long.
Tyler Durden at the end of the movie ended up being a domestic terrorist.
But we went back to zero. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, that's how it ended also.
I like the idea of going back to zero, but I also like the idea of if you can't reset, then use the laws in place to step aside. So you can parallel the government and be your own person, your own entity. And so what if they come and kill me? That's a noble way to die, right? It's like I started my own society. I started my own, I became my own diplomat, and they wanted to take me out. Fine. That's the best way to go out. So, you know, I think it's okay to take action as long as you're proactive and you're doing something rather than just going, whatever.
There's a lot of integrity too to speak for somebody who has that kind of like courage or whatever, where they can just stand there in the face of 100 people calling them a liar and a fool, and they stand soundly in their truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting for the first flat Earth activist to pull a Buddhist on us and like set himself on fire. It's flat. Go out in the market square and sit down and pour the gasoline over himself and
there will, even if it's a set event, there will be an event that culminates to an act of violence of some kind, tied to the words flat Earth. I guarantee it.
Yeah, if it becomes a problem to them, they will demonize it and villainize it and
it's never
fake it. And,
a problem. It's controlled opposition. Like flat Earth is not. I don't think it's happening. I think it's like, how do I put it? You see a movie like The Principal come out, right? This happened like, what, 8 years ago, whatever. I don't know, 6 years, whatever the fucking time it is.
12, I think, maybe.
Right? Well, I'm just saying, basically, geocentrists start saying bullshit to the heliocentric model. Here's all the problems. Here's all the flaws. I saw it, and I fucking agreed with them. I went, man, these guys got some great points. I get involved in flat Earth. I don't see any of those points. They're talking about measuring curvature, which wouldn't be measurable, whether it's a globe or flat or anything else. And basically, you now have these buzzwords. Huh? Well, whatever. If you think it is, fine. You can argue me on it later after I'm done with this point. But what I'm getting at is the conversation's hijacked. There was a group who said it's fucking wrong. Here's why it's wrong. Those reasons it's wrong were kind of put more aside because we're talking about flat now. And it's either flat or a globe. It's flat. And the globe is now like, it's not geocentric versus heliocentric, and flat Earth is now this big thing that shows up on the news. It's on TV. Here's Shaq. Here's fucking Tila Tequila, and it's like everybody wants to know about the flat Earth now. It's like, and you basically put the other conversation just completely on the back burner. And like, I think it's controlled opposition. Like, here's that bacon. Here's that fucking fat you needed in order to, like, like for us to really show you, like, oh no, we're right. I think eventually people are going to walk away from flat Earth and go straight back to heliocentrism, just like they planned.
I don't see that happening because it's just then it would just be a tribal thing, and they just don't want to be isolated anymore. But they're still going to know the Earth's flat. They'll just be quiet about it.
Yeah, exactly. It'll just be an underground movement.
Yeah, but for the few thousand people involved in this flat Earth community that you might see right now, that you hope are there. I mean, like realistically, I'm not even sold that a lot of it's not bots tagging certain people's pages who are complete shills. But let's just say these people all do.
Ireland, man, you're here every day. You know there's more than that. I don't even know why you're saying
on how fast the chats move and how many people I've actually talked to and who's that. Like,
okay, well, I guess I'm looking more than you are because there's on many different platforms.
Well, you're right.
People don't even know about us on YouTube. I had the people that put the Tulsa billboard up at my house the other night, and we did a hangout, and I had to teach them how to do it. They don't even know anything about us doing this on YouTube, and they've been doing it on Facebook, and they're they're hundreds and thousands on Facebook, hundreds and thousands on Twitter. People use different platforms. There are people on Instagram,
and there's thousands in the forums as well. There's hundreds on the forums.
I give 1 million people.
There were thousands before we even started doing this on YouTube.
Yes, there were people in Asia who believed it was flat the whole time. I understand.
Okay, well then why are you saying that?
Millions. I'm saying how many people are like in the community like regularly, not just people who pop in rarely. Or I'm talking Only the like guys who are all about it. They're looking at.
There's no way to tell, but I know that there are probably hundreds of thousands.
Fine, I'm saying I'll give you $1 million right off the bat. $1 million.
All right, give me $1 million.
$1 million flatters. I don't give a fuck. Right now, if they got 300, 400 billion other people worldwide to look at it, laugh about it, and like push more toward heliocentrism, or like basically reassert their position.
It doesn't work like that, dude. When you hear about it and you laugh about it, guess what happens? That's your cognitive dissonance, but it never goes out of your brain. I mean, it may, and then you're going, but once it becomes more popular, then you're always, every time you see it again, you're going to be like, oh man, I didn't think other people thought this was real, because every time you see it again, you'd be like, and then you might meet somebody that believes it, and you might even have a conversation with them. And so, I mean, that's, and you should not, even though you don't believe whether it's, that it's flat and you think it's some type of concave, and I haven't looked at your whole model or whatever, but there are going to be people that actually that look at the information, because for the most part, most people don't trust what they once the question enters their mind that they might have been manipulated in one way or another, then it's always going to be interesting, even though they'll come out vitriolic against it at first, and they'll make fun of the people that think it's flat, but it never leaves their mind. It never does.
So be it. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. That's data I can't come up with. I'm just saying, when I've talked to people face to face about this subject, because I'm willing to do it, I do it. I've seen the response and reaction about it, and it's like, if I tell people like I don't believe it's a globe, I don't even tell them like anything else. I don't think we live on a globe. Something else is going on, and they'll be like, the first question, oh, you think it's fucking flat? I've seen that shit. That's fucking retarded. And it's like, that's the response. I'm like, no, I don't think
if you just question NASA, they start calling you a flat earther.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm getting at is, I have a feeling this is way more controlled than people think it is. And when you guys are talking about IPS or whatever, it's like, at some point, someone's going to take this movement and make it big and be that leader. And when they turn their back on it and say, oh, no, I learned enough, it's all fucking bogus, blah, 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 like, they're going to, like, try to shatter it that way. They'll get in charge of it and then destroy it.
No, the way it would be shattered would be the controlled opposition rises to the top with support and advertising and whatnot, and then they are busted on something that then villainizes the rest of the people that
all flat earthers are pedophiles. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be something like that. Yep. Yeah. Oh, so you believe in flat Earth, so you kidnap children? Oh, you believe in flat Earth, so you like Hitler? It's going to be that's how they do it.
That exactly goes to what I'm saying. You got IPS, who's like being this guy right now, and like people are like, oh look, he has a fucking sex thing on his record with some minor right now. Like, yeah, she was.
Oh, that's ODD, and that was
ODD, whatever the fuck
ODD,
it is.
Like, but that was like a 30-year-old when he was 18 or something.
Yeah. Get the point.
He screwed up.
They're already like, oh, like they're gonna use it.
Well, they tried, and ODD addressed it like a man, and everybody respects him for it. And you know what? And we're all not perfect, and he was just a kid. And I
understand all this. I'm not saying I have something against any like in that regard on any of these people. I'm only saying it's gonna get used if a leader gets a job, like you're gonna find like, oh look, you could tie this guy to witchcraft or this or that, like. Fuck, I hope when Flat Earth figures it out, like as far as people like following the Pied Piper, that they actually pick somebody who doesn't have too many fucking skeletons.
Yeah, but you realize there isn't a leader. If you look into Flat Earth, there isn't a leader, because inside Flat Earth, they can't figure out if it's fucking square, round. There's the Pac-Man model. Is there a dome? Is there not a dome? So you can't say there's a leader, not a united front. They all agree.
No, I've been watching this since last summer, like pretty fucking regular. So yeah, I do understand that. But I'm seeing the big names, like to me, are just like the big list of shills. Like that's why I'd rather talk to you guys. Like the people in this room are relatively solid as far as I know. But like when I start talking to who the big names are that put out all these videos with bad data, I'm like, oh fuck.
I like the small rooms. I prefer them.
Hey, I'm a big name. I'm from the biggest state in the country. Hey, you know, if you split Texas in two, or if you split Alaska in two, Texas would be the third largest state in the union. Do you know that? I've been to Texas. That's a big ass state.
Said in Alaska, right?
That's kick ass.
Yeah. Anyway, this is a little tidbit there for you guys.
You get a lot of
how
business.
You guys doing? Do I what?
Is there like a lot of real estate business in Alaska to be had?
Oh fuck yeah, man! I just lost out on a deal today. We went $4,000 over asking price for a house that was 800 square foot. It had a view, sitting on a hill, had acreage. Most of it was swampland, and I recommended 6,000 over, and they lost out by $1,000. So they didn't listen to me, and yeah, I'm busy. I'm busy writing up paper. But
high taxes in 11 months of winter. Where do I sign?
No, dude, it's not like that.
10 months.
You get a free stipend for being there.
Do you?
No, we don't get no free shit. Everything up here costs about 30% more than most people pay in the lower 48. So ain't no free nothing up here.
Free mosquitoes.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
don't worry about the.
Actually, they're back out this year.
You guys have all seen the artificial suns that they're.
Did you guys get free ice?
Hey, Ireland, what's your real first name?
John.
You have one? John? Oh, okay, cool. Nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah,
my name's Ron, right?
I do now.
Yeah, cool. All right, good to meet you,
I haven't shown my face on camera from time to time.
Well, I have a few times too, unfortunately. All right, what was the question? I apologize.
Oh, the comment was about long winters and it's cold, but we've got artificial suns. They'll be in place pretty soon.
What do you mean?
Is that your take on it, or what? Really?
They're making artificial suns for some reason. These artificial suns are for some purpose. We haven't really figured out why. We just know they make them.
Probably to put our suns into the ice areas so that we can open up new land.
That's a really good technique if you can control these things and then just go melt a pathway through the ice.
Well, I'm not saying it's past them, but how the hell are they going to? I mean, why are they doing it, and how can they get away with it when you only got one sun in the sky? I mean,
a film of this.
I lost the picture, but I had at sunrise 4:15 last solstice. I had a sun rising behind the mountains, and I had triple reflection across the lake. It was pretty cool, and I don't think I can salvage that picture. It's a hard one to replicate. But so how are they supposed to do that, and have they done it? Replicate suns, or?
Well, they've got the technology. I mean, it's like a lot of concave mirrors in some sort of form. And what they're doing with it, God knows. We don't know. I mean, they just publicly announced it, so it's like, well, yeah. So what's the application? Is the question.
Ron, are you able to see a glow all night long on the horizon where the sun would
glow?
be?
It don't even get dark right now, dude.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, look at my last video, and the only video that I've actually kept up. I have a few others, but I kind of brought them down because I got tired of getting harassed. But it'll show you time zones and sunrise and sunset, sunrise at certain times, and it'll kind of show you that, during solstice, shit, it never gets dark. I was out. We ran into a blackie, and then it's a long story, and then there were the sow and two cub grizzlies on the river. Yeah, it was funner and shit. And my son and I were the only ones packing out of like 30 fucking people up there, 3 miles away from the campground, up there on this gnarly trail upriver, trying to fish for reds. And half of them were freaking out because there were bears, because there's been a shitload of bear attacks up here this year. And And they didn't even have bear spray. That was just bizarre. And my son and I were just laughing at him, like, oh, hey, you guys could come back with us if you want. We're not leaving just yet.
Wait, they went out there with no gun and no spray?
I thought bear spray was issued when you crossed the border.
I don't know.
Even people in Wyoming
do. Buy a little tiny 6-ounce bottle of bear spray. It's like $50. It's stupid, man. They make a killing on it. That's probably why most people don't buy it. I don't know, I guess. But my son, I gave him my 44, and I was packing a 500 Smith & Wesson, which is a lot of gunpowder. But I would never use it unless I absolutely had to, ever. And these guys were all freaking out. They were blowing whistles down the trail and hard. I mean, like, it was pretty comical. But it was interesting. Let's put it that way. But they were all freaked out about bears with all the bear attacks, and we've had a shitload of them this year. And I don't know what's going on with these animals, but we've had a ton of them this year. Like 6 or 2 deaths and 7 or 8 maulings in the last month.
Hey, when those guys made it down the trail with those whistles, and like you were done laughing at them, did you ask them if they believe we live on a globe?
I should have. I was too busy trying to catch fish.
We have a geography.
Huh?
Since you're in Alaska, we've got a question in the chat. Social Justice would like to know, have you seen the Aurora Borealis, and what is your opinion of what causes it?
I don't know what the hell causes it, but it ain't, well, let's just put it this way. It ain't something that, well, it could be something that comes from the sun, but I don't think so, because the sun is gone. But yeah, I've seen it millions of times. Well, shit, I don't know. I've probably seen it 50 times over my lifetime.
I think more. We should follow it and see where it leads to.
2 or 3 times a winter. And if I were to want to try to see it, I'd probably see it 30 times a winter.
Why haven't we converged on this Aurora Borealis to see the source of it?
Well, when they, out of Fairbanks, the university has actually made Aurora Borealis with rockets. And I'm not sure the technology they use, but they've actually
it's a type
created
of gas. It's a type of gas that's visible in the magnetic lines.
Exactly. It's electromagnetic. I'm almost 100% sure, but beyond that,
yeah, it's throwing off magnetic lines in the sky.
Right there at the Kármán line or just above it.
The thing that all of our compasses point at is a giant friggin' magnet. So it's so strong you can see the magnetic lines in the sky, and it's probably emanating
90% of the time it's green, but
makes it visible.
It can turn multicolored when it's really out in force.
It can't be a giant magnet because that doesn't work, man.
Why not? Well, it doesn't work.
I would say magnet.
It can't be one big magnet.
Yeah, I don't.
Unless you have no lava. Unless the Earth's crust does not have lava under it.
Hey guys, I got an iPhone 6 and I'm trying to turn on my camera.
I don't think he said it was a magnet. I think he said it was an electromagnetic, some type of electromagnetic.
It's a strong magnetic force there. Yeah. We can see the lines in the sky with the aurora just illuminating them, basically.
I'm just saying it can't be one.
It's not lines. It's kind of like moving colorful clouds that just dance. I've been out there at 20 below and laid out on the lake. When the lake's freezing, and you'll hear the lake pop, crack and pop below you because it's expanding. And you watch the dancing lights up top, and they do dance. They'll just move across the sky like shit, 3,000-4,000 miles per hour.
Love to see that.
Yeah.
So everyone on the panel. Would you think if flat Earth, in terms of like just kind of getting the debate to an end, would it be beneficial to either get a private rocket and shoot it straight up, however hundreds of miles, if we can get a private rocket, if we could crowdfund that, or would it be better to do in Antarctic or North Pole expedition. What are your thoughts on that?
I think we should fund some kind of drone camered up with, you know, the best equipment possible to get a reading and fly it from northern Canada and have somebody on the other end at Russia receive it and record what's right over there.
Yeah, but a drone can't go that far, right? Can it?
Not even
I
a
don't
helicopter can fly that far.
Well, remote control drone, no.
Well, hey, you know what? Jeff
Set one on a
said
course,
one time?
maybe.
He
A balloon,
said,
maybe, for instance, with some kind of a drone steering. I don't know, where we can definitely steer its direction.
I want to base it on
like a blimp.
Asked.
A blimp. There you go. A blimp.
Okay.
Can we steer a blimp
Yeah,
from
but-
northern Canada to Russia and film what's below?
Yeah, will they let you pass a certain distance or not?
I think they will.
Well, that goes back to the question: will they let you? And just the attempt of it will expose the level of control over that area. And what kind of bullshit excuse is there for not allowing a blimp to fly over the pole?
I think we should head to Ron's house and go from there, get some freaking dog sleds and head to the North Pole.
Yeah, that's not the best direction
out
from
what's
where
up there.
everything that's written about it. You head out from Alaska. That's the most treacherous terrain to get there, I hear. Same with Siberia.
Actually, if I was doing it, I'd probably head.
What are you trying to prove?
I'd probably head from either Russia or Greenland.
Greenland's
Greenland's the
easy.
closest point to the magnetic north.
And by the way, most of those ice shelf pictures that are depicted as the southern, well, South Pole, however you want to put it, those are probably mostly from Greenland because they do have those kind of shelves over there. So I'm just
It's possible. We don't know
the
where.
elite, yeah, the elite are laughing at us.
represented as the, you know, the South Pole.
They're not going to
And
make
I say
Antarctica.
pole as a pun.
They're not going to
they're
make
not gonna-
Antarctica look appetizing to us. They're going to make it look cold and vast when there's probably a lot of it that is melted. And
Well, what I meant was most of the FE videos that come out that show pictures of it, you know, most of that, I'm pretty sure a lot of that's from Greenland
Look, if you were going to fund
because
something,
that's what they have up there.
you're going to get money. You're going to convince a guy like me, a guy who already doesn't think it's a fucking globe and doesn't believe in flat Earth. Like, what's it going to take to convince me? If you send something over the North Pole, I don't see the point. Like, it's not. I doubt it's going to convince me of anything. And
I
if
want to
you-
see what is pulling
Actually,
our
that would
magnets.
be
I
the
wanna see
most
what's there.
viable.
There's something
it might
there,
be-
clearly.
Okay, I'm saying for proving flat. Even if something is there, does it prove flat? For me, for my money, if I was going to say I'm going to prove it's flat, like if it was my goal to prove it, put a ship way down south, not at Antarctica, put it middle of Argentina and sail it to Australia and see if it matches what you're supposed to get on a globe or a flat model of some kind. How many miles travel? How fast did your boat travel? Like, how many days did it take you? How many hours of driving that way? What was your total traveled distance? And what model did it match?
Are you telling me you wouldn't give $2, not even $2, through crowdfunding to get a blimp up to fly over the North Pole?
Me? No. A fool and his money will soon part. I'm not going to be that fool for that.
Yeah, I would,
because,
I would
you
have
know-
to agree with the South. The South going around trying to go around what they say is Antarctica.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be all the way down there. Just past the equator, south
Yeah, I
of
know.
the equator.
Yeah, just no, it will have to be close enough to where you be able to access somewhere, so you don't get stranded out in the middle of the ocean. Because either way, it's going to be water. And it's going to be a large amount of water.
There is clearly something at the North Pole. I mean, do people really think it's just
No, they'll just say it's at the top of the globe.
you just go there and then what? You just a whole shitload of
There are
Aurora
so many
Borealis over your
ancient
head
maps.
and no rhyme or reason to it, no nothing.
Let's say-
It
okay,
doesn't
let's
I
make
say
agree,
sense.
Jibby. Jibby, can I respond? There are so many ancient maps that depict land masses there. You think that's all just a hoax? I mean, I don't know. John, what do you think?
I think there's been ice up there for the whole course of human history, and that's about to stop happening if global warming is happening. At the
So you
rate
believe
they
in
say.
global warming?
I'm saying if.
You believe it?
Well, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. You're
got a global
inverted
warmer.
global.
Look, no. I said if. If what they say is supposed to happen, it's going to be all water during the summertime. in the future. That is not current data. That is not data that fucking
So you don't think
exists.
there's any land mass up there?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm saying, how would you know if it's always been covered in ice in the course of human history?
How do you know?
How, I'm just saying, if that's what's stated, even if they say there's a landmass there, how do they know there's land when there's tons of fucking ice on top of it?
Have you looked at it?
So,
Have you looked at it
They
globally?
show that on their maps.
I got this one. I can answer that question real quick. Here we go. The way that you can find land under ice is with sonar or radar. I mean, they've
Well,
got.
they didn't have sonar hundreds of years ago. We're talking about ancient maps. How did people 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, go up to the North Pole, draw a map of land if there was ice on top of the land that was a mile fucking deep? I'm just saying.
So wait, the assumption now is that there's ice up there now, right?
That's what
I didn't think there was.
There is ice that has been shrinking for years, according to the official story of our media. And it's getting to the point where they say in the future, whether that happens or not, who fucking knows, that it'll get to a point that in the middle of summer, it'll get to a point where there is no ice, where it will just be water.
I think we'd be closer if we 180 whatever the mainstream's telling us and go with that. I think we'll be closer to the truth.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have the data on such things. I'm just saying.
People are living longer these days. No, it's the opposite. Everything they say is bullshit opposite. So if they're saying that it's melting up there, then it's probably freezing. If they say it's freezing, it's melting. I'm just going to go with the opposite.
What I'm getting at is the heliocentric model already has a story about the North Pole and what it looked like thousands of years ago. It was all ice.
The flat has a story too about 4 islands and rivers converging and a big mountain.
Yeah, and if you go, okay, we found, let's say you go up there and all you find is fucking ice. You go, see?
I'm not going to believe what the mainstream's telling me then.
If you go up there and you find a bunch of land, they go, well, yeah, it just started popping up when the ice started melting. We just found these.
There's a lot of action coming from that way. We got glowing all night. We got the Aurora Borealis. We got all kinds of shit going on. We got our compasses pointing to it. I think it's worthy of a crowdfunding blimp flyover. Especially when we don't have any real photographs. I mean, there's a video on YouTube of a bullshit soccer team, like the Royal Soccer Team or something, going up to the North Pole, and they're kicking the ball around, and the friggin' sun is like 50, 60 degrees in the sky. Like, oh yeah, that totally fits. Like,
can I give you guys a little tidbit? Hey, can I give you guys a little tidbit on Northern Lights? John?
They did a big documentary on BBC, so I don't know.
Let me give you a tidbit on Northern Lights. They're most active up here in the fall, in particular, and sometimes in the spring, but the fall is big time Northern Lights. Dead of winter, they're not. So figure that one out. And that's the Northern Hemisphere. This is where the Northern Lights happen. I don't know. Do they even have Southern Lights? Has anybody even
They say there are.
They say that there's Aurora at the South Pole.
Oh, at the South Pole. Yeah, because actually nothing's down there. There is actually no vegetation below a certain, probably like 60 degrees south. The fauna and the wildlife is 100% different than what it is in the north. Guarantee you. Check it out. That's proof positive that we don't live on a goddamn globe. Helio globe, that is. With all due respect to you, John, I understand you're inverted, so.
And if the tilt is, if the tilt of the globe is accurate, somebody at my latitude below the equator should have the exact same weather patterns or seasons as me, and they do not.
There is, you get below 65 degrees south, there ain't shit down there. Up here, I live at 67, and I got everything. I got trees, I grow gardens, everything. I got everything.
Well, even if you say they should have the same winter or same summer there, if you have a sun in orbit or an Earth in orbit, and there's a point during that year where the Earth is closer to the sun, whether it's due to the sun being closer inside an Earth or a geocentric model where it's outside the Earth, or if it's due to the heliocentric model and the Earth gets closer and further, because of this rotation, you will have a hotter summer in one hemisphere and a colder winter. Like, because you're going to be closer or further from the sun while you're facing it. At
3 million
right.
miles over 93 million.
Yeah, 93 million miles compared to
difference,
just
right?
a couple of thousand miles with that little bit of tilt.
It's 3 million.
No, you're
3 million.
allegedly
No,
I'm
it's
saying
the
for their
ecliptic is what
model.
we're talking about, but
in the
I'm
north,
saying-
we're 3 million miles closer to the sun in the winter.
yeah, because of the
Yeah.
ecliptic
Yes.
nature
Right.
of our.
Therefore, you would expect different types of season in the north and south for those seasons.
Oh,
you have a
yeah,
different
no,
winter
I don't buy
in the
that.
south than you would in the north.
No, I don't buy
because of it, or
that. I
different.
don't buy that.
You're talking 3 million miles closer or further. I'm
Yeah,
saying
right. So it's warmer down there. Basically, it's closer down there. So, but yet it's extremely colder.
Does South Africa get
Even
snow?
though it's at the same angle of the sun's closer, extremely colder. I mean, what the hell? What kind of minus degree temperatures have they read
It's
on
the
the
same
South
angles
Pole?
at different times of how close it is. So there is going to be a difference.
The vegetation makes most of the difference. When we don't have the same vegetation that
Animal species
creates that humid
rely on
kind of climate
vegetation.
up in the north. Different vegetation. You have like the Borealis up there up north, and then you have the more tropical trees and plants down south, and that creates more of a. You have the rainforest effect or whatever, which seems to keep most of Africa in summer most of the time. Now, South Africa have blizzards? No. And it's like, what, a 1 or 2 hour flight to Antarctica from South Africa? Do you think it's going to go from 80 to minus 40 in an hour? A flight? It doesn't make sense. I'm thinking Antarctica, right below those areas, are perfectly dry.
Yeah, but you also have an ocean between Antarctica and the pole down there compared to a bunch of surrounding land. And there's a difference between how much heat is kept in water versus
You look at the currents with null school. I apologize. Did I interrupt? Continue.
No, that's all right.
But you look at null school and look at the currents. It totally matches up to some kind of pie shape. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I don't know. And frankly, they changed that. Remember, null school modified it. You can't even get that picture anymore on an FE. map. You know what I'm talking about, Jibby?
No.
John? Oh yeah, pull up null school. Remember you could do an FE map on there. You could see the currents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they changed that. They changed that in the last couple of months. You can't even.
They changed it?
Yeah, they don't even offer that. You have to modify it yourself. Bullshit.
Yeah, but do you see how it works out so perfectly when you flatten it out? Do a flat.
Well, that's the point. They got rid of that FE map.
Yeah,
as a
it worked too well. It made too much sense, but it also kind of looks like a drag effect. So if the sun is a local close light source, highly magnetic, whatever kind of plasma energy it's letting off, I don't know. But if it's moving 1,000 miles an hour up high there, it's creating a drag, which now you see the currents, and it's also turning clockwise, which could explain the hurricanes the way they.
And somebody mentioned Pac-Man or this the realm thing, which it could be a realm, but who does that? There's Event Skeptic, right? They base their whole theory on there is no 24-hour sun in Alaska or in the Northern Hemisphere, and I've totally witnessed that myself.
I can kind of see it.
I can actually just show you from my location at 67 degrees north that is not the case.
I'm in New Hampshire, and I took a picture of. I saw glow at 2 o'clock in the morning the other night. Both me and Agave in Montreal.
Block it off. They just kind of no, that ain't. But their model says that it can't happen on either north or south, and so but they ignore me. I go into their chat and say, hey, no, you're full of shit. I can prove it. Blah blah blah. Crowdfund me. I'll prove it, and they ignore me. But because I don't want to drive 300 miles north and
dude, welcome to my world.
Fuck.
That's what I say to all flat earthers. Just like,
welcome to your world. Yeah, I get it.
yeah, it's like I sit there and go, look, I can prove it's not. It doesn't matter. No one's listening. It doesn't fucking matter.
Well, I mean, for somebody that's interested or somebody that's trying to come out with a different theory, I'm like, no, your theory's bunked, man. I've witnessed it myself. I've been there. I've hunted caribou up there with bow and arrow, right around solstice, and I've witnessed the sun staying above the horizon or skirting it, rotating around myself. So that's debunked in my mind's eye, but they ignore me in chat. They just like blow me off. I'm like, okay.
I keep asking people about the tension of a spring. When you move west to east versus east to west, it changes if you have a weight on it. And that disproves stationary Earth, but nobody gives a fuck because I'm not in a group that believes that the Earth is moving. So,
Hey,
what's
John,
proving the Earth's moving?
John, does anybody jumping on board with you with your theory? I mean, I've heard a lot of it. I know you're talking about everything kind of goes.
I've talked to people who like it, but this ain't the crowd that I'm not in the crowd of people who it's gonna jump like but maybe I already
whatever. I like your input, so I could care less. It's you have your thoughts, and that's cool.
I look at it as all evidence. Like has to be taken into account. Like I originally thought we're not spinning. That was my first thought of trying to put together a model because I wasn't trying to believe in somebody's model. I thought, okay, I'm making this model. Do I have any proof of it spinning? No. But then I found proof of it spinning, and I was like, okay, well then.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't realize that.
Like, if you put a weight on a spring and you measure the tension of the spring, how much tension is in the spring holding this weight?
Yeah, no, I heard that whole argument.
You go one direction versus the other in the same few miles.
How do you know that's a spinning action and not a gravitational or electromagnetic action?
Because
or ether, for that
when
matter.
you stand still, it doesn't happen. When you're sitting there,
that didn't answer my question. How do you know that there's not some other forces affecting it besides the movement of the plane that we're on?
I'm only saying the only known way to replicate what is happening is either spinning in something or on something.
Can you replicate ether?
Look, I believe there is an ether, okay? And
can you replicate it?
No, I don't believe it can be replicated, no.
Okay, so you can't use ether as an experimental device with respect to your conclusion, correct? Or not? I mean, I'm throwing out ideas. I'm not saying you're full of shit.
Replicate dirt. I can just go grab a handful of dirt. It's like, can I put it in a thing that makes more dirt?
So
no.
You're not only microcosm in your outer, you're also spinning interiorly.
Okay, the outer part of what I believe is not moving. If you were to make a big shell, and this would be a huge Earth, if you were to model this, Earth would be ginormous because not only does it get infinitely smaller inward toward the center of the universe, but it gets infinitely larger as you get toward what you would think is the core of a globe. So it looks like it's getting bigger and bigger even though there's less and less mass. Now, that outer part where there's just a few atoms left, they're not moving. There's nowhere for them to move. And that big lava flow in between is happening. And there is friction going on, and the inner crust is rotating. Is what I think is going on based on the data.
Well, there'd be a hell of a lot more earthquakes if that was happening. I mean,
why?
Think about it. Because they'd be just jumping into each other, man. Think about it.
What would be jumping into
crust? You got crust moving.
No, I'm saying it would be like
crust.
Yeah, how do tectonic plates arc on a concave or a
Well, he's talking. I think you're talking concave for the most part, right? Are you talking like a concave with respect to Jesus's model?
Nope. Can't stand his model. Me and him butt heads.
Are you talking about like a half bowl then, or a bowl?
Nope. It looks like his. Like as far as
I didn't mean his celestial model. I'm just talking about the crust itself.
The crust, if you were right there, yes. But if you were to
so we're looking at, if we look straight up, we're looking at Australia. or as an example.
No, you're looking into an infinite universe that's in the middle.
No, I get that, but I'm talking about with respect to forget that's even there. That Australia's on the opposite side or whatever.
No, do you believe in space, Ireland?
Yes.
Well, he
So you
believes
think
in
it's like they say?
No.
Have you heard? Have you not heard, Jibby? Have you not heard some John's?
Yeah, I don't. He seems to play a neutral role.
I mean,
believe
you
there's
know,
very light in the ether.
seems that, you know, pretty knowledgeable in what he's trying to say, but you're pretty much out there with respect to anybody else having your belief, is my opinion. And that's fine. You don't have to have followers.
No. I'm just trying to show data, right? Like we have the mind experiments that Steven uses for his concavity. Well, I don't just deny them and go, oh, whatever. Like, no, that was a serious thing done, and that shows some actual data. Now, how much validity it has?
Yeah, and I
like,
read all those, and they double tested them, and they did different distances, and they used different material to make sure there was no magnetic properties going on and all that stuff. But it still wasn't conclusive to the end, right?
I'm not saying no one piece of evidence is conclusive in this, not for any side of this. I'm just saying there's one point of data. And I go, this spring tension and how it works on a planet, like how we can actually witness it, the only way we know how to replicate it, sure, there can always be a mystery force we're completely unaware of. But, like, there could also be unicorns, so who fucking cares? The data we have today is what I'm basing the model on. And I go, the data shows rotation. And not only does it show rotation, but because it gets more at the equator and less the further you get away from it, like that effect gets lesser and lesser as you go toward the poles, both directions. It actually shows that it's a sphere. So even if it is the ether, even if you say it's gravitational, it's still showing that the effect is getting less at the pole and more at the equator. Why the fuck would that happen?
May I throw a monkey wrench conversation?
Sure. Yeah,
obviously, great. Go for it.
Kyle McDonald was pointing out that the push on flat Earth, that the bust on this is they do actually fly over a pole, and then all of a sudden, all of the truth movement, all of the talk about chemtrails and all the rest of it, the monetary system, everything that we've been talking about that goes along underneath the crest of flat Earth, will all be bagged up as you guys were wrong about this as being parts of it, or maybe all of it being a psyop. I don't know. If you look up Kyle McDonald, he has a really good piece on it for about 20 minutes, and he addresses something called the Pac-Man model. I'm not sure. Is anybody familiar with the Pac-Man model?
Yep.
Well, I just referenced that, kind of.
Okay.
I've their model up, and it kind of.
Well,
I've actually talked about that before they did it, when it came to my concave, as far as if you were to drill through.
Doesn't Event Skeptic kind of follow the Pac-Man model? You know what I'm talking about, guys?
Well, here's one.
Interject on that real quick before you.
Let's just hear them out. We'll get to who believes it.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't shit. I was just putting the context out before I throw the wrench. Has anyone ever had the experience at a stoplight where you're stopped and the car next to you starts to move, but you feel like you're moving? Perhaps you're on the beach or laying in the grass and you're looking up at the clouds and you feel like you're moving, but you're not. Have you ever had that perceptual change where you feel like you're moving, but you know you're not? You just looked up and the reference point being the clouds are moving, and yet you feel like you're moving. Okay,
two trains that means next to each other,
Yeah, exactly, like two trains.
I don't know. Hey, I don't know what the word for that is, but yeah, I agree.
Okay, so our perception is able to do that. Like, that's a possibility. That's a point. That's a data. Everybody agrees that they've had those experiences. That's a data point. So what if, and this is just a big if, it's a monkey wrench, you could train your perception to where when you walk down a hallway, you don't feel as though you're moving. What you're viewing is coming up to you. In other words, I'm saying you're the center of the universe and everything moves around you.
Okay, so basically you're trying to say, what if we can train ourselves to be schizophrenic?
Mission accomplished.
No, I was just pointing out that everything I've heard so far is trying to figure out what's way the fuck out there. And I just pointed out that everyone has agreed they've had the experience when two trains move, or if you're at a stoplight next to a car, if you've looked up at the clouds, or that you've had the feeling that you were moving, but you actually weren't moving, but yet you thought you were.
But I'm not talking about there. I'm not. I don't care.
So that means. So that means.
But what about relativity?
Wait, no, wait. I don't want to talk about relativity.
I say that in jest.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, oh man, how am I going to address relativity right now? Okay, so Einstein was a patent clerk, I mean.
Yeah, no, I did that. I'm sorry.
If you could train your perception, now I use the word train, that instead of you feeling as though you're moving through something, as you feel like your body's walking somewhere, or you're doing something, going somewhere, could you train your perception that that somewhere is coming to you, that you're not moving?
What if you did that? Okay, but you would have to cut off all your other senses, like the sensation of walking. So let's say you could do it. What's the point?
I'm losing your point too. So cut to it.
Well, the point is we're trying to model something using our perception. And I pointed out, we all agreed, that's a data point, that our perceptions have this sort of fluidity. It's possible.
Can I argue against the point of that we're not just using our perception, we're actually using observations, and we're scientifically documenting it?
Yeah, screw perceptions. I can see the glow of this frickin' sun circling. And I'm in New Hampshire, and I can see it. And Agave can see it in Montreal. We're seeing a sun circle. It ain't doing no Pac-Man. It ain't going out no door and another one coming in. It's the same friggin' light source.
That's still perception, right? Like what I'm talking about here, like the mind experiment, that was done with measurements. That wasn't anybody's perception. They said, how far apart is this string at the top, and how far is it at the bottom? And it's further at the bottom when you have two plumb bobs going down a mile.
I know. They're fucking going apart. I get it.
Yeah, but that's data. That's just straight up non-perception.
Well, hey, you want a Tamarack mind experiment? You want to explain it to anybody that doesn't understand it or hadn't heard of it?
Anybody here who doesn't know of it?
How do you know it's not a magnetic field kind of thing that you can't even measure?
They already adjusted and tested for all that. It's all in the writings about it.
Yeah, but there's still other forces that are intact that I'm not sure we totally understand.
Yeah, we don't have all the data to be coming to final conclusions.
Let me finish. I've read a lot of that, and
can we be that we can only use the data we are capable of gathering right now?
Right, but if you're trying to make a conclusion before you have all the data, you're going to have an incomplete thing. It's kind of like building facts off the Big Bang.
I get it. It's pretty convincing that we live in some kind of ball, but not really. There's not. I tend to think that we don't know all of nature's forces yet enough to understand what's going on. And I get it, Tamarack. So if you want to explain it, John, please do.
Okay, for those who might be in the YouTube chat who don't know what I'm talking about, they basically put two plumb bobs down mine shaft vents and measured, and they were in the mine at the bottom about a mile deep. It's a little less, but close to a mile. And they measured the distance between the strings at the top and said, what is our distance? And they went down to the bottom and said, what is our distance? And these things were even put with oil on the strings and made sure they did everything they could. Basically, this was not just some bogus, some random guy did this. University president showed up at the site and everything from the University of Michigan. It was done with the government involvement. They were trying to help better predict the curvature of the globe and get a better globe model, but the information they found went the opposite way. the plumb bobs were further away inside the mine. They were supposed to be closer together, and they basically.
And there were no air currents, and they did multiple tests, and they did for magnetization. They did all that. I get
got rid of magnetism factors, and it kept happening. They got rid of every factor they could at the time, and there's been no new factor that we know of that they could have gotten rid of that they didn't. And I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying that's the data we got right now on that particular experiment.
Yeah, and it has not been replicated since how many years?
I'll bet the mine shafts were crooked.
No, because the plumb bob going down the mine shafts, even if they were crooked, if the plumb bob string's not touching any wall, and they know it's free floating.
How did they measure? Did they have actually have people down there?
They went into the normal mine
at the bottom of the shaft.
Somebody's in the mine. They light it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall that because I didn't actually hear them say that. They say they measured it, but I don't. They didn't tell us how they did.
They did it with a tape measure. This is old school. This happened like over 100 years ago.
Okay. All right. Got it.
The tape measure. It's too low. Right.
So
it's too late. We checked for all other forces we know of.
We can reproduce that experiment now. Do the same thing, but then also set up a laser. And then if the plumb bob is swung off the point of the laser,
but lasers don't work because you get light that bends and
you're gonna have way more factors happening.
Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, how long does this string have to be?
This was piano wire. It went almost a mile deep of piano wire holding these weights.
Okay, but piano wire has twist in it because of the way it's made.
That's why they did the oil on it, and
you have to read all the. Just read the Tamarack mine experiments.
You have to read it.
Yeah, I get where you're coming at from, John. I do.
No, like I said,
I'm not. Hey, I've read it all. I did. Well, I didn't read it all, but I read quite a bit of it after we had the discussion, and I'm not totally sold on it. So I'll just give you that. I'm not totally sold on. Well, I'm not even. I'm maybe half sold on the possibility that we live in a ball.
Look, I'm not saying it's the be all end all of experiments. I'm just showing one thing.
No, I get it.
So be it. This is like I didn't come into this going. There's a model that I want to prove. I didn't have this model when I started. I just went, what the fuck, and started working my way through data and went, what I think is going on based on the data available.
And I looked at it and I'm thinking, okay, what other force is causing this to happen? And opposites attract. Maybe they were the same and maybe they detracted. I don't know. That was a whim thing that I just said.
I don't know.
That it actually had no scientific value at all to it. So you can throw that out the door. Hey, shout out to Ben, Anonymous, Helio, who seems to be wanting to hang out and chat. Pretty cool.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Flat Stiller. Oh, you're here.
Take Red Pill Disclosure Project.
Yeah, Kathleen, get in here. Yeah, put a brighten up the place.
Hey, if you base your whole model
social justice. Hang on, I'm almost done.
Okay.
Anybody else there?
Shout out to Ron.
What? Hey, my dog got kicked in the head by a moose. He was chasing a moose. He got kicked in the head and then
by a moose?
Stitches. Yeah. Stupid shit. One of my dogs. Nah, it's all right. He's all right. Yeah, he had stitches. He got knocked out. Yeah, even the moose are aggressive right now. It's crazy up here. We had so many maulings. I don't know. It's wild.
There's bears here in Arkansas, but not in the city too much.
It's been
how flat is Arkansas? I heard Arkansas is one of the top 13 flattest states.
In the south, it's flat. Where I'm at, it's There, it's just I'm in the Watchtower, or I'm in the Ozarks right now, but you got the.
Hey,
Yeah,
I got a question for you guys before I head out
yeah, it's
here.
here. But in the South, it's very flat. It's all rice fields and soybean fields. Yeah, what's your
You guys
question?
ready? All right. Now, if I could get you an exact, basically like what you would see as like a natural law, natural ratios, things like we see like the mathematical constant of E or something, or like, you know, like the shape of pi and those kind of constants, something that's not like a big fucking math equation. And I could show just with those the ratio at which either light or matter is being bent in order to match every observation that you guys have that doesn't match the globe that you guys have been arguing for all these years. Would you at least take some credence in what I'm talking about at that point?
Make a video.
I'm not talking. How do I make a video of that? I'm saying
Something
let me put it like
visual.
this.
Something visual. People need visual. They can't just work it out in their heads a lot of times.
Yes, I can draw it kind of thing, but the thing is, if you live inside like
John,
8 dimensions, you can't draw 8 dimensions.
John, can I interject? Could you please repeat what you just said, because I was going elsewhere. I was preoccupied.
No, let me interject.
Let John say it again.
Using natural laws, right? Natural laws like the ratio between a circle and a square. None of this big number equation shit. Just a simple equation that only involves natural laws and ratios, things we see in nature all the fucking time. And I can go, look, if you do this with these things and this model, and every observation you've had where you go, you know, we're this far away and we're this elevation and we're able to see this far, and why the fuck should we see that far, and all that. And my actual numbers that I'm saying with just these natural ratios match what the fuck your observations are. Every observation, flat Earth is 7. Because I saw one today, and I already have this math. I'm just waiting to like put it out there for you guys. And I'm like, it matched. I watched Anthony sitting there mouthing off, oh, I got this number, you know, the Globers, you should only have this much. And I'm like, I put it into the calculator under what I expected under my model based on what I already have done. And it matched what he saw. And if I can match all these...
Because it's concave, are you telling me because of his picture evaluations from 30 miles plus? Is that what you're talking about? Because I have not been able. I've been too busy to follow.
Let me put it like this: you have a set distance you expect to see on an Earth calculator based on all your data, and you say this is what I'm actually
8
seeing.
miles per squared, which is pretty accurate according to their model for at least the distance that you can actually see. 50 miles or whatever the case may be.
What I'm getting at is in my model, light's bending. And if I can give you the actual ratio of how much light bends compared to the actual matter.
Which direction? You're obviously saying it bends up, right?
It bends up, but not like Lord Stephen Christ up, where it bends all the way back into itself.
Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, we don't.
It actually runs itself into the ground in my model. It runs into the ground. It doesn't spin all the way up and back into infinity and back around like a big fucking magnet.
At what distance?
From
a human eye.
It's about the ratio. If I can give you this, like pi is a quarter, let's say you're looking at a quarter of the globe, and you say 1/4 of pi equals your 0.7.
We can't do that, so that's hypothetical crap.
I understand. So. No, but what I'm getting at is if I can say every mile, you're going to have, if you times this by this every mile, you will end up with this actual distance. And
what is your math?
I'm not putting it out yet. I'm just asking if this shows up and I go, look, here's the inverse calculator with light bending at this exact ratio. It's all done on natural laws. And I go, plug it in and see if your observations match it.
So is your proposed ball the same size as their helio?
As far as if you were to do the circumference by measuring on the face of the Earth, yes.
Okay.
But it's not going to be based on.
Then you gotta do polar opposite of their 8 miles per square for them. for the first 100 miles or so. Because it's pretty accurate to 100 miles.
If you draw a ball and you put a little dot on the inside of that ball at the bottom of it, that ball is going up at a ratio of 0.7 and change. Like, or if you were to do it in a matter of 1 as the
0.7 is pretty radical. 0.7
I would definitely be interested. If you do what if you put out a video,
but 0.7 is pretty radical, wouldn't you think?
No. What I'm getting at is if the radius of a circle is always, let's say the radius of that circle is 1. It's 1 radius, right? We're just calling that radius 1. Yeah. That's how we get pi, right? Because the whole circle is 3 point, change. Yeah, 1.4. I have it all written down. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going through like 20 of these fucking things like this last few weeks.
Yeah, no, it's 3.14 and
3.14159.26535. Yeah, got it.
Okay,
all right. Anyway, when you look at what is the distance from the radius, when you have a 90 degrees in a ball, and you say that distance from point to point is at this ratio of 0.7 and change, blah, 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 because you've divided pi by 4.
Okay, got it.
I say, okay, so the ratio...
So straight line, you're talking straight line distance.
Right, I'm saying, so the curve in that section is this much. And you say, okay, so the amount of light to go from that point, like, what is the ratio compared to 1, which is 1 radius of this ball that the light is bending at? And if you can go, the light bends at this, and the ball is bending at this, and, because that's what all balls do. They all bend at this same ratio, which is...
I get it.
And I go, okay, you're this far away now, and you're this high up, and the thing you're looking at, and does this match what you have plugged into the calculator with this, and compared to your observation? And if it always fucking matches, you go, oh, wow, maybe Ireland fucking has a good fucking point here.
You got a good point to prove helio, perhaps, also.
No, because I'm saying the light's bending at a fucking ratio, and the difference between the ratios.
You're saying that it's bending up. There's the military, certain sects of the military say that it's bending downwards at a fraction that is not equivalent to the curvature of the earth.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying is it bends into the dirt. It's not bending up into itself. Because it bends at a slower ratio than what the ball bends at, the light always hits the dirt. You with me? It doesn't spin back up into space inside the ball.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I asked you at what distance, and you couldn't answer that. I don't think.
No,
maybe you can.
It's always at the same ratio. The distance doesn't matter. Whatever distance you're at will determine how far you're seeing this.
Yeah, but you can only see so far. So, right?
Right, because as the light goes in this ball at a ratio upward that is not as up as the ball is going upward if you were inside the ball, and it runs into the dirt, which is why you end up seeing what looks like a little hump, a globe, stuff sets behind it, because the bottom part, which has the light shooting at you the lowest, runs into the dirt first. And as you go up the object, it's going to run into the dirt as you go up the object before it gets to your eye, which makes it look like it's going over a globe.
Have you talked to LSE at all, by chance?
Dude, he is so fucking retarded. I'm never going to talk to that guy again. I've talked to him 20 times over. He hates my guts, dude. Like, seriously. I've called him the Antichrist and pissed him off because his model, like that Tamarack mine experiment, if you ran just with that and tried to make a model, you'd end up with LSC. And I don't...
No, well, I was just curious because you guys are kind of on the same page with respect to the shape of where we're going at, but, or where we are, I should say. But,
it's not related. Like, he wishes it was related as it looks at the surface. Beyond the fact that it's inside a ball. That's it. Like, he has light bending, but his bends back into space. Mine runs
I know. I've seen it. I haven't actually spent any time on it, but I've seen it a few times. So.
His is like a wrapped flat Earth. He says it's like 23,000.
He's got that Hydrohedron.
Yeah, all that
thing
shit's
going
garbage.
on. It's the sun. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, what about his radar image of the Octomamahedron thing?
Yeah,
All
I actually had
All
seen
right,
that
so
on TV
hey,
before I saw it from him.
John, how are we getting rainbows outside but not in a garage?
Spell that, Jimmy.
How are we getting rainbows outside but not in the garage?
Yeah, with light.
Well, I'm already talking about
with
the
light in
source.
a garage, you know, outside of the atmospheric influence. How are we doing that?
Well, you're now working with a light source that is bending inside of your atmosphere in the first place. So you already have a bent light, and because it's bending at less than mass, and I'm not even saying it has to be the light bending. This could actually be the mass.
Well, it
having
takes a
fucking issue.
flipping mirror in a garage to get a rainbow. Period. I've done it. I've tested it. It does.
Yeah.
Or wherever you do it, wherever you want to spray water.
Okay.
So how can you get that outside from that light source? And I had a friend ask me, well, it's a different kind of light. I'm like, dude, it's a spectrum.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, no. Well, I just threw that out there for commentary. But how can you get it with the light source in a garage without it? You can't get it without a mirror, a reflecting source, but you can get it outside all the time.
But what is a reflecting source really doing to the light that allows for it?
I don't know. You tell me. There's got to be a reflecting source, which implies that there's some kind of, I don't know if it's solid, there's some kind of reflecting source in the atmosphere that's going on.
It's a matter of once you already have the light source outside in this curvature, in a noticeable distance in this curvature, and it's already going through our atmosphere like that.
It's not. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you telling me like a rainbow is light bouncing off curvature, bouncing back, bouncing to like instantaneously and creating an arced rainbow? It's from curvature.
Are you asking me or?
It's about saying that the reason would you have different wavelengths that are having to travel in such a manner because it's in that kind of arc. You've already set up what it would need in order for it to separate the wavelengths far easier than anything else you'd be dealing with. I don't know how to describe it correctly. Like it has to do with like it's almost like Doppler effect, because I don't think like what we say is like the effect of cosmological redshift, like what Einstein says is happening is exactly what.
They say that it's because it's the way the light interacts with the water particles in the atmosphere that creates a rainbow, which is
you do that with the garden hose. You can reveal a rainbow in the garden hose.
Bullshit. You
Only in certain places.
That. You cannot replicate that inside of an enclosed area outside of the exposure to sky without a mirror. Period. So there's got to be something that's reflecting it off. Now, I'm not saying that it's crystalline hard, but something's going on up there. So can you explain that, John? I'm just trying to, and I think you tried to, but I didn't quite understand what you're saying.
Let me put it like this. If you look at a light source, say even the sun or something, right? It looks its most visible in the center. Like you're going to say that it seems brighter at the center of a light source. Even if you're looking across a light source that's pretty much uniform, even if it's way bigger than you. Now, I'm saying there's basically a convergence of light happening due to how this light is being bent in comparison to the inside like what your expected amount for the dirt would be.
And it's bent in a curve, a dome.
No, I'm not saying there's a dome.
No, that's what we see with rainbows. Okay, so
yeah,
it's
but I'm saying
in a curvature dome.
What? I'm saying that a light source outside, period, even if it's a fucking lighthouse on the ocean, the light going off that lighthouse is bending at this same ratio.
Okay, got it.
It has nothing to do with a dome or glass or any of that stuff. So when this is happening because of
And it's bending
light,
up though, right?
not if you compare it to how much your like it's very slightly
And
bending
it
up.
appears, no, if you're up
It
on
appears
the
to be bending
curve,
down. It appears to be bending downward.
yeah, but if you're on a curve, it's bending up towards you, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just trying to get a picture of what you're trying to say. That's all. Cool.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
like-
I don't like debates, man. I want to move on, honestly.
Okay. I'm not
Well,
trying to.
hey, Helio.
What,
Do
man?
you think this is your hangout or something? What?
Yeah, it's on me. There's like 7 people on here, man. Somebody else might have something to say. Shit.
But my only point is,
Kathleen.
I just
I
want to
ain't
know
trying to be rude, Ireland,
I
but
want to
damn.
answer yes or no.
No,
If
actually,
I give you,
I thought this is a pretty good conversation.
if I could give you guys
Whatever.
a curve calculator,
No big
Oh,
deal.
you guys are doing great, going back and forth. I hope everybody's enjoying it. I don't know if you are or not, but I don't
well,
know.
I like
Actually,
trigonometry
I
and
am.
calculus at
I
3 a.m.
think this is all pretty cool.
like if I give
But
a
Helio, I
calculator,
apologize if
I you know,
stepping in the wrong direction.
I can stop.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I interrupted. I mean, it's not like I have anything.
I'm just wondering if I give it to you guys, and it's a natural ratio, just like pi. It's just it has no fancy. Oh, here's some arbitrary number, but it's actually a natural logarithm.
Has
You go,
anybody ever agreed with you, Ireland, on some of the stuff you're talking about?
Yes. A lot of people find it quite interesting. I'm just.
Well, I
I'm
find
not saying it's not interesting. I'm just wondering if anyone's like.
They're like, yeah, they like.
Hey,
People actually go,
Helio,
yeah, I like
what's
what
your
you're doing.
first
Keep
name too?
finish
by
it
the
up.
way?
What's that?
What's your first name, Helio?
My name's Dennis. Everybody knows that.
Well, fuck
Everybody
that.
knows
You never told me that. Damn it.
You just
You
don't
probably
pay.
did, but
Ron.
Yeah.
yeah. There you go. All right, Dennis.
All right, but anyway, no, I don't mean to be rude or nothing. I'm just
You're never gonna let me back.
I just didn't. I didn't.
Dennis, actually, we're getting off on this, and if the chat isn't, then they can jump in.
No, I didn't.
Invite
say
him
the
in,
chat's
and
not- I don't
they
know.
can-
Is anybody? I'll shut up if everybody's enjoying it. I'm fine. I just.
I'm kind of getting dizzy from all the talking in circles.
I just want to know if I give you guys a curve calculator that fucking
Circles.
based on natural,
That was a pretty funny joke, by the way.
will it mean
I mean,
anything?
it didn't mean to be a joke. I was being serious.
Yeah, I'm
It
not
just keeps
following.
going
you.
and going. Like,
We're still in the circle, but it's I get it.
It's hard to fap too.
No, it's hard to.
Well, you know what? I want to pay John his just due because
Hey, I'm not-
He's pretty.
Yeah,
pretty,
you are you're a very smart
he's
guy.
pretty
You thought
sincere
this
with
through,
this.
man. Yeah, and I understand.
I
that.
appreciate that.
But it necessarily doesn't make for a good listening experience. I mean, and I understand that you and him were going back and forth, and you understood what he was talking about, and everybody. But I don't know if everybody else was really into it. So,
All right, well, let's pull the chat. There's not many people in there, so maybe
they're chatting with each other. I mean, they're not.
We can
paying
make it
attention
like
to
nursery
what's
rhyme
going on.
friendly.
They're not-
We can just be like,
Ron,
talk
you
for
probably
kids.
don't really want to pull the chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you.
Yeah, just to be kind to you, you probably don't want to pull them.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Who keeps dropping the ball
honestly,
caps?
Kathleen, was I that bad or what? I mean, come on.
Well, I don't want to dog
No,
you.
you guys were having a conversation. You should have that privately. Honestly, I mean, if you're really interested in it, but we're not. So.
All right. All right. Don't dock me.
It's the first I've ever heard of it.
No, I was listening
Well,
to
it's
some
not.
of it, but
It's not that I wasn't interested in it. It's
Hey, you know
just-
what?
It seemed like it was.
Going in
Put this,
circles.
no,
Well,
it's
okay.
definitely interesting.
I
It's definitely
pictured
interesting.
what he
I
was
mean
saying,
anything
that
but
the shape of the Earth makes it more like a conch shell. Like
Yeah.
it's just an inward spiraling
That's what he's saying.
donut.
Yeah, right.
Well, let me make. I'll just put it like this: it's not really a concave model. A lot of people like to think of it that way because we're talking about the shell of the Earth.
Because we're
I'm
used
saying-
to LSC.
Yeah. So and
Oh,
it gets
yeah,
removed, and it's not because light is almost flat. Like this model, like the actual ratios I'm dealing with, I'm like, whoa, I found some shit that I'm like going to present here in the very near future. It's almost flat. Like
Well,
everything
that
light
kind of
related.
reminds me. That kind of reminds me of earlier when I was listening to Karen's show today, she had a guy named Matt on there who I hadn't heard before. He said that, well, she asked him, I guess I don't know if they'd talked privately or in another hangout live, but she asked him to express to her what he saw when he had a piece of paper that said Fibonacci on it and put it in the mirror. And what did he say? I can see you, Fib, or something like that. He said, and it's something hit him, and it's just the way he described it or whatever, you know, so that kind of what you were just saying about the conch shell, you know, and the Fibonacci thing kind of made me think of that because I was listening to that hangout earlier. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but you were talking about pi and
well, Fibonacci sequence is based on the golden ratio.
The golden ratio, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I understand that too.
And I'm looking at some other aspects to this as well. Like let's say I bring in that ratio, the inverse of that ratio, the mathematical constant, like 0, 1, the E, which is 2.7 and change, which basically like is how you graph to infinity. Like all these factors, I is included, like what they call the little I for the inverse of a 1, which is like the -1 on a non, like the way they relate Euclidean geometry to non-Euclidean geometry, and I just leave it right there. Like that's it. Here's these type of figures, and the math works. And the math works better than any baller ever fucking said. And
all right, so you got to prove that, John. Prove that. Lay it out in a video. I know. I get it. I hate trying to do videos. So
yeah, and if you find someone else,
that out there,
and like I was asking, if you found anybody, if you found anyone that agrees with you that you guys can hash that out and make a good video about it, we'd all be glad to watch that, you know, and really we would love to see something, you know, that you put together.
All we are is non-heliocentric NASA asshole bullshit.
Yeah,
non-believers.
Yeah, we know
for the
it's
most
fucking
part
lie.
we are.
But seriously, man, if you can find someone that can help you hash that out, I can't do it. I don't know. You know, I don't know.
I'm already in process. I'm just having a fun time talking on a hangout right now. Like I've already figured.
Well, I'm trying to have a fun time too, but you're talking about math, like deep math shit, and I can't do it.
Hey, so you go shoot any coons lately?
I don't shoot coon. I don't shoot anything. I've never been hunting in my life. I do a lot of fishing.
No shit, you don't shoot coons? I had raccoon once.
I kick them if I can get close enough.
From a friend, you know.
Or digging in my trash.
I went to college in Wisconsin, and yeah, he shot raccoons. He brought it home, and we cooked it up, and it tasted like, well, I wasn't particularly fond of it.
I hope Hillbilly's not listening.
Put it that way. And then we left it. Then we forgot about it. We proceeded to get drunk, right? And we're all athletes too, but it must have been a weekend. And we proceeded to get drunk. We left it in the oven overnight, and my God, did that coon steak in the morning.
No, I wouldn't eat a coon, man, or a possum. People eat possum and coon. I don't know. I've never been a hunter. I'm a city boy, really. I mean, I'm from Arkansas, but I'm a city boy. I eat fish, and I don't even really like deer. You know.
Hey, real quick, guys. I got an i6, and it says I have to. I'm trying to turn on my video to show you some salmon, and it keeps saying enable access, please tap settings and turn on camera, and I keep doing that, and I can't figure out where the hell to turn it on. I've tried different spots.
Well, on the Hangouts call there's a screen share deal. If you're trying to share it on your computer, on the Hangout screen, there's a little green thing that says screen share on the left, and you hit screen share.
Yeah, I'm on my iPhone. I don't know if I
your iPhone? Yeah, you're not gonna probably be able to do it on your iPhone.
Yeah, because I got Netflix, or not. Yeah, I got a different server. I need to.
You got a Netflix server?
No,
damn, Alaska's on a Netflix server, man. Shit. Yeah, connections.
You know what I meant.
I call it Netflix.
nut fucks.
No, nut fucks.
Got it.
I made a little logo and changed it so it said nut and then FUX.
Nut fuck. Man, you ought to buy that. You ought to buy that URL, Vlad. You can make some money off that.
Yeah.
And just pay somebody to run it or whatever, and just don't ever look at it.
Put haha made you look.
Yeah. Put haha made you look.
Or a link to all the NASA shit.
Yeah. Let's just fucking make up a bunch of porn name domains and buy them, and then put a bunch of NASA fakery on it and NASA fakery videos and shit. And wake up the porn community.
Hey, I've been since my girlfriend has the nut fucks. I've been trying to watch these documentaries. I can't get through them because all the bullshit and all these space stuff, all this NASA crap. I was just like, oh my fucking god, what the fucking hell? I did get about 20 minutes. I've watched about 20 minutes of each one. I'm like, this fucking, because I've never watched it before, and I was trying to watch it just to see what they're saying on these shows, because it's all through all the documentary section, and then you have all the movies and stuff, but the documentary is I think even a little more interesting, and it's all the same crap. And then it's like four. I didn't know that Neil deGrasse Tyson did he has 4 different series he's done over the past 6 or 8 years.
Yeah, there's nothing to watch as far as documentaries on. I mean, there are some interesting. I actually canceled my Netflix account a couple months ago because it just got the series that I was watching just got lame, and everything's lame except for what I'm doing on here.
Any truth on Netflix at all?
I think.
Hey, they did have a.
Go ahead.
They did have what was it called? Genesis history, and that was pretty interesting. It was a Christian point of view. I was shocked, and it actually had anthropologists and everything that were actually Christians and were trying to prove that the Bible was true and that this isn't a bunch of millions of years ago.
So that's the only thing that can even be remotely said could possibly be true on all of Netflix.
That's the thing I came across. Everything else is all pushing evolution.
Yeah, it's or just social engineering.
However, they are still using the globe. They're still stuck in the globe thing. We're not really pushing that, but they've referenced being a globe. They talked about the Earth and it being. They said the word twice, a couple times, but it wasn't nothing to do with the whole evolution. They were going against evolution,
and they're way behind They're way behind the curve on those documentary films after everything that
Yeah, I think it came out.
Kent Hovind put out. I started following Kent Hovind's information. 10 years ago or more. And so now they put some of this information about maybe that it's not billions of years, and then they got come on, man, they're way behind the fucking curve. You know what I mean? So. I never believed in evolution. I always fought people in that shit. I never believed that shit.
I used to get made fun of in school. I tell people all the time I used to get made fun of in school and by the teachers and other students because I always told them it wasn't true. And then I always put creation answers for all the evolution crap.
I didn't even have answers until I really started watching Kent Hovind, and I was like, oh yeah, see, okay, now I know why I didn't believe that shit. It just never hit me right. You know what I mean? It's a
bunch of hooey.
That kind of is like what it goes back into what who was saying that earlier? Oh, it was Ireland saying I wasn't born that way. I'm not going to buy your bullshit. And so I always fought evolutionists ever since the first time I've heard of it. I used to be at keg parties, man, standing around with a bunch of atheists. Saying you guys are fucking stupid, standing around a keg. you believe that the Earth is billions of years old and the shit flies around the universe and we just came from nothing, whatever, this is stupid. But anyway, I just never bought it. I never bought it. I don't know why they were teaching. I always wondered why they told us that stuff. I just really didn't think it was.
Confuse us.
It's because they loathe us. They want us to think that we came from monkeys. That's an insult.
Yeah, and to confuse because and everything tells you different, but then they're telling you something, especially at that young age. Hey, I don't think I've talked to any of you guys about this. I've talked to in a few other chats, but does anybody remember in history books where they had I have an echo I'm hearing myself.
That's probably me.
But they had the dinosaur upside down, and then had the little oil well coming out. They had the oil well on top of the ground, and a little line going down for the oil, and they had a little dinosaur upside down for the fossil fuels.
Right.
I'll never forget that. I wish that was back in grade school and stuff, and even high school. I remember seeing it and like making fun of it. I remember used to draw all kinds of crazy shit around it. But I wish there's a lot of things I've been thinking of way back in the past. Like, damn, I wish I had a camera phone back then. There's all kinds of stuff I can remember, but I was like, damn, how can I even find that? I don't even know where I can even find it. I guess I could try to look for grade school books, from the 80s, the early 80s.
Wow.
I'm sure they're out there somewhere.
Must have been a lot of dinosaurs here. Just in the 70s alone with the gas shortage and everything. I thought we were out of dinosaurs. I guess not. More dinosaurs were found. Really. Plants and dinosaurs. That's where we're... it's so absurd.
Yeah, it is, and it's like the abiotic oil is the blood of the earth, honestly,
and it affects the healing
the blood
of the
and
earth,
burning it up.
The healing of the soil. You're going to get dry desert spots when you pump all the oil out of those areas. It seems to be some kind of a natural eco healing system. The oil helps the soil so vegetation can grow. So if you have these desert areas, they're already bled dry.
Yeah, but then they go back and check them several years later, or maybe tens of years later. And
then that abiotic oil in that area replenished itself.
Yes, it did. And but they don't tell us that in the news. They tell us we have to frack areas. It's really it's a sickening thing. They frack the areas and then it contaminates the drinking water and everything, and it's not.
Yeah, you have that gas that comes out of your faucets over there. They're fracking in Arkansas, aren't they?
I think it's in Missouri. I don't know if they're doing it around here. I think they do it in southern Missouri, which it's not good, and it should not be happening because there's oil wells that filled back up in Texas, and actually we shouldn't even be using gas powered engines right now. It's all financial.
Well, the next step up will probably empower us too much, so they keep us here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. I've seen this thing about that fracking. One of the things I can't remember. I watched so many videos. I never bookmarked them or anything like that. So it's hard to. And I tried to look some up, but this is one about that fracking, where the reason they were doing that was where they can make it so that people can't live in certain areas. So they basically quarantine it off because it's supposed to be hazardous, not hazardous like in health hazard, but not livable because the ground's all fucked up, which it really isn't. It just make it look like that.
Yeah, what's to stop them from doing that? Getting a whole area to just leave. They can do that anytime they want. They just come over here and frack the ground or screw the water supply, and they say, "Oh, you got to leave, people. It's too dangerous."
Yeah, they put it in the news, and they can tell you whatever they want, and everybody's going to believe it. If you're trying to fight against it, then they sensationalize your protest in the media, and then they make a big deal out of it, and they're going to do it. They're going to do it anyway, but then they make a bunch of money off the advertisers that supported, that they put in between the commercials on the news. It's just a ridiculous. I'm sick of that shit. It's just so stupid, man. And I'm so sick and tired of everybody not seeing through the freaking lies and bullshit that they're fed through the TV, that is promulgated through the media and television. I say media and television, media and the education system, because then they talk about it at school after they watch television. Their parents are talking about it, and all that shit goes on down from, all that stuff. And then the teachers talk about it because they were watching television news, and everything, and everybody, and nobody can say anything about anything that's if you're a detractor, if you go to school and your parents have been talking about this stuff, and you're saying, well, that's bullshit, man. Oil, that was the same way, when I was used to fight against evolution. I'm like, you guys are lying about evolution. Why are you lying to me? I'm sitting here. I have to learn it, but, and I know what you're saying, but I don't believe it. I'll learn it. I'll pass the test, but
that's how I was. Just got to memorize it, just get through that. So. Doesn't make sense. I couldn't believe it, but when you're at school at that prison system thing, you have to go along to get out of there.
And this is what I did in high school. I went to my junior year of high school, and I had no credits in freshman, sophomore, and somehow I got a credit in my junior year. So I was so pissed, and I went and dropped out.
I don't blame you, man.
No, looking back on it, I'm glad I did that. Everybody, first I kind of regretted it, years ago. Huh?
The question is, how did this all start? We're pointing out what's going on right now, but what's going on right now was built upon something before us, which was built upon something before us, and so there must be a root change in the way that we think. And what was that?
You guys hash it out. I'm going to be back in a minute.
It was a pole shift, a polarity shift.
Are you talking about what they're doing to us now as a society?
No, I think they changed their polarity. They went from bald to flat, or whatever you want to call it. You can attach a model of shape to the earth. It's just a whole new way of seeing the world and everything and each other. It's literally like a polarity flip.
Okay, I can see that, understand an aspect.
But if you go into the history of it, if you go to the ancient cultures, if you want to believe in ancient cultures and all the stuff that we've learned, that it used to be flat, and we had slavery and subjugation and military occupation. Then we turned into a ball for the last 500 years, and we've had slavery and subjugation and military occupation. So now it's going to go flat again. Well, what's going to change?
It's a friggin' pendulum. It's back and forth. The dark side's in control, and the light's in control, and goes back to the dark side, and goes back to the light. It's a friggin' Pandora's box pendulum, mirror reality. We seem to be trapped in, and we just recycle, because the amount of souls born here just grows. It doesn't, it's not decrease. It just keeps growing. So the populations keep growing. It's almost like souls are trapped here. And then, it's just accumulating. Whatever this place is, realm, prison, I don't know. But it seems like they're snatching souls and dropping them in here or whatever. And that could be one perception of it. Because to me, it seems like we're just pissing in the dark in the mirror reality. Like, everything is a fractal here. That's like the true math, is fractals. Because you'll see patterns within patterns repeating itself, to the micro, to the macro. It's just these fractal patterns. It's almost like a virtual reality. So we could be trapped in a virtual reality. If, it just seems to me very prison-like.
Well, I'm going to use this little break real quick to say goodnight to y'all. It's been fun listening to what you got going, but it's bad.
Have a good one.
Yeah, man.
Sorry I wasn't entertaining enough for Helio. Hope the rest of you.
Well, you'll get better.
Hey, at least you weren't arguing.
I'm only used to arguing. That's how it works, man. Doesn't matter where I'm at. I get too used to it.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of hate because he's not considered a flat earther. So,
hey, Ireland,
auto hate.
Is that you?
Yeah, I'm heading out.
That's not what I didn't mean that.
You've always been cool in chats. I ain't worried about it. Hopefully, you'll have me back on, and we'll talk some more one of these days.
Okay, brother. Hey, man, I didn't mean nothing by it, but I just, I want it to. I don't necessarily want it to be like just flat earth Chad and all this stuff, but I also don't want it to get too deep in mathematics and all that kind of stuff, because most people can't.
You don't even have to worry about it with me, man. I am so thick-skinned that I don't even think it's an issue.
All right, well, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, catch y'all later.
Later, brother.
Yeah, well, I mean, had I known that night, because you have to be able to concentrate on what the hell he was saying.
Yeah, my brain's not working for calculus, math, physics at 3 a.m. At
It
least
was all
not
going in
AP
circles.
level anyway. What's that?
It was all going in circles for me.
Yeah, that's what math does.
I already forgot what we were talking about.
Well, I was talking about the origin of it, and I think
yeah.
he was saying that it's a pendulum, and so it swings to like complete harmony, and it's all good, sort of like a utopia. And of course, we get bored with that for whatever
Exactly,
reason.
it's a boredom killer. We just get we're bored with the light. We're bored with the dark side. It's just going back and forth.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, well, to me, I'm kind of sick of it. I just want to get the hell out of here. And I'm sick of the back and forth and the mirror just never ending, pointing the mirror at a mirror, infinite, endless fractal reality of no escape. I'm good. We need to punch a hole out of here, maybe. Maybe the government in charge is kind of working on that. I don't know. They're bullshitting us because they probably, well, I wouldn't trust the herd mentality either. Like Tommy Lee Jones said, a person is smart. People are dumb, panicky morons when they get together. And,
I think what they're trying to do, I don't think they're going to try and get rid of everybody like that. What's that, Georgia Guidestones? I think they're doing it with all the medical stuff. They're just trying to make everybody subservient slaves in one way or another.
Well, they're trying to, they're not trying. They actually have pretty much perfected the lifespan to pretty much kill everybody off right when you're about to collect Social Security.
Yeah, I know. That's no coincidence.
No. So we're going to have about 65 to 70 years here. That's about it. In America and probably in the UK too.
Well, I plan on living.
That'll be the norm, and people will say, yeah, that's totally fine. Give me some more fluoride, please.
The death calculator told me I'd die at 88. Should I listen to that?
Death clock. I remember that.
I got to live to 126 because I'm planning. I want to meet my great grandkids, and that's why I figure I got to be 126.
Yeah, if we can make it to 120, we get another set of teeth.
Really?
Yep. 120. They say we grow a new set of adult teeth.
I like that we just brought up the topic of death.
I'm talking about living.
We're trying to model the nature of our reality. And we discovered the model they presented, there's a bunch of problems with it. And so now we're looking to model it ourselves. Thing to do. And now you said death, and I like that just came up. So if you could model your life to the point of your death, would you want to know when and how you die?
I don't know. I think I want it to be a surprise.
Just
Surprise.
A transition from sleep to whatever's after.
I have thought about because I've looked at the famous last words of people, which I don't know which ones are true or whatever. I was thinking I'm planning on the last thing I say is going to be, yes, I finally made it.
Don't you wake up in the morning and go, shit, I woke up.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's really my last words.
So I think what I was trying to bring together was the aspect of the mind, and this whole flat Earth thing is about modeling our reality, trying to know something concrete. And the reason I brought up death was, but what if you took it on a long enough timeline in terms of like technology and data and analysis? I think someone said something about the death calculator. Could know everything. One of those things would be when you die and how you die. So the question then was, would you want to know that? I think flat still Earth, you know what? I don't really want to know that. I'd like it to be a surprise. So that's saying to me, well, why do you want to know anything else?
Why do we want to know anything? We're born with curiosity intact and a mind to grow and expand.
It's the drive
Well, okay,
that
so
keeps us going.
well, the thing about it though is, what do we really know? And let's just do something basic. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there are some experts that can tell me they know how mitochondria in the cell works, and the creates the energy and all this other stuff, the physiology and the Krebs cycle and all this good, wonderful stuff. But if I didn't know any of that, I'd still be here and I'd still be doing what I'm doing without knowing it, because it's already doing it. It's like almost as I want to say there's an inherent knowledge. That's because it's already here. And
You're fading out. I didn't hear that last few words.
oh, that the inherent knowledge is where I'm going with this. That if you look at what's actually happening right now, all of us in here at computers, I'm assuming, most of us probably don't know how our bodies work in any great detail. We might know like a general overview of what we've been told. We maybe went to biology class or whatever and have some idea, but in the exact detail of how the body works, it's still unknown. It's not completely known how the body works. And so my point was, do I need to know anything about how my body works for it to work?
Yes. It would be good to know some of it so you can keep it functioning.
Yes, I think actually there is a placebo effect taking place, and your personal perspective on the way your body works, on who and what you are, has a major influence on a placebo level.
Absolutely. You can heal yourself just through your thoughts alone. So if you don't know what's wrong, how do you even focus your intention on what needs to be repaired?
Exactly. When you start getting to the truth, the healing process finally can begin. Because we're definitely infected. Like in just society, on the individual level, we're all infected mentally, which is affecting us, our health physically.
And we have to experience everything.
Well, you can experience it all, but does that mean you have to know what you're experiencing? You can experience it, and you might have a memory of it, but you probably discovered just because I made that mistake before, when it happens again, I'll remember, hey, I made that mistake before. It doesn't actually the same mistake, because it's not the same mistake, because you're not the same you, and it's not exactly the same situation. So even memory in that aspect of the mind, remember things to function. I mean, when I say function, I mean to exist. Because if you look at information as some external source and say, okay, I need this information to do what I have to do, information, and we don't have it. And yet we seem to all be here and things are working somehow. Do you understand where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
I'm not going with a leap of faith here. It's more like there's already something in place that doesn't require me to know anything.
But your life is quantitatively better with certain knowledge. Otherwise, you're just grog in a cave, right? And then you have to not know about fire, burn yourself, then know about fire. You know, then you have to know it gets cold, and then you have to figure out why it gets cold. So you start looking at patterns in the sky and the sun and things like that. So all the knowledge that we have now is cumulative in nature, and we pass on these things. Like there are certain knowledges that we have innate in us that are now habit, that or their instinct, that we don't have to reteach. And
Okay,
that's the accumulation knowledge.
I like when you said pattern, because do you need to know why it gets cold? You don't need to know why it gets cold. You just know that it does. You know there's a pattern.
But I think the smarter we get, we want to know why.
Well, okay, I like going back to the Vatican. That's always why I come up with these kinds of things. Just a hypothetical. What if they infected us? Or Vaticanus, if you look at on Google, just Google Vaticanus and the prophecy, and prophecy meaning predictability. And I've tried to bring this out in Flat Earth before too, that we don't have a functional map. And my question is, why do we want to do the same thing they're doing? They're presenting something as a functional, predictable map, and we're just going to mimic what they've already done because we need predictability, right? Is that what we're looking for, to be able to see the future?
I think that's been a long part of our legacy is soothsayers and fortune tellers.
Well, yeah, but okay,
they're
so
no different.
Well, okay, so I mean, how did a soothsayer or a fortune teller ever get started? Look at an indigenous population.
The Force.
That had the Force. Yeah, okay, an indigenous population.
It's one of those long traditions, like being a gypsy, right? It's just like, hey, we've got this secret. We know how to get money out of people, but you have to act mysterious and just slightly odd, and then they'll believe you. It could just be a giant game.
Right, it's a confidence game. That's where I was going with it. It is a giant confidence game because if you look at all the indigenous populations, they knew how to live according to natural law, and they all had their own different ways of doing what they were doing, which was obeying natural law. And the Vatican, or that group, or whatever, that very first group, they played a confidence game and broke the confidence of these people. And if they couldn't break it, they would kill them. We're all civilized, and we're reliant on outside data. We don't have the pattern recognition anymore. We don't have the structure that we had before to know, just to simply know which plants to eat, which plants not to eat, because it's been there. That knowledge has always been there.
Hey guys, there's an echo, and everybody mute if you're not talking, please. I just wanted to say that I'm enjoying the conversation, but there's some background noise.
Do I have an echo?
To tell who it is, but anyway, I don't know.
So what I was getting at was the start of this, and the very first ones of us that took some time maybe to stick a fucking stick in the ground and measure out like a shadow, like the very first ones of us. Okay, there's something to this. There's something mechanical or predictable. That originally it wasn't predictable. It was just like, what is this? And over, I think it was 40 or 50 years, they figured out celestial mechanics. And the only difference in an indigenous population and someone has figured out celestial mechanics is the ability to predict something. A bunch of people that have always seen eclipses, they've always seen like all the stuff, all the lights in the sky. There's nothing new under the sun. But here's the first thing that was new. One of us, or a group of us, was able to predict when an eclipse would come. One of us said, hey, the sun's going to go away. And it went away. It wasn't new that the sun went away and then came back, but it was new that one of us was able to predict it. And so he must be the chosen one, or the chosen people, or God sent, or I don't know, all of the various flavors.
You're a farmer and you're out there all day or whatever, and you're seeing the track of the sun, the track of the moon, the track of the sun, the track of the moon over years. You're going to pretty much see it in your head and how it's going to work out. There's going to be an eclipse and whatnot. Farmer's Almanac or whatever, like they figured it out. You're outside all day. You're looking at these lights. You're going to figure out the pattern.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the predictability of it. You're saying that all the indigenous populations everywhere knew about it, that not only that it does happen, but exactly when. Because if you're a farmer, you're not going to sit around and calculate an eclipse. Why would you? It has no bearing on your crop.
No, but you don't have TV to get you to occupy all of your intelligence, you know, and distraction or whatever. You're focused on reality, pure reality, like farming, survival, your family, you know, dangers around you. You're locked into heightened awareness, paying attention to all these things, and then you pass that knowledge down to the children. And then you get this royal brigade coming in. Yes, well, we're saying it's like this. Well, no, it's actually flat. No, it's not anymore. No, it's round and it's a globe, or you will die if you do not believe us. And they just went around the world doing that shit, basically. And then it's forced civility. Like, we're civilized through force. not through enlightenment. You know, we're forced.
Damn, Jibby, you just blew a hole in my shit because I was trying to figure out how the confidence game got started.
Yeah, well, that's like, I'm sorry.
Had to be the first
You're probably
one.
going to say it better than you're probably about to say the same thing that I'm going to say, but you're probably going to say it better. So go ahead.
I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around how it started. How did we lose confidence and get to this point? And if you look back, somebody had to be the first one or first group of people to have mapped out celestial mechanics. And those others that didn't do it, let's say you have a bunch of different groups geographically, not all of them may have given a shit about lights in the sky, because why would you? I mean, and some might have. And the very first ones of us that did could predict, and that's something that you can impress upon someone who can't predict. That's like new. It's like, oh, this guy must be special. And of course, they would put on the fucking hat, stick, and say, you know, I'm anointed or whatever.
The royals were always right, even when they were wrong. They were still right, and that's just the way it was. You know, any king or whatever they decree, they were correct. And if you were in another country or whatever, and you have a different culture or beliefs, you're going to change your beliefs to the correct one, and correct being whatever the royal masters say it is. That's just how they roll. That's how it is today in the fractal version of it. In reality, it's the teacher. Whatever the teacher said is your reality, despite your questions and your this doesn't make any sense. Well, this is the way it is. That's just it. It's the same exact thing. It's the same. It happens
every single day. That is the generally accepted reality that we're supposed to accept. And yes, and I'm sure most of us here, if not, you should read King's Dethroned. That is exactly how it happened. I can't say that book is 100% correct in the way, but it kind of breaks down how these generally accepted scientists he explains how the top scientists have passed down these scientific I'm a little tired and a little drunk, guys, so bear with me. But going back to Copernicus and going all through the if you had an antagonist view to someone that has connections with, you know, certain schools of thought, and maybe your theory was better, it's a buddy system, man. It always was and always has been and always will be. And if you don't follow that, then you're just gonna lose. And if you open your mouth about it, then you're going to be ostracized. So anyway, that basically is what I'm saying.
I'd rather be ostracized and live in truth than go with the flow and live a lie.
Yeah, me too.
My personal choice. Other people take the other way. That's fine.
They do. So like I said, Anonymous was going to say it better than I was going to say it, but it all leads up to the same conclusion that we are subject to the accepted rulers of the schools of thought that have given us what they consider what we're supposed to accept as our reality, and it's not freaking true. It's not true. It's not true. It is a version of what we perceive as reality. And it kind of makes sense, but to some of us it doesn't make sense at all. So
every time they decree a new astronomical fact, it's always truth until they decide to change it.
And they change that shit all the time. I mean,
but we can't change it. Only they are allowed to change it after they say we're wrong. You know, for the first 100 years or whatever. No, it's like this. No, you were wrong. The king declared this, and that's just how it is. I think the orbits of the planets are changing. Like, I don't think it's the same circle for Venus and the same circle for Jupiter. For one, there was a planetary alignment, like either last year or the year before. Pretty good one. We're going to have another one in September of like 7 of the planets or maybe more. Now, if you picture like a track
like for racing, track and field, or whatever. The inner, lane and the outer lane are different distances, whatever you think of these as the planetary orbits or whatever. How often are you going to have a lineup, in that kind of a situation? It wouldn't
Seems
be
like
every couple of years. It would occur like they originally say, that planetary alignment, first time in 1,000 years. But now it's like every 5 years there's a planetary alignment. It doesn't even make sense in the helio model. They just change whatever they want, whenever they want.
That goes in
just accept the new
conjunction with
fact.
whatever religion is popularly accepted too, because they have these religions predicting, things that, that they line up with those, and this is going to be the blood moon, and it's coming up, and this is these planetary lineups, all that shit's coming together, and then
they change the facts all the
talk
time
about it, and all that shit, all that goes through the media and through the through
Nobody
the
remembers that part of the
church
fluoride
system and all that shit. Everybody's it's fear propaganda, it's fear porn for everyone, and it's just not true. And
with all the fluoride out there, people can't even remember their own middle name or their own phone numbers or anything. Like, never mind, in the 80s, they said that we were having a total solar eclipse. They use those words, total. It's a total solar eclipse. It's going to be the first one in hundreds and hundreds of years. And then I was like, ooh, this is going to be a big event. And then it was like every other year there was a total solar eclipse. I'm like, wait a minute, didn't they say this only happens once every 200 years? And now it's happening like constantly. And I was like, well, which one is it? And I was very confused being into astronomy as a kid, because it was always like changing facts constantly. So I remember one version, and then it's like this, and I'm repeating the old shit. It's like, well, which one is it? And it frustrates you, and it just throws you way off. I can't even explain it. It's just always changing. Now there seems to be more lunar eclipses than I ever remember before, more solar eclipses than I ever remember before. It's almost like this solar clock is coming to a crescendo or whatever.
It is, and they have a misperception of it. Well, they don't have a misperception of it. They know exactly what the hell they're doing. They have the real clock, but they've been trying to clown the whole fucking thing to make us think it's something else. And there are, just like people, they make fun of us and say that it's not really happening this way, because everything we're spinning around whatever in the universe this way and that way, and all the planets are lining up this way, and the gravitational forces are pulling on this and shit. They don't fucking know, man. It's bullshit.
No, I think they do know, and I think they're purposely throwing us off, because if they told us the actual correct motions and whatnot, we would figure out the clock. We would figure out if it's a countdown. We would figure out whatever we need to figure out that they don't want us to figure out. So they're always making up the gravity excuses and the just dark matter and dark energy.
No,
and
I mean, yeah,
fillers.
they know, but all the mathematical people we argue with on here, they think it's just the planet's spinning around, and then the moon's going to cover up the sun, and then the Earth's going to cover up the moon, and it's a bigger clock than that, and it's been going on a long time. The higher powers know, but they made up this stuff to kind of keep us at bay for long enough before we could figure it out. And we're starting.
It seems like tumblers in a lock,
because I just know that they're full of shit, and because I'm not going to sit and try to read all that shit and try to figure it out. Other people that are into this can figure it out, but I know that it's not working the way that they say it's working. And I just kind of see through the madness and through the layers of bullshit, especially, I mean, when you figure out that they say that there's satellites up there in NASA, and then they get these cartoon characters on the ISS, why would they be faking it if they're not lying about it? So that
you don't need to fake anything that you don't have to. I mean, there's no need for it. Why fake it if you don't have to? Because then you have to hide a lie. Well, why bother?
Yeah.
I like that you mentioned it's a bigger clock. It's more than just celestial mechanics. And to me, I heard something that implies something more than just keeping the population dumbed down, a bunch of slaves. Could you possibly touch on the spiritual aspect of the greater clock?
It is a clock where
spiritual aspect.
I think it's a clock where the most distant lights would be like the longest count. Say like let's say Pluto is the year, and then Neptune is the month, and then Uranus is the day, and then we'll go into hours, and then minutes, and then seconds, and each planet moves in this form. So the slowest moving one would be, the longest thing that you count, because it would take like 1 year is 365 days, you know what I'm saying? So the most slowest moving light would be like like say the year advancing, or the century, I should say. Like, nope, it's moved one over, so that's a century that has gone by now. And these other ones moving quick, okay, that's a completed year. And the next one, that's a completed month. That's how I think it is. It's just a clock.
Well, I mean, but he said it resonated something with me. He said it's more than just a clock. Like it's bigger than just a clock. And so I don't know if it's just me, but I just kind of put this sort of other reason to it, more than just keeping us in the dark so that we're subservient slaves. Is there something more to it? Maybe on a spiritual level, on a countdown, perhaps.
Yeah, like when they all line up exactly, does a door open and we can leave this place maybe. Now, if they wanted to keep us here trapped, they're not going to ever point to an escape door. That may be our saving grace to get out of here. Like, if at a certain time the door opens, we can leave and escape this Pandora's box.
Maybe or maybe not. I take the Bible for what it's worth to the people that take into account. There's, in my opinion, hidden esoteric knowledge, but there's one verse that says the stars in the heavens are for signs and for seasons. Now, how long is a season? Well, we look at seasons as fall, winter, spring, summer. That's 4 seasons, but that celestial clock may run thousands of years or hundreds of years, and we may have been lied to about history. Yeah, we were definitely lied to about history. How long can we accurately predict back in the past, and what do we actually really know besides what we've learned through the education system? But that is definitely a clock up there, and there are ages that it may reset, and that's the way I'm kind of looking at it. And as far as the celestial bodies, I don't know what they are, but they're definitely winding up to the next age, however you may look at that.
We got one hell of a lineup coming in September.
The reason that, it's not just what you said. There's also, you see they telegraph things through the film industry. The Gnostic theme of the films, there's always a way out. There's Dark City or Maze Runner or Truman Show. There's always a way out. And a Divergent is a great film in terms of, like, this is a huge experiment to see how many different types of people or factions in that film, how would they work. And when one of them became divergent, and that was exactly what the experiment was about, and she could leave. So they're telegraphing a lot about getting out of the matrix. The problem with their films, though, is they always have that you have to get out, and there's a push, you have to do this, so it's sort of like a dark spin on something that might not even require a clock to begin with.
Always the silence after you speak.
Yeah, the clock is there, though. So what are we supposed to do with that?
Brother, that's the best fucking question all night. What are we supposed to do with it?
Read it.
Yeah, but if we don't have an accurate understanding of what it meant in the first place,
how about we just stop guessing and raid the Grand Freemason lodges and the Vatican, and we just grab whatever answers.
Hey, that's what we're doing right now. We're questioning everything they ever told us.
We're questioning it, but we're sitting on our asses like pussies while they have all the answers, and we scratch our heads going, "Well, I don't understand what you're doing," and they're laughing at us because
Well,
we outnumber them like a
just-
million to one, and they have our answers, and they're like Cheshire cats smiling their asses off at us as the ants bump around, go, I don't know what to do. Like, they're right there. The answers are there. We can have them tomorrow. Tomorrow. All the answers. That's it. All we got to do is grab our sack and walk over and just get together. All right, let's go see what the Freemasons really know. Let's go see what the Jesuits really know.
All right, who's going to infiltrate?
Hey,
They
Kathleen got something to
They're
say.
sitting right there behind their doors, and we're just scratching our nuts. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but here's the ironic thing. The ironic thing about it is, what if we do raid their coffers and we find out they don't know either?
They do.
But they,
that's how they have leverage over us, because they're holding information. They have
It's the illusion of
empowering
leverage.
information. That's what's giving them their leverage.
No. This is what I'm talking about, the confidence game. The confidence game is making you not trust yourself, because they introduced something new. Somehow something new was introduced that we, or our ancestors, my great-great-great-grandfather, fell for this fucking whatever it was and said, oh shit, this guy must know something. And if you look at today, knows something, or the lawyer knows how to interpret the language, or the chemist knows his thing. We have these specialities today, and I'm thinking you can reverse engineer that and go back into the past. Someone in the very beginning must have pulled a wonderful confidence game. Not that they actually knew something, but knew how to subvert your own confidence.
If you're not confident in yourself, then you're going to trust the outside information versus your own intellect and intelligence, which is what they've done. They have people just going, well, what does the majority believe? And I'll go with that. You know, that's a confidence game. You have no confidence in your own intelligence because they've broken you down over time through trauma-based mind control and all this shit. So
yeah,
they trust themselves.
You are ostracized publicly when you, I mean, we experience that all the time. People like us in our families and friends or in public, if subjects like these come up, we're just out there, man. We're just some out there freaks that don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. And they just blow us off, and they won't even give it a second thought, you know. But so we are the few and far between that are actually taking a look at these things. And so, yeah, good luck rounding up millions of people to go raid the Vatican and find out all the esoteric knowledge.
Yeah, it's just not enough of us who want to know the esoteric yet to garnish enough of those numbers to do the Vatican raid and whatnot. But that's where our answers are, and we could all have them tomorrow if we just pulled our brains out of our asses and did basic math. How many of us? How many of them? We are suffering. They're living like kings off our backs. Something's not right here. It's a very simple solution. I'm serious. It's like two apes and a Girl Scout could figure out the problems of this planet and solve them if they were just left alone to do it. That's just it. You try to solve a problem here, and there's opposition constantly.
I don't think Girl Scouts can.
Let me correct it. Nope, here comes the opposition. Nope, keep it broken. Keep it broken.
Girl Scouts can't read Latin.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to know all the secrets of this Freemasonry, there's plenty of books on the subject. One's written by C.E. Ledbetter, and he was a Mason 33rd degree and wrote everything down in textbooks. It's actually on archive.org. And it's not that esoteric. It's mostly just stuff based off of Egyptology and stuff. It's really kind of lame. However, I do agree with the catacombs in the Vatican and being able to get access to stuff that they don't want anyone to ever look at or read or translate. That's where the gold is. That's where all the good stuff is.
You want to hear some sick shit? I got some sick shit to tell.
Real quick.
I actually went to oh, go ahead.
My question is, I wonder how deep it is underneath the Vatican, and how far underground does it go that they're stashing all this stuff?
I think it's probably like the Raiders of the Lost Ark looking kind of a place.
Pretty sure they raided the Alexandria the archive in Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria, and
you should
but then
probably
burn it up
figure-
and said it was all burned up. You know what I mean?
You should also figure that they would probably build an establishment on top of a pretty prime location or treasure or whatnot. That they would just kind of, that's to guard it.
Existing tunnels
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I went there once. I went there back in I think it was 2004. I visited the Vatican, and you can go down into the catacomb. Now, I mean, you can't go all the way like in their vault and shit, but there's like this skeleton. It's supposed to, I think it's Saint Peter, and they've got him dolled up in like this skeleton. Just imagine this for a second. You're looking at this human-sized aquarium-looking glass box with purple robes, the fucking gold crown, all this jewelry and shit. And I'm like, wow, would a saint want this for posterity? I mean, would you want your skeleton on display if you were for the people and for freedom, for all of the stuff that saints are supposed to be there for us?
No,
Well, it's the perfect scam. They can't answer, and you can only be sainted after you're dead.
It's kind of the opposite of a
Right.
rest in peace, too. It's not really a rest in peace if they're putting you on display. That's more of a William Wallace send a message kind of thing.
The feeling I got when I walked into when you walk in through the front doors or whatever, like, across the threshold, I was like, is this the center of spirituality or the biggest fucking mafia I have ever seen? Because it's almost like Disneyland. They have TSA kind of stuff with the whole, make sure you don't have anything before you walk in, and everybody's like herded through, like you're at Walt Disney World. You're going to the ride, you're seeing the exhibits, and it was absolutely and I just couldn't help but just think how obvious this was.
So people are just intimidated by power and robes and illusions?
Well, if I can break your, and you think that I have an answer, and you're asking me,
I would like
sure,
to see their TSA body scanner wand security stop 5,000 people who are determined to not leave until they get their answers. Stop
It's
them.
the
So I
Swiss
wanna
Guard
see
you
them
have to worry about, not their little TSA. The Swiss Guard is like super highly trained, very skilled guys. They might just stand there in their stupid pantaloons and goofy hats, but those guys can take out huge groups of people.
Well,
There's
we
a
have
reason
weapons
why-
that can work at a distance.
I will confirm what you just said, because those guys, even though they're dressed up in clown costumes, look like fucking stone cold killers to me.
They're
And
Jedi,
growing up
yeah.
in a military town, you could see who was just like a regular soldier and who was like a trained fucking killer, like just a stone cold killing machine. You could just sense it. I can't
Okay.
say, I can't prove to you how to sense something like that, but maybe if you look at their eyes or just the way that they're looking at you, just kind of like, I don't know, just
They probably have to kill to even get the position. Like they have to do something for the Pope. That's an assignment. Like that's a cush duty.
But do you
Like,
think it's dark
dirty-
side or the light? Like whatever they're protecting may be something that-
Dark, 100%. That's
Dark,
why they
okay.
wear the white robes. Everything about the Vatican is the antithesis of what they show you. So if they show you kindness and show you light, their heart is full of darkness.
God's words, Satan's actions. That's how they always run.
Yep. Their little
Yeah,
fish
isn't that
hat.
big giant gold thing that the Pope's always standing in front of? Isn't that supposed to be representing Satan?
It's pretty creepy.
And it's supposed to be solid gold from what I was reading. And that thing's huge.
It's probably just gilded wood.
Oh yeah.
Still though, it's still creepy.
Yeah.
They might have remains of something that would totally change our current paradigm.
You
giant
already
remains
do.
of say a giant or some kind of a horned demon, or who knows if they even have something alive that is whatever. We don't know. The point is, we could
You could
know.
make a lot of money if you dug up giant bones because they buy that stuff. And shush
well, we
you
could
up.
work with we could work with what we do know. And I know, Biker, earlier you said you didn't want to touch on this, but I think now that the chat's kind of calmed down a bit, would you talk a little bit about the RH negative and what you know about it?
It's, on one hand, you can say it proves evolution from we have an ancestral link to monkeys. On the other hand, it can prove the Anunnaki story or Hyperborea or coming across to this plane of existence. It's so wrapped up in enigma that it's like you don't know what to believe or where to go. So we'll just start with the scientific fact. The scientific fact is 85% of the population is Rh positive. R in the Rh stands for rhesus, as in rhesus monkey. That means that on your red blood cells, or you have a protein allele that is a marker, an identical genetic marker to the rhesus monkey, and it's the only thing that they've been able to map that links us to monkeys at all. The evolutionary theory and the missing ape man or the missing link, and that their little stupid monkey they drag out, Alice or whatever, out of Africa and in the cradle of life and all that sort of stuff. Lucy, right? There is no genetic links between any of those, which brings credence to why humans kind of just showed up in the evolutionary scale. They have, Cro-Magnon man and Neanderthal, and all of a sudden it was just like a big gap in humans. So the story could definitely be we came from somewhere else as travelers, whether you want to say across the ice or from a distant world or through galaxies or whatever. The point is that there's no concrete proof of any of that, but there is concrete proof in the genetic profile that humans just kind of showed up. And the humans that just showed up were Rh negative. And so that's what we know, right? That's ironically, the fascinating thing about all this blood study and everything we know about blood today was actually done by the Nazis. But they were doing it for different reasons, obviously. They were doing it to prove genetic superiority and something else. So they stumbled across the Rh negative research and didn't really know what to do with it. That really wasn't what their interest was. So it just kind of got shelved. So that's why when you talk about the Rh negative factor and things like that, that you kind of have to be really careful and go, oh, somebody's versed on it. They'll be like, oh, didn't Hitler believe in the Aryan race? Didn't Hitler think that the Aryan race come from Hyperborea? And then are you saying that all you flat earthers believe Hyperborea is like an island in another pond? So you can start making the connections that, oh, this is deep-seated in xenophobia. So your argument about anything with blood type immediately gets thrown out the window under Godwin's law, and you really don't have much to stand on other than speculation and what little science we do know about blood types, between AB and O. And then there are, of course, their positive and negative attributes, and that's it. Interestingly enough, one of the largest groups of Rh negative people on the planet that's still stuck together as a group are the Basque. And they kind of straddle the border between Spain and France. And they have, very striking features. There's like a whole list of characteristics that Rh negative people carry. And the Basque are really good studies of that, of being able to show these traits, like the green eyes, the fair skin, sometimes the reddish in the hair and things like that. And I guess every race, the three original races that we can trace back to, Caucasoids, Negroids, and Mongoloids, all have Rh negative factor sparsed out in their genetic makeup, but it's very, very rare. It just so happens that the big bulk of them happen to be Caucasian. In fact, in China, they say Rh negative people is called panda blood. So it's pretty darn rare for Chinese. But if we want to get onto the more esoteric side of being Rh negative and what that means is, there's like
before you go into the esoteric, I just want to stay with the scientific. The second and third allele of the chimpanzee, and how the two are fused, which is supposedly the reason why humans have 46, not 47. That if you just look at the second and third allele of the chimpanzee, that fusion to make I think it's our second chromosome, are identical. Because I mean, I'm not trying to push evolution here, but it was just something I stumbled across, and I was like, is this more Jesuit propaganda or is this for real?
Well, I think it's okay. In order to even talk about that, you have to suspend some disbelief in the origins of our human existence, and you have to start talking about stupid shit like reptilians and Anunnaki and stuff like that we just don't have any real proof of. But the narrative goes that there was a usurpation of the reptilian people or entities or whatever. We'll just say they're just evil, and they wanted to be like the Rh negative people, but or it's kind of an interesting side fact. Apparently, if you're Rh negative, you can't be cloned. So there's that. Anyway, so they wanted to be like us and have a position of authority over us, so they tried cloning us, couldn't. So that's when they brought in the whole monkey genome, and the monkey genome created the Rh positive, the hybrid human, so to speak. So now you've got this whole class of people that you can rule over, and these are your working class. So if you want to follow the Anunnaki myth, and they created us to mine their gold, well, there you go. There's your Rh positives.
So Biker Scout, were you into the alien theory prior to finding the flat Earth?
Not really. I mean, it was just an interesting read. Because in my mind about the whole alien thing, if that was real, there would be more physical, tangible evidence of anything other than, oh, look, my cow got mutilated, or there's a weird scar on my shoulder. There's no alien bones anywhere. No one's skinned an alien. There's nothing.
Maybe Smithsonian.
Yeah. So they got these men in black running around swooping up dead alien bodies.
Well, there's one more thing I'd like to add to what you said about the majority of the Rh negative being Basque. Now, Mi'kmaq did a wonderful retort to Dubé. If you're familiar with Eric Dubé's work, he points to the Jews, and there's a video showing that the Jesuits were not Jews or Khazarian or whatever. That it goes back to them all being Basque. I don't know the name of the video, but there's evidence if you go into the historical records, and I know they're all falsified or could be falsified, or who the fuck knows, but that the majority of those Jesuits at the time that it was formed, they were Basque and not Jewish. And I thought that was very interesting that you said that Rh negatives were Basque. And wait, to go a little bit with it, that means we need to get our flat Earth Rh negatives together and say, okay, what they did, we can do too together. Say, hey, brainstorm. How do we undo this, or how do we counter this?
Right. Okay. So there's two schools of thought on the Rh negative thing, and okay, so we'll just say we'll use air quotes when we say reptilian to mean Jew, but the one school of thought that I find the most fascinating is, okay, so they were able to clone themselves, little worker bees, and they were able to mimic Rh negative with reptilian blood. So now when you do the blood test, the ancient blood test, where you cut your forearm and shake wrists, and if your blood blends together, then you're blood brothers, but if it coagulates, then you're not related. That it's that whole thing. Anyway, so the most interesting fact is that they've mimicked Rh negative blood and therefore call themselves blue bloods. And they're like, look, see, we're just like you. We are, they didn't know Rh negative, but we're of royal descent. So they usurped the current leaders in mass as like a group together, and basically just said we're kings, even though they weren't. They developed themselves to be kings to mimic the Rh negative blood, blending. And those are the people who, when you say have the royals, the blue bloods, or the if you want to call them Khazarians or Jew or whatever it is, that they point back to themselves as like as that's proof. So both sides were doing that. Both in fact, the Israel, the University of Israel, whatever, they do extensive studies on blood, to trace their lineage and things of that nature with the J23 allele or blood types and things like that. So
I bet by now that they're having a lot of problems finding it.
Yes, like it's very diluted, and that's why I think all through history, blood has always been more important than anything. It's always the most important topic in any society that's ever lived. Blood. It's always about the blood, and I guess somewhere I read a little anecdote that blood's mentioned more times in the Bible than the word God. So blood's very important. It's always a symbol of, something important, or stay within the bloodlines, or keep the bloodlines pure, things of that nature. Don't be blending with, there's always these warnings to not be messing with the blood types. And I don't know if that's has to do with, if you take a biblical account, it's literal, and talk about the Nephilim coming down and mating with the, humans and all that. Now you've got impure blood, and then Rob Skiba even talks about the human animal hybrids and stuff. So they were doing all this genetic testing or genetic modification even back then. I don't know how they were doing it, if we say we can't do it now, but I guess there was some mechanical leap. They're able to get DNA to splice and not be rejected. But I guess it still boils down to the blood.
Do you feel like there was some type of a catastrophic event that at some point in the recent past, but within the past few thousand years, that that affected what we see as the earth now, and how we exist on the earth, and what we became afterwards? I kind of feel like that, and I was talking about this in another chat, and I feel like you guys can really kind of expound on this, because it's not very often that I can really get into this. But there are, as flat earthers, we know that the sea is level. Every sea, every ocean that connects to the sea, at one point of, there's a plane. We're at sea level, everything's a plane. But off the shores of almost every continent, there are cities that are underneath that plane. So that to me means that the sea level was lower at one time, a lot lower, hundreds of feet lower at one point in time.
You could also make the argument that the sea level perhaps wasn't lower, but through tectonic activity, things subducted and submerged, which gives the rise to the myth of Atlantis.
Catastrophic event.
Yeah, probably has something to do with that 26,500 year cycle that happens.
Yeah.
At the bottom of every cycle, there's a cataclysm.
And that clock winding up, like we were talking about earlier.
So we're on the upswing of that. I don't know how many years we have left of it. I haven't really paid that much attention to it, but I guess they're saying we're approaching the 1,000 years left until we start going down on that clock, and then there's that regression. there, people get stupider and we regress in society. We lose technology. We probably, we're approaching the zenith, the pinnacle of human existence. It's like, I don't think it's going to get much better from where we are today in 2017.
Okay, well, let's not go into it's not going to get better. Let's go into what can we do. And just given what I've heard, it sounds like in the flat earth community or channels, it would make sense to me to try and mimic our best idea of what happened way back in the day. Should we get a bunch of RH negatives together and have like a panel of RH negatives work together intensively on some kind of strategy, or I have no idea, groupthink, or oh god.
Yeah, I made this point earlier on another
I'm
video.
positive, man. What's that mean for me? I can't be involved.
Correct.
No. Listen. Wait. The positives. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna mimic what happened before, and instead of having subjugation, we're gonna have like support. It's kind of like IPS. He has like the tip of the beak, and those are like the guys that are right up front, like on the front lines. And thinking in terms of military, the military can't have a soldier on the front line without like 10 other soldiers as the support to give that one soldier all he needs to be on the front line. So just because you're positive doesn't mean you're out of the game. It's just we have to figure out how can we position ourselves. Idea, it's not even a model. If this idea of blood is what happened in the past, well, we're still here today. And so we need to get our negatives up on the strategize, and then push down like, okay, we need the positives. Okay, the creative aspect of it, or the musicians or whoever, go out and do these things, because you can't have one without the other, or can you? I'm not sure. I mean, we're still here. So
in that
case, Dennis, you're relative.
Dude, in that case, I would have to be convinced. Go ahead. What'd you say, Ron?
I said you're relegated to be the cook.
Dude, I would have to be convinced. I mean, I would have to do more research to find out. I don't even know. I'm really new to this, what you're talking about. So, I mean, I would actually, before I would support something like that, I would have to be convinced that what you're saying is actually accurate. Now,
I'll have them over easy.
Okay, so here's I've given this a lot of thought, and it's. I had to actually have this conversation on another YouTube channel that talked about racism and why there's no structures in Africa. Like there's nothing historic done in Africa ever. And so there's all these arguments back and forth about it's easier to travel east and west and the north and south and then horses and all these different theories. Well, my theory is that almost the entire continent of Africa is Rh positives. And one of the major traits of Rh negative is curiosity, ability to lead, and inventiveness and creativeness and creative energy. They love space and science, have higher IQs, so the amount of Rh negatives that any one tribe had to pull from would have maybe been one person out of an entire tribe, and he would have just been selected as the shaman or the chief.
How does that relate to the black community in America or USA?
Well,
I just had to interject because I didn't want you to get off topic on that.
The black community in America has enough intermixing that there's more Rh negatives that are of African descent in America than there are in Africa that were born in Africa. So that it's
one of the things you didn't mention though.
Okay.
That I don't want to go into.
So the mulattoes, you're saying they're
yes, have higher percentages of, and actually, you know what? You can go back and test this. If you go down the list of the 100 most, well, it's pretty easy to find out people's blood types. Like we found, Tesla's Rh negative, right? Anyway, so if you go down the list of the 100 most notable black people in American history, they're all Rh negatives. Anyone that's ever done anything.
So if you're going to treat
they
they were mulatto. They had a lot of white blood in them.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be white. It just has to be that negative factor. And the negative factor, when you have to tie it into the thing, the major key points of being Rh negative, like you're a feeling of not belonging, you're a truth seeker, you have a sense of mission in life, you have empathy and compassion for mankind, you have a higher IQ, you have sensitive senses, you have increased psychic intuitive abilities, things like that, right? Those
that sounds like me.
Those are all
Me too.
of truth seekers and people that want to build societies. So, what Anonymous and I talk about is, if you're going to start a society, you need to create a council of people that you don't have to say this out loud or publicly, but that council of people should probably all be Rh negatives, because they're going to think a little deeper. They're going to be creative. They're going to have empathy a lot on a larger scale than, say, somebody who isn't. So if you're going to be part of that inner council that's making decisions, for how the new society or the new Atlantis or whatever you want to call it's going to be, then yeah, I am a firm believer that we need to start identifying people by their traits, and their skill sets. What can you offer this community? What do you have? Because like right now we have so many people in workforces that do absolutely nothing. Like, if all the shit hits the fan, what's a person who works in HR going to do, right? They have no skills to offer to a budding community of survivalists, for instance, right? So
I had this conversation what you just pointed out. I had this conversation when I was 16. We're sitting in Dunkin' Donuts. We're talking about it. So you're sitting at a desk job or whatever. We're talking about like whenever we graduate and get our job. But the thing that came up was, how would you know that you're not the best spear fisherman in the whole world if you never go spearfishing? Like, you could have like this eye to hand, this reflex, and you could spearfish. It was just a random thing that we picked. But no desk guy, nobody working at a desk would ever know this unless he was able to test this, to be able to go out and see, hey, shit, I have hand-eye coordination. Like, you wouldn't want to go that far with it. I want to go back to what you were saying about the differences with the Rh positive, negative. And the thing you didn't mention, I don't know why you didn't, is psionics. That's why I want to get the Rh negatives together, because if the Basques are the ones that form the Jesuits, we don't have a fucking chance unless we get our own psionics together, working together for common good to those other parts of the brain that most of the positives don't even know are there. And some of you guys on the channel are like, well, yeah, I'm empathetic. I understand what you're saying. It doesn't exclude you just because you're positive. Doesn't mean that you don't have the genetic material. If we're going back to some schism, that something has happened. It just simply means that the rhesus factor's in there, but that doesn't mean that the genetic material is not in there. So if you're brilliant, other stuff, and just because you're positive doesn't mean you're excluded. So we have to be careful not to set up like the segregation of, oh, well, we're just going to look.
I can sing like a motherfucker and I can build cabinets like nobody's business.
So I had this conversation
earlier.
But
I want to know, do Rh negatives believe in flat Earth, or are they still helio people?
No, if you poll, almost everybody that believes in flat Earth is probably Rh negative, with a few outliers. And if you touch on that thing, well, yeah, but I'm Rh positive and I believe in flat Earth and I'm a truth seeker. Well, because it's a genetic passed down thing, chances are you have an Rh negative mother, or you have Rh negative genes within you. So I just call them hybrids. So there is probably a litmus test you can do. If somebody tests, hey, I'm Rh positive, then you go, oh, okay, well, let's see this, and this. How do you fit in with our new society? Or how do you think about these things? And the real basis that I kind of want to touch on is do you share a lack of human empathy? That's the biggest thing. It's like, okay, so you might be Rh positive. That's fine. But are you empathetic? Can you feel what others feel? Do you have a sense of inbuilt morality, or do you have to be told? Yeah.
No, wait, now.
Hey, Biker. Hey, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name's Ron. I'm from Alaska, and you are Biker?
Yeah.
Okay. I came back in. I apologize. I was processing fish, so I had to kind of bail for a little bit.
Yeah, I've been here. They just talk about stuff I wasn't interested in, so I kept quiet. I didn't want to open my mouth and expose myself to be a fool.
Yeah. So what's your background that you have such expertise in this field? Just curious.
I guess it's because I'm RH negative and I'm super curious, and so if something strikes my curiosity, I self-teach. I become an autodidact about anything that interests me. For instance, in my personal life, I'm a designer, and then that got boring, so I became a photographer. I got tired of being a photographer, so then I got into sign making. I was like, well, this is kind of cool. What else can I do with it? So I taught myself welding. So now I have this really weird business where I can just design and make whatever it is the client asks for. So that's that creative, that side of, I think, that's very unique to RH negatives. And so that's what it piqued my curiosity. It's like, oh, I'm ticking all these boxes, and it was kind of a nice self-discovery because it took me down a rabbit hole to learn about myself on a level that I didn't know. They're just things you knew about yourself, but you just didn't know there was a why. You're just like, oh, it's just because I'm awesome.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because I was just wondering what made you such an expert on your one's blood type.
There's a
characteristic.
Yeah, how did you come across this information?
So we can move on from that, but
there's a Basque school here of study that studies RH negatives here at UNLV. I'm going to go over there and do an interview, and kind of curious at UNLV. There's like a Basque
UNLV?
University of Nevada at Las Vegas. They have a department dedicated to the Basque community and a scientific. And
they're going to let you be speaker?
No, I'm just going to ask questions.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you're going to speak on it.
No, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions about it. I'm going to see what they know in terms of what are the facts, what are the lineages, what are the histories, what are the odd things you've heard, what are the things.
Don't get tased, man.
Yeah, so it's going to be.
It tased me.
Well, what's probably going to end up happening is that the whole department's run by RH positives. It's like they don't even know.
All right, you're gonna get tased. Oh
yeah,
no!
Don't tase me, bro.
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting topic. Everybody that I've met in the flat Earth in person, I've asked, hey, what's your blood type? If they don't know, I bust out an Eldon card and let them do the test. And I says, this is just for fun to know if you're RH negative or positive, but you should know your blood type anyway for health reasons, because they lie to you at the hospitals all the time. Your doctors will straight up lie to you. If you are RH negative and you don't know that you're RH negative, they'll tell you you're positive, and they'll end up taking more blood from you.
That's what? I don't even remember what mine is. I know I'm B. But I took biology through college, and I don't even remember any of that shit because
you can get an Eldon card.
To keep it in my memory bank. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you should know it for health, though.
Let me ask you, Biker,
remember that crap.
If you would ask me a series of questions, would you be able to tell that I'm?
Yes, I can tell right off the bat.
One way or the other.
Yeah, it's really fascinating.
My blood type, but what series of questions would you ask?
I think I'm B negative, but I'm not positive. My dad was
negative. Hey man, don't be negative.
No.
Don't be
oh my
negative.
God, I was just gonna say that.
I think the label was intentional, honestly.
Yeah,
but anyway, I'm curious about what series of questions you might ask to find out if someone's positive or negative.
Well, you can just
wait. Biker Scout.
I'm not making a joke about it. I'm serious. I mean, I think that this line of questioning, I've never been introduced to this, so I'm kind of curious about it.
Well, you can just go down the checklist and ask those common questions or those common bullet points, but realistically, if it was me and you and just talking, I listen to the words you use first. And I think that's part of the empath. Like I sense and feel your energy, like how you talk, how you come across, the words you choose, how deep in thought you go. And then I start asking, You know, like, do you ever get that sense of feeling of not belonging? And then it starts to sound like a Dianetics commercial, right?
Right.
You know? Right? It's like, do you have a sense or a mission in life? You know, that
Sounds
just
like I'm sitting in front of a psychiatrist. Hey,
right. It gets real cheesy at that
What
point.
do you think about when I say
Right?
what how do
Do you
you
have-
Biker,
feel?
I bet you're like the best on the first date, man. On your first date with whomever, you ask them a bunch of questions, and you say, "Hey, can I have some of your blood?" I bet you that goes over real well.
You know,
really think
I
that's
do. I do actually do that, and I'll explain how that
works. Let me ask you
works.
about blood over intent. Let's just
Yeah, no.
redirect
You-
here real
you
quick.
Hey,
don't-
Biker, I want to ask
you
you a
don't do
question real
blood
quick.
letting.
Don't prejudge on that. We ain't even gone there yet, but I
Yeah.
ain't going to either anyway. But
Yeah,
that's-
there's no point in bloodletting. That's an occultic practice, no matter how you slice it.
Okay, well, I agree with you on that.
Okay,
There's no
well,
reason to even go there.
that's an opinion. That's cool. I get it. Thank you. Move on.
So I've actually done. Here's how you bring it up, because it is weird. It's like, hey, you know, I think you're pretty. What's your blood type? I'm gonna hang you in my bathtub and drain you later on, right? It's like, how do you approach that? So the way I approach it personally, because here's secondary reason why you should know what your blood type is.
That's pretty gross, man. I'm thinking about what you just said.
Come on, Ron, let him finish.
All right, go ahead.
The secondary reason why
that's
you should know
creative
your
side.
blood type is eating for your diet. That's a thing. Eating for your blood type is a real thing, and it has to do with our evolutionary, well, not necessarily evolutionary, but let's say transitionary biology from the steppes to the forest to the sea life, right? So basically, the oldest blood type group would be A. And then all of a sudden B shows up, and then you've got a mingling of the A and the B groups. And then you get O. And it has a lot to do with the foods they're able to easily digest and handle. So if anything, you should know what your blood type is and then go down the checklist. Oh, it says I'm A. I should probably eat mostly a fruit and vegetable diet with a little bit of fish, right? And then, I should avoid beans. Oh, okay, good to know, right? And then your B type, you're like, oh, well, I can have like chicken and turkey, you know, but I should avoid red meat, you know. And then you get into O, which is like you can digest and process red meats and heavier things, and but you can't have nightshade vegetables or whatever it is, right? So it's important to know those for that reason. So on a date, if I'm trying to find out what someone's blood type is, if they don't know, is oftentimes, if left to your own devices, people tend to eat what their body tells them to eat. So you can oftentimes spot a vegetarian as being an A because they just don't really have a desire for red meat. You know what I mean? So you can always bring that aspect up. You're on a date and you're like, hey, I'm doing this this thing about blood types and stuff for eating right for your diet. You've heard of that, right? You know what your blood type is? That's how you can bring that up.
No, we don't. I have never.
Dude, I'm
heard
the
that.
opposite. I'm O positive, and I don't like to eat red meat that very much, man.
Well, hey, can I ask you, is this self-diagnosis or is this just what you received over time?
There's whole like
self-diagnosis. I mean, from your
for finding your blood
theoretical philosophy that you're throwing at us right now.
No, wait a minute. No,
quite honestly,
that's what I'm
Ron,
asking.
let's not slam him. I mean, I'm just saying.
No, I'm not slamming him.
All right,
that's a good question.
I mean, it's very good.
Like how they do the horoscope test, or they do that positive affirmation test, and you read a thing of positive things, traits, and you're like, yeah, that sounds like me. Well, it's the same thing goes with blood types. Like they kind of align blood types and personality traits, and you read all the personality traits for like
interesting. I find it very interesting, but that's why I was asking, because is it your hypothesis or
I wish it was.
No, I've definitely heard of it before.
No, listen,
I've definitely heard of it before. Different eating according to your blood type.
Information to kind of come to this realization. That's all.
Yeah, my self-diagnosis based on the things I was reading, I was like, oh, I'm clearly a B. My blood type's got to be B, right? That's my self-diagnosis.
I'm talking yourself I'm talking about what you indicate that negative is this. You're not coming to that conclusion based on, I'm sorry, based on what you think you know, but you've read other works.
Oh, okay.
Correct?
Well, no, actually, most people that I talk to are RH negative, and they do have that feeling of not belonging. We're truth seekers, sense of mission in life, blah blah blah. They've had an internal knowing, like I just knew I felt different. I felt weird, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And when you put it into words for them, you can see the light bulbs come on, the puzzle pieces click together, and then all of a sudden you start and you go read the literature, and you get a better grasp of what people have studied about this over the years. And
okay, cool. Well, no, I appreciate that. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, there's a RH negative registry online or whatever, and it goes down, the lists of the science facts and then the esoteric facts, and then anecdotal evidence and things like that. There's all that stuff out there.
So
man, you racist against RH positive people, man.
That's right. You goddamn monkeys.
Yeah, right. You racist, man.
Yep, I'm bloodist, I guess.
Man, I'm sorry. Man, get off my panel, man. Get off my panel. I'm just fucking with you.
You want to know something really interesting that I found out doing all this research? I don't know if this is true, but I did read it, that almost everybody who has AIDS or HIV is Rh positive.
AIDS is a hoax, dude.
Well, HIV is a series of symptoms of a destruction of the myelin sheath of your nerve cells.
Right.
And so you could, if you say you've never had sex, and you have all the symptoms of HIV, they'd probably say you had lupus or MS, right?
Yeah.
So, there's that. But with those symptoms, that almost all of them are Rh positive. I find that really weird. Like there's this one case study, and this is a real true story, and he was known like in the late 70s, early 80s, the man who couldn't get AIDS. Well, I guess they didn't call it AIDS back then. They called it GRID. But they studied him forever, and he had a very...
What?
I guess he was... You can Google him, the man who could never get HIV or could never get AIDS.
The guy that went around and made the speeches, and he'd like eat the HIV.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but...
eat the HIV virus and then like make speeches about it and shit. Is that the guy you're talking about?
I don't know if he made speeches, but doctors certainly did, and they couldn't figure it out. But he had a very unique genotype coupled with an Rh negative factor. So it was a very, very, very unique situation. But he was gay as the day is long, and his partners were just dying left and right, and he was just waiting for his turn. He'd never get it, could never contract it. So they were always studying his little condition. So somewhere there's a lot of work done on blood and blood immuno-related diseases and transmutation and transmittability. So there is some secret knowledge about that's not making it into the AMA, that's for sure.
Well, if I check myself as positive, which I'm not really actually sure.
Well, Eldon cards are $7.
On you, but because I've always been negative on all the news, everything, all my life. So,
well, then why did you even mention that, Ron?
But I think I might be negative, but I'm not sure.
I thought you were talking about AIDS, man. I thought you were talking about HIV. I've never tested myself positive.
There was a commercial.
You mention that shit, Ron. What the hell?
I'm talking about blood type, dude. Because that was the main thing going on here. Damn, fuck AIDS. AIDS is kind of like a hoax, in my opinion.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever. That's what we were talking about. And you said, like, if I tested myself positive,
yeah, I know.
So you know what's really weird about HIV?
I was behind the curve on that one.
Everybody who has HIV has done poppers. That's almost 100% factual.
You know what a popper is, in my opinion? It's a jalapeno stuffed with cream cheese.
All the gay people know what poppers are, but it's literally they're huffing, right?
Fuck you.
And they're
Come on,
What
Ron.
do you apply?
Ron, just chill out.
That was funny, biker. Hey, biker, you know what?
Oh,
RH
that was
negatives
cute.
don't have a sense of humor.
yeah, I know, right? Too serious.
Damn, you're too negative.
I'm positive you're negative.
Don't be negative.
Yes, I'm positive you're a negative asshole.
All right, whatever.
I'm a negative creep. I'm a negative creep, and I'm stoned. That's Nirvana right there.
I'd be sorry for interrupting. Continue.
I don't want to qualify that I'm not gay by saying I don't know what a popper is, but I'm not gay. So what is a popper? Seriously,
Okay,
not a joke.
okay.
No,
It's you know it's like tetrachlorohydrine or something like that. It's video head
Popper,
cleaner.
No, bullshit.
It's a chemical.
Hey, I'm the one that questioned him on it. Let me explain it. It's cream cheese filled inside of a jalapeno pepper
with a breaded coating, and you fry it.
Did you just out yourself?
You can fry it, bake it, and you can even coat it, but it's a popper. And you eat it.
So
it's a solvent.
You huff
You're
this
saying it's
chemical. Yes.
I don't think I even want to know what the
If you
gays
have
know what
if
it
you've
is.
never
So
had a
let's just
jalapeno
move on past
popper,
that. I really don't want to know. Anonymous, I really don't want
if
to know.
you've never had
I
a
don't know either.
jalapeno popper,
Have you huffed paint or huffed glue? It's the same thing.
Dude.
But
Okay, well,
what it
yeah.
does over
I've huffed a
extended-
lot of shit, so yeah, I know
Who's
exactly
talking
what it
now?
feels like.
If you huff that kind of
Anyway.
stuff for an extended period of time, it damages the sheath around your myelin and your nerve endings. There, okay. I
Myelin
brought
is
it
the
full
coating
circle.
of the coating on your nerves.
Yes.
The coating,
Okay.
you know, it's like
So-
yeah. Anyway, it's
so
like the
you-
veins for your
So
nerves.
you don't like hot?
Yeah, I don't like jalapenos.
Hey, Ron, calm down, man.
I'm just having fun.
I know, but let's let the conversation roll a little more.
So
Please.
we go back to the Rh negative stuff. Yeah, I believe that because it's passed down genetically, that people can exhibit Rh negative traits, but just don't have the marker of the allele because say their mom was Rh negative or whatever, right? And their dad was Rh positive. So you get a 50-50 shot if you're going to be Rh positive or Rh negative. So it's not really fair to quantify and group a bunch of people like, oh, we're all Rh negatives. And then, you know, some of them happen to have Rh positive kids somewhere down the line. You're like, well, what did you do? Did you fuck a monkey? Right? So you can't be xenophobic in the Rh negative, Rh positive thing. The most fascinating thing that I've come across in the flat earth arena is almost everybody that I've met personally in real life that is into flat earth is Rh negative. So that's anecdotal for me, and that's that.
How can
Well, that'd be an interesting study to do to find out how many are and how many aren't.
Tell everybody, get a Eldon
do you
card.
ask them what
No.
actually their blood type is or what?
Yeah, I do now.
There actually, wait, there's a channel user. Her name is PEI. I want to say light, maybe PEI something. P.E.I. something or other. She had a live stream not too long ago, and it was entitled "Flat Earth RH negative blood," and
Really?
she was saying pretty much what he's saying right now.
Yeah, it's my fault, guys. Honestly, I'm the one that's been pushing this narrative secretly through other people.
Well, she wants to poll
I find
people.
this
and
fascinating.
she goes out and polls people on the flat Earth wherever she goes and tries to find out what their blood type is. I wouldn't say scientific analysis, but I think she said something like of the 15% Rh negative in the human genome.
Yes.
That 60%. I think she said 60% of the flat Earth crew are Rh negative.
Just 60? Huh.
Well, you got to also
You'd think
consider
it'd be
the other
more.
people who came to the flat Earth probably came through channels like just seeing how bullshit NASA was. So you start questioning NASA. It doesn't take a leap of faith to go, what else are they lying to me about? Whereas if you're just naturally an Rh negative curious person, you're going to go down these rabbit holes and you're going to entertain these flights of fancy. You're going to entertain aliens. You're going to entertain giants, right?
Well, and then it becomes entertainment. It becomes entertainment, but you're not necessarily convinced. And then you become part of a crowd, and you like to you're like, yeah, and then you're in the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was convinced of this, like we were talking about earlier. I was convinced that I was being lied to many, many years ago. Now, it may end up turning out that I think I'm O positive, but I have something, you know, but I'm pretty sure I'm O positive, and now I'm telling the whole world that my blood type, my whole name, and I live in Arkansas, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm right here standing against the system saying whatever the fuck I want to say.
Realistically, the system already knows that about you.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
That's
They're
why.
the only
That's
people that can shut you down.
They have my IP address.
Yeah.
So it doesn't fucking matter. But anyway, but seriously, as far as I know, I'm O positive. But I don't know. I don't even know what my blood relatives' blood types are.
You can get an Elden card.
But I've always been a truther, man. And from the time I can remember, I'm like, I felt like everything was bullshit, man. I used to think that I lived in an alternate reality when I was like kid. I think when I was like 12 years old, I was thinking, is this even fucking real? I'm like, I used to walk around going, I don't think I'm really here. You know what I mean?
Well, I can.
Hey, you know what? I got a psychologist I could introduce you to.
Oh, thanks for that.
No, I'm just kidding.
Tell her to give me a call, or
you know,
him, or whoever.
Yeah, if you can pick up an Elden card for $6 on Amazon. You just poke your finger and put 4 dots of blood on the thing, and it'll tell you your blood type and whether or not you're positive or negative. Now, here's some.
Pretty sure I'm O positive, but go ahead.
Okay, here's some new information.
You're
going to want to
wait,
is that what you're saying?
Wait. I just want to get back to Ron for a second. That 60% didn't sound like all that much because it's just slightly above half. But you have to understand that in the population, there's only 15% Rh negative. And so if only 15% is Rh negative, and you look at the flat Earth crew of all the different flavors of flat Earth, for her to discover, and I don't know how she didn't maybe in her data, but she hasn't posted data yet. She says percent that are flat that of the population that are Rh negative. That 60% of flat Earth is Rh negative. That means that's huge. That's a huge statistically significant amount that you just can't explain away if her numbers are right. I haven't looked at them, but that's what she's claiming. I can't remember her name. I'd have to look up her channel. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. You guys go ahead and keep going.
Okay. So,
well, I think you were trying. Hey, can I say something? I think you were trying to say that there's a follow-along group of people that kind of go with the flow, and you think they're flat earthers, and they may think they are, but they're not really sure, and that could be that 40%.
That's what I was getting at. So here's something really interesting. Now, I didn't really get a chance to mention it, but the prevailing science and/or theory is that Rh negatives have copper-based blood, but not like a crab, or a spider. They've got blue blood, not like that. But there's more copper elements in Rh negatives blood than there is, say, iron. And for instance, this is a medical thing. Like if you're have whatever the lethargy symptoms of lacking iron or whatever, and a doctor is like, you need to take iron. Don't. They actually have a form that allows you to sign a waiver specifically to not take iron. Do not give me iron supplements. Do not give me an iron injection, blah, blah, blah. Because that actually ends up making people with Rh negative blood, that actually ends up making whatever condition the doctor's trying to treat makes it worse. So they know about this, but they don't talk about it, but there happens to be a form for it.
Wow.
So
can you repeat that? I mean, what you just said was pretty crazy.
So if
I got it.
If you have a condition where anemia or something where a doctor's going, you have low iron, right?
Yeah. Right.
If you're Rh negative and they're saying you're possessing the symptoms of having low iron, you need to take copper supplements. Do not take iron supplements. Iron makes it worse.
They aren't saying that. What you telling me?
They aren't saying it.
They're not
there's
saying
a form for it.
That should be the way it should be. Right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So yes. So Rh negatives should be taking copper supplements.
Yeah. Copper is good for everybody.
Copper is good for everybody, exactly. But excessive iron is not. And in fact, there's this theory that too much iron in our environment that's getting into our blood that's not natural occurring iron, or that's not part of, the makeup of the hemoglobin and all that stuff, but the floating around iron that's in our system can actually trigger a blood mutation. So it's quite possible that if you do an Eldon card test and you test positive, but you tick all the boxes characteristic checks of Rh negative, that your blood has been mutated to appear to be positive. You've got too much iron, blah, 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 in your system. So, because blood regenerates every 12 weeks or whatever, you need to go on a detox program of, ridding your body of the excessive iron. You don't want to go into bloodletting and any of that weird stuff, but you do want to change your diet and take the copper elements, eat cilantro, get rid of those heavy metals, No,
you don't want to ingest, you want to eliminate. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so that's interesting. So this mutation that could occur on the blood could be, now I guess we could say, oh, it's chemtrails. Chemtrails are causing these blood mutations. What if they're trying to turn all the Rh negative? What if the elite know about how special Rh negative people are, but the Rh negative people don't know yet, right? So they're like trying to slowly mutate them to show up as Rh positive, because at some point in the future, there's going to be mandatory blood tests. And if you're Rh negative, you go into door B. If you're Rh positive, you go in door A. Maybe it's a ride on the spaceship, or maybe it's go to the FEMA camps. I don't know. But I have a feeling at some point within our lifetimes, we're going to see blood come up as a political issue for the elite. And they'll probably have different reasons for it. They'll say it's for health and safety, or Zika virus testing, things like that, right? There'll be some crazy virus that everybody needs to get tested for, but what they're actually doing is checking your blood type, and you're being put into a database. So again, this is why blood is important. It's why it's important you know what your blood type is moving forward.
I posted the link to her channel.
Yeah, there you go. I was about to say that. Go ahead.
Li project, and she does a lot with wanting the word out and trying to get other people to ask people about their blood types. So she's really into this in terms of like getting a database together on flat Earth.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I started it, but it wasn't.
No, listen, man. I
got to check my blood type.
Listen to it. I didn't know what was going to happen.
But if I'm B positive, I'm going to call bullshit on you, because
you're hybrid. You probably had Rh negative
hybrid.
Check this out, man. I opened this Hangout tonight and
or even
invited an anonymous guest because I heard him talking on other channels, and there was a lot of people on there, and he had a lot to say, and he couldn't really say it. Everybody started getting pissed off because he was running over everybody. So I just wanted him to come in because I felt like that he had a lot of information to offer to everyone. I don't necessarily. I mean, I do, I like to interject, and I have a lot of information in my brain because I absorb a lot of information, but I'm not good at expressing it like you guys are. So I wanted to bring together, common minds and a common understanding of different things. And I'm not scared to explore any type of information. And so this is why I opened up this Hangout. And what's funny, I named it Conspiracy Throwdown because anonymous guest was on another channel that wasn't a conspiracy channel or anything. It was just a channel we were hanging out on, and the guy was curious about flat Earth, and he's not a flat earther. He's just somebody that was really cool, and we were hanging out with him, but he's just like, flat Earth is fucking up my channel. I think I'm going to start another channel or whatever. And I was like, man, and I've already been talking to him about doing this. And so I don't care what anybody says on here. I mean, I know I've been around for a while, and I know everybody you know, in the not everybody in the flat Earth community, but people that have been around for a long time know me, and I know who they are. And I'm not scared. That's why I call it Conspiracy Throwdown. And when he was on that channel, he was trying to back off the conspiracy stuff, but anonymous guest jumped on there, and he, you know, you just can't hold back, because I was on there, and he's like, and he asked you the same question he asked me. He's like, man, do you have trouble talking to people in a normal social setting and stuff? It's like, well, yeah, sometimes, yeah, because I have to usually just kind of put a pin in it and try to think of some general conversation to talk about it, see what they're talking about, talk about that. But anyway,
Dennis is
so I heard,
guest.
No, I'm not what?
No, is it the person we've been talking to right now?
Anonymous guest is the guy with the upside down cross through the crown.
Well,
the biker scout is the guy with the stormtrooper mask deal.
Yeah, the blood thing. Okay, cool.
So I just wanted, this is the reason I had this Flat Earth Conspiracy Throwdown, because while he was talking to this guy, I had put in the chat, and it was Kenneth Revids who he was talking to, and he was like trying to back off the conspiracy stuff. He was just like, we're just having a, you know, I'm trying to he was trying to back off of it, and he knows who I am, or whatever. And I heard anonymous guest was like, yeah, he was like, yeah, Dennis said something about having you on there with him, and he's like, yeah, it's gonna be a conspiracy throwdown. And I was like, man, that's it, conspiracy throwdown. That's why I called it Conspiracy Throwdown. So that was from anonymous guest, and he came up with conspiracy throwdown. So, but I'm not scared to talk about any topic, and every topic leads into another topic, and it's great that you guys have brought this stuff in here. I'm glad you came in, Biker Scout, because
well, Anonymous invited me. He's like, hey, you got to come over here.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. I'm really glad he did, because I'm not a talker, man, but I'm interested in every topic, and I'm not going to shut anybody down on anything, because and I like that you brought up the Hyperborea stuff, because I really want to talk about a lot of that stuff, because I think that there's really something to that is not being explored in the flat Earth community, honestly.
Absolutely, that's the stuff I like talking about. But
well, let's do that. Let's do that. We'll concentrate on that the next one, man, if you want to join. And go, because it's like 3 o'clock, and I'm gonna have to shut this down pretty soon. I gotta work in the morning, or like in like 4 hours
after a nap.
Yeah,
With
just
the
that's all I get.
You said Hyperborea, and then it was earlier today, or was it yesterday? Somebody directed us to the Russian. There's like this all Russian channel, and if you can't speak Russian or read Russian, you can't get much out of it.
That's where I got the Hyperborea stuff. You look on my channel, I got a video from them for the Hyperborea. That's what got me infatuated with it. And I'm like, I put some of my music to one of their videos. Just made a video. Look on my channel, you'll see it.
Shit, I missed it.
Oh man,
that's exactly where I got it from. But the funny part is,
I went in there and was translating stuff, like trying to talk to them in chat, you know, and they were like, "Check this video out." Anyway, go ahead.
Right. They didn't. There's nothing that they shared but Hyperborea. That was the very first thing out the gate, was Hyperborea. It wasn't about the curvature. It wasn't about any of that kind of stuff. It's a flat Earth channel. It's in Russian.
Yeah, they kept telling me, you're not where you think you are. That's what they kept telling me. You're not where you think you are. And then they sent me that video. So anyway, but they have a video translation in English. It's on my channel.
No, what do you take from that? What you just said?
Oh, that I'm not where I think I am. The map's fucked up, man. There ain't the AE map is a total fabrication of the globe. That's what I take from it. There's no, the AE map is just a fabrication of the globe map, and it's all messed up. And I'm not saying their map is correct, but I'm just saying I think there's more land at the North Pole. That's why I was wanting to come up and visit you, and we're gonna take a fucking expedition up to the North Pole and find Hyperborea, man, or on the other side of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, do you guys remember that guy who was mounting an expedition to explore Hollow Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he did the whole crowdfunding thing, and then he ended up getting private investors. And then the first ship they chartered, they backed out of the deal, and then the second ship, the Yamal, got decommissioned. So there's no nuclear icebreakers in that can be rented or leased in the the Arctic Sea.
No, I haven't heard about
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. So it's like, even if you wanted to mount your own private expedition, there's no ships that can carry enough fuel to get to the Hole or Mount Meru or the Antarctic ice wall or through the Ross Ice Sea, or those secret channels.
Well, from what they say, essentially we're in Midgard, and they're in Asgard, or there's Asgard, and what was the other one? Oh shit! Well, it's on the video, man. Just watch this on my channel. Anyway,
we're in Middle Earth. Yeah, so that whole expedition in the North Arctic Sea had been shut down. And
how
we
do
talk
we
about
bust it?
You got to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm telling you, it's got to be like hot air balloons and shit. Because if you look on the map and you measure these distances, say between Barrow and Siberia, are accurate, we're talking like, what is it, 4,000 miles or something of open ocean?
I'm not sure it's that far.
It's probably like, I definitely think that if there's any validity to those islands, like Mount Meru and that stuff, they could totally be there. And then they just put an ice cap, and then they just show ocean.
Dude, the AE map is all squished up, man.
Yeah,
you stretch it out a little bit, there's something there, dude.
Yeah.
All right. So, are there any flights that actually fly over the pole?
No, not even the satellites. If you go to NORAD and you watch the satellite tracker thing and you spin it around and look at the North Pole, it looks like the spirograph of flights that completely miss a huge 600-mile spot right over the very center.
There's shit there, I promise.
Yeah. Whether it's a hole or Mount Meru or another etheric plane.
Or the four rivers flowing into the center, which causes the tides of the oceans.
Because there's enough historical evidence that points towards the land getting lush and green and different flora and fauna, Or what about the woolly mammoths that wash up on Siberian shores that still have food ingested in their stomach, that were trapped in icebergs that came floating from that direction?
They're like 2 million years old, don't you know?
Yeah.
Millions upon millions and trillions and billions.
Millions, billions and billions.
Billions.
Hey, how close is the closest star?
Billions.
How far is it?
It's 4 light years.
It's 250. It's 250 trillion miles away.
Trillions of miles is that shit?
250 trillion miles away is the closest star.
It's like, how did they measure that? Did they use a laser pointer, or what did they use?
Weight of the Earth.
Yeah, the weight
of the Earth, the weight of the sun, the weight of the galaxy, the weight of everything.
I think it just fits a handy narrative, a mathematical equation that nobody can figure out. And they're like, see? Science. Go back to NASCAR. Shut
Science.
up.
Did you just drop your microphone?
I did. The microphone fell on the ground. Science.
Hey, guys. Bitches. Honestly, I don't want to. I want to hang out with you guys all night. I really have to get off here.
I'm going to keep it live. Just go to bed. Keep it live.
No, I'll be listening. I'll stay awake. No, I can do that, actually. How long have I been live? I've been about 6 hours now.
Worried about it getting corn bombed?
No, you guys are the only ones that have the link. So,
well, if you don't have a problem with that, let her know.
No, that's cool. I'll listen, man. You guys want to hang out? I'm a mute, and I'm gonna sleep while I'm listening to this
Dennis,
awesome fucking conversation.
It's all good,
man.
Here's a question I have.
Wait. Okay, hold just a second. One more thing from the Russians. I don't know if you guys are familiar with New Earth. It's a lot of star fortresses, archaeology, artifacts, things that don't fit in there.
Been there,
okay. Because her Russian or her English is really
Yeah, I know.
It's
You got to
something nice.
really pay attention.
Yeah, you have to really focus, and so it's good to fall asleep too. But the thing is, me trying to go through those videos, like, because I was like trying to focus on it. I didn't want to fall asleep. But if you know about New Earth, that's something that I don't know that Russian guy's name, but I don't know if that's his channel or not. But there's a lot of good information on there of just stuff that doesn't fit what we've been told.
You say his, I think it's a her. I think
Nuda, I've been looking at things they told us about history for 20 years or longer that they told us was real history that ended up that, you know, hidden archaeology or a suppressed archaeology that proves that they're lying. So yeah,
I have a degree in history, and it's all true.
Yeah, I'm sure
all of it.
It's absolutely true.
They'll revoke my degree if I say otherwise.
No
That's the way that
such
works.
thing as Hyperborea. Nothing even remotely close to that exists.
So you jacking us or what right now? Say that.
But anyway, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and you guys chop it up. And I'll figure out.
Right. Well, hey, keep it
lose
open.
my job tomorrow or not.
Let the computer ride. Okay.
Or I'll just show up to work.
We're good. Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
You'll find out that
anyway.
That we
all right.
We trolled your ass in the morning.
You damn trolls coming up on here talking about all them conspiracies.
We're gonna form a secret society right on your channel, and you won't know about it.
Well, it's more of them conspiratards up in here, and we'll figure out what's going on.
Hey, Dennis.
We'll have secret handshakes by morning.
Dennis, you have a good night's sleep, man. Get to bed. You need to get
I
some
doubt
sleep.
it. I doubt it. All right, I'm gonna go smoke, and you guys chop it up. I'll be listening.
And we already have the bloodletting ritual, so hey,
Who
we're
the
almost
fuck
there.
said that dinosaurs were real? Were you fucking shitting my ass or what?
Dinosaurs are real? I don't know.
Dinosaurs.
I've never seen a dinosaur. Have you? I've seen an alligator.
Well, of course they're
Somebody
real. It's the
said
biggest
they-
conspiracy of all time. You see, what they're doing is they're cloning the genetic material from the fossils to make dinosaurs in the deep underground bases, and then they compress them and push them into the oil reservoir so we can have more oil. See, that's the biggest conspiracy of all time.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's good. I love it.
So that's where all the food is going. Instead of sending it to the starving kids in Africa, we got this huge, massive herd of dinosaurs they have to feed so they can grow big enough so they can squish them into the oil. Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a closed loop system.
I get it. I get it now. All right. I'm with you.
If I was a dinosaur designer, this is how I would do it.
Jimmy must have passed out, or he'd have been on this already, man. He's fucking sleeping by his microphone.
He's fucking drunk. I'm sure he's had too much whiskey.
All right, I'm gonna go find.
So if oil in the ground comes from dead dinosaurs, shouldn't we expect in a few thousand years all these cemeteries to be producing oil?
Wait, Biker. You're RH negative, right?
Yeah.
Could you tell me the effect of alcohol on you?
Does not work well with me. In fact, I don't drink.
Good idea.
When you do drink, when you do drink, does it? When you say not work well, can you be a little bit more specific?
Makes me sicker easier. I have
stupid.
Yeah, well, of course, it kills your blood cells and your damages your liver, blah blah blah. But it makes me like if all of my buddies are sitting around, we all have the same amount of drinks, and we've never drunk before for a long time, and then we get together. It's like anybody who's RH negative gets drunk way quicker and sicker, like super hangover.
Okay, but well, I guess what I was specifically wanting to ask you was, did you notice a difference in your ability to empathize? Did it block your ability to be empathetic?
No, it kind of makes you more empathetic and weepy. like a you know, because alcohol suppresses, you know. So I think if you're naturally empathetic, you're going to have your guard up anyway, because you just don't want to be just like socially considered, you know, emotionally weak or whatever, or just talk about your feelings all the time. But when you do get drunk, you have a tendency to be more lovey-dovey, talk about your feelings, and tell everybody how much you love them and stuff. That's at least my experience with it.
Are you Project L?
What is that?
No, I thought maybe you posted some.
No.
Why don't you post your website in chat? Please. So we can kind of see where you're coming from.
Project L?
That's not you.
No.
No. Project L. Project L is the one that's doing the blood typing, looking it through Flat Earth, asking people to ask people, like, let's gather the data. So Project Ellie, she's the one trying to figure out what is the RH negative thing all about, and why is Flat Earth saturated with them.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's kind of it's got to be an interesting question. You'd have to start off with, do you know your blood type, for one, because not a lot of people do. And then if they say they're negative, then you can ask the follow-up questions about Flat Earth.
I already told you I don't. I think I'm B negative, but I'm not positive.
Oh man, Ron, don't be negative.
Too funny.
Then why are negative ions so good for us?
Oh, negative ions are good. I bought a negative ion machine, even though I didn't need it, but I did it. I put it into my bedroom. It actually was pretty cool. You could smell it. You could feel it.
I couldn't install a waterfall.
The energy from it. It was like a waterfall, yeah.
Exactly. I couldn't install a waterfall in my bedroom, so I got a negative ion generator instead, honey.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes me positive. And then their little brains are like, I don't get it. How does it?
I get it. I get it. I get all that.
So wait a minute. Both of you have negative ion generators in your house?
I don't anymore. But
I have one.
I get so much. I go outside so much that I don't need it. But yeah, I'm up here in Alaska, so yeah.
I run 4 ion generators in my house. 4 of them.
What?
Are you just pumping your house full of, like, what is it, Corona discharge ion generators, or you're just ozoning your whole family?
Well, no. I make sure to have any ozone, or not any ozone, but the ozone rating is below the threshold, and it's like 1 per room, so we're good.
Oh, okay. I just pictured 4 of them in a room.
Wow.
And you're just sitting there. It's like, I'm gonna engage my superpowers.
Shit. Have you noticed the difference from a baseline beforehand?
It's almost like, have you ever walked out after a thunderstorm as soon as it stopped and you smell the
yes,
yeah.
Or
so
when I go, oh, go ahead.
So I don't know if it's psychological or if it's physiological, but it gives you an energetic feeling, and it might be psychological, just the smell of the lightning. I don't know. I can't say, is it a physiological positive response? In other words, my physiology has changed, and so the dopamines or whatever in the brain and all that release of chemicals is happening, or is it just psychological? It's going, hey, it's just like after a thunderstorm. Then again, the question is, why do we? When I say we, some of us enjoy walking out after a thunderstorm.
I like walking out during one, so I don't know. I can't answer.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Because I really do.
If I walk out in a thunderstorm, I might get hit by lightning, and it fixes all my problems. You know, it's kind of like playing the lottery. You walk out there, you get hit by lightning, all your problems are solved. You know,
I think it
it's
has
quite realistic.
something.
Yeah,
I think it has something to do with
hey,
the
you have no more debt, right?
the electrical charge in the air we're attracted to. And here's another really interesting trait about Rh negatives that they all kind of seem to say the same thing. It's like, yeah, I have these weird electrical anomalies around me, or walk under streetlights and they turn off. You know, things like that.
Dude, I have a personal experience with that. And that was one time I was able to turn the radio off from across the room. I had one witness that looked at this, and she's like, no, you're blocking the signal somehow. And I said, no, look at the power light. You know, little LED power to the whole fucking unit shut down when I put my arm out because I was going to go over to turn it off. It went off. But I did it with my left hand. Back to my right hand, it went off again. And it freaked her the fuck out because my right hand, if I did that with my right hand, the whole unit, all the power indicators or whatever, any LED that was on the face of it, shut down. I tried to do it with my left hand, nothing happened. And I was like, well, that's kind of strange now, isn't it?
Yep. There's a street light by my work that I can walk by all the time and turn it off without fail. Frontwards, backwards, doesn't matter if it's hot or cold out, or it's just, but what's really weird is that street pole happens to be touching a pine tree. So there's some kind of connection. I've always had connections with like pine trees anyway, but like the earth that I'm walking on with that pine tree next to it is touching that light pole, and just me being in the vicinity shuts that light off every time. I'll go back 5 minutes, it comes back on. I'll purposely go over there to show people, look, this turns off when I go by it. And I'm like, you try it, and it doesn't work for them. So
I got a flash. When you just said that, I got a flash of something. There's a film called The Sorcerer's Apprentice. The Sorcerer's Apprentice. And in that film, Merlin's apprentice is telling the apprentice, here, put on the old man shoes, or these leather shoes. Or in your shoes are blocking the electricity. They telegraph that in that film.
Oh yeah.
That the whole thing about grounding, you've heard of grounding, you walk outside barefoot because then it flows through you. Well, how many people are walking around with fucking rubber-soled shoes?
Everybody.
Oh, that's why the world is the way it is. They cut their hair, they're completely disconnected, they're eating shit. I mean, we've gone through this so many times, but that's one of the key things right there.
Yeah.
Your connection back to all of it.
Well, there's so many things that you have to do in order to be fully connected again. It's your diet, it's touching Mother Earth, it's cutting out electronics. It's like this big shift you have to go through in order to be, I hate to overuse the term, but to be awake again. There's a lot of little facets to it. It's not just one thing you can do and all of a sudden you get it, right? Oh, I stopped eating sugar. Now I get it. No, there's so many components to this thing.
Going back to electricity, though, and this goes back to inheriting something that we're just starting to rediscover for ourselves right now. My father could never wear a wristwatch. Now, the reason being, as soon as he put it on, within a day, 2, maybe 3, he never more than a week, because it would stop. And the question was, well, why? Why is it that any kind of wristwatch that you would wear would just stop? So he just stopped wearing them because he just knew he can't wear a wristwatch.
I'm the exact same way. I can't wear a wristwatch at all, even digital ones. Get a nice Casio. They'd stop working. Even ones with the 10-year batteries, they stop working.
Right. There's something going on that we're not being told about the nature of who and what we really are.
Exactly. And
Hey,
that's
Scout?
Yes.
There's a question from chat
Oh, I'm sorry. My screensaver went on.
asking for you to tell the story about the waterfall,
The waterfall?
or just ask about the waterfall. That's what it said to me. So
Oh,
make
the negative ions. All waterfalls produce negative ions.
okay.
And in fact, that's why they say Niagara Falls areas, like the lover's paradise or the most marriages or whatever has to do with that, is because the negative ions make us feel good about ourselves and they increase amorous feelings towards one another. So if you just go and take a visual snapshot at Niagara Falls, almost everybody is hand in hand there. It's just something about falling water generating the negative electricity or the negative ions and making the air pure. You know.
And what does it mean that water does that?
I don't know. It just means it's part of our home.
Okay.
We should recognize that.
Well, there's two other instances
water
of that.
produces negative
Waves, like at the beach, the waves at the beach.
Yeah.
The waves at the beach, the same thing. But here's something that's also in there. Pine needles. If you're in a pine needle forest, when the wind blows, it generates negative ions at the very tip.
Correct.
And then, of course, and that's in the air.
That's why I've always had a special connection with pine trees. I don't know what it is about them, but it's the only tree I like to be around. They're pine trees. It's always been that way. And it has to do with the negative ions and their electricity and stuff. But
brother, you're speaking from the heart, because when I moved from my homestead, it was down in the sandhills of North Carolina. There's a bunch of long and short-leaf pines. And when I moved out to the mountains of North Carolina, the trees are different. It's more all kinds of other trees, but not densely forested pine trees. And I noticed a difference, and that's why I'm running 4 ionizers in my house right now.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. Like if you actually tune in and pay attention to things that make you feel good, you know, like you said, going out and camping for 3 days, right? It probably is because most campgrounds have pine trees, right? That's my thought on it anyway. I just have this connection with pine trees. And I live in a city with no pine trees.
Find your rural location, brother. Move to where you need to go.
Well, like I said, you know, this society, this city that I want to put together, it'll have pine trees there. For sure. In the southern latitudes. For sure. So I'm going to be setting up shop in Chile. So if any flat earth RH negative people want to create an awesome community of like-minded people, that's where I'll be. Open invitation. But there will be a blood test.
Oh man. You understand how, you said it, and you know how that came across to some people in the chat, right?
Oh, of course, absolutely. That's why I said it. I'm going to be xenophobic against the monkeys. How's that? Do you want me to get down to it? No goddamn monkey on my goddamn ranch. Unless they're working at the ranch, and we'll allow them, but they won't be part of the inner sanctum.
Oh wait. So you'll let the hybrids in, and they'll be like the cheap labor.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's cooks and landscapers and people that just like doing manual labor and stuff. I mean, RH negative people are thinkers. We're intellectuals. We come up with ideas and plans. We like to create, and then we need to point and go, "This is what we want done." That's how it's always been. How do you think the pyramids got built?
Propulsion, like when you tell people to do something, it's like totally obvious what needs to be done, and so you point it out, and it's not like you're pulling authority or rank. What you're doing is pointing out it's obvious that this needs to be done, and they rebel. They like, well, you can't tell me what to do. I'm like, it's fucking obvious. Can't you see that?
They're monkeys. That's what I'm trying to get at. So that's my stance on it. It's like you didn't think of the idea. So you're telling me you don't want to do my idea because you didn't think of it. You know? They're not creative.
Oh man, that's rough. Because I mean, well, okay, so wait a minute. Let's go back to this for a second. The Basque, according to Mi'kmaq, who was doing a response to Eric Dubé, Eric being the one saying it's the Jews, Mi'kmaq was pointing out to him in that video, or maybe it was someone else's video, but I remember Mi'kmaq has a video showing that the Jesuits aren't Jewish. They're not Khazarian. They're Basque. So the people that are the what do you call it, the Black Pope, this military group of the Vatican, if what he was saying is true, that they're Basque. So the only way for flat Earth or shit people in general to get this is to get our RH negative people together to counteract that.
Oh, we have to counteract their little think tank.
Exactly. It's having the same psionic abilities and the same sort of mind mapping, creative, just way the fuck out there. Yes, we don't have much humor, but just sort of this think tank that doesn't have conventional thinking. As it's changing, what's the next chess move to counteract it? It's like being the X-Men. Have you seen the film The X-Men where there's like two sort of superhuman mutant types? Yeah. So the only way for flat Earth and all that it brings with it, which is more important than the geography, in my opinion, Rome, is to get the arch negatives that we've already identified, at least on Ellie's channel, to get them into a think tank, kind of like what IPS is doing. Instead of just going with marketing and getting the message out about flat Earth, it's about, okay, go ahead and do that. Now let's get these negatives together and look at what's going on, you know, like many steps ahead, and how do we get our RH positive brothers that aren't,
connected,
that aren't on board, that aren't on board with Rome's program. The RH positives that have come out, they're on the same side. They have different talents. I'm saying this in such a way because the way that you say it, I can't help but to say this. But the way you say it's kind of like,
it's like I'm about to interject, and I'm like, man, dude.
Hollywood's done it for me, but they just call them mutants, right? Guess who's going to get labeled the mutants? The people who feel they have special powers, the RH negatives. So I'm going to start taking a semi-militant stance against the monkey people now. So it's not too late. So I can't say I told you so.
So is this something listen, listen.
Hold on. Go ahead. You said against the monkey people now, but you know what? It right there, you're causing a division, and you're not looking at like a chessboard. Xavier's talking to Magneto. Anybody familiar with the X-Men films?
I'm quite familiar with them. Yes.
Okay, so Xavier is saying we just have to show them or like guide them, and Magneto's saying, no, fuck that. We're just going to rule over them. And it's inverted, by the way. Charles Xavier is actually,
you do notice my avatar is not a Jedi, right?
I'm glad you said that because I didn't think it was.
Yeah, no, he's not.
I know
not a good guy. So I'm not a good guy.
I noticed.
Hey, I'm not either.
I noticed that.
By the way, everybody knows that already. So.
When we first started talking, that was the first thing I noticed. But if you look at the whole thing, then it's not that you're not a good guy. You're in here with the rest of us. And unless you're going to do like, what's his name, Ireland, and just say, well, fuck it, I'm going to do my own thing. It sounds like you want to build a community. And in that, they're right. But RH positives, yeah, they're touchy-feely. They get emotional. But they can still control themselves given the right setting. And the setting we have right now.
Commandments. I think that's who the 10 Commandments were written for, were the RH positives, because somebody had to tell them, hey, it's not a good idea to murder people, right? How stupid are you guys? So, and then they had to even blame shift the 10 Commandments. Moses was like, oh, dude, it's not me. It's God. God told me to tell you guys this. So don't get mad at me, bro. You guys can't kill each other. Don't sleep with my wife, you know? Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, right? It's like, they don't have a built-in sense of morality, and you know, it's like you just don't know right from wrong unless you're taught, unless you have to be taught it. But there are those of us who just kind of always felt or knew what was right and wrong innately, and I think that's something that I wanted to always get across, is there is an innate sense of ethics that comes pre-built with being RH negative, and I don't know what that is, and I don't know how to explain it. But everybody that I've met personally who's RH negative, I would feel comfortable asking them a favor, or, hey, would you look after my child if I died, kind of people. Even if I never met them before, I felt that kind of a connection to them when you meet them in person. So there is a kinship that, and they do say in these days that RH negative people are finding each other. And I'm using the flat earth as a catalyst because I notice there's more RH negative people in this group, and we are finding each other through a commonality of flat earth, but we're still sourcing each other out. We're going to meetups, we're making friends, we're getting each other's numbers, we're talking offline, you know. So this RH negative thing is way bigger than just, you know, haha, blood type, monkey, you know, I'm just making jokes here. This is real community building, but people don't know it.
I'm sure it's deeper than than the way it comes out. Rara in the chat is asking, answer me this, Biker Scout. What about those with dormant RH negative?
Correct. Like they've never asked the question, or they've been indoctrinated in society, or this is just the way you do it. Like that's how I was brought up, honestly. Unfortunately, I had very interesting childhood that went from traveling all over the world to all of a sudden being in a school system at a later age. I didn't start school until 3rd grade. So I had a very disadvantage, but I was also very advantaged because of my worldly travels and seeing the world and meeting people and things. But I also wasn't a drone. I wasn't immediately droned out from kindergarten. So yes, there's plenty of people that have RH negative traits and tendencies, but they have just been told you got to go to school for 12 years, you got to go to college for 4, you got to get a job, and you got to buy a house and get a mortgage and a car payment and a wife and 3.5 kids and a dog, right? There's this paradigm, there's this system that's in place that just churns out people and workers and cogs, and you never really get the chance to question. You know, they pulled that in the movie Truman Show. He goes, I want to be an explorer. Too late, everything's been explored. Sit back down. So we have so many of those mechanisms in our society to keep people from exploring their inner selves.
I want you to try to explain how it didn't work on me. I'm RH positive, so how did it not work on me?
No. Remember that it's not just it's not just the blood type. A lot of genetic stuff in place. And yeah, if your mom or your maybe grandmother, or you know, there's a lot of things that can come back and recombine to give you.
They're genetic imprints. We know we have genetic imprints, right? That's a thing. So part of these genetic imprints are definitely some of these traits that a lot of us feel we have. So, and again, you know, you could even argue, well, maybe you're.
I'm the only one in my family.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Maybe you're
of dozens that I know of that even give a shit about the shit we're talking.
The thing is, we're talking genetic recombination, and maybe you've got the right combination to be an empathetic, loving human being, and they don't have as much, or maybe not
total
at all.
Asshole most of the time.
What color are your eyes?
Brown.
So that means you probably have Hazel in your family line somewhere. So somebody probably has RH negative in your bloodline. But even still, you've got genetic markers. We're talking about one tick, right? One allele determines whether or not your blood is negative or positive. But then there's 40 traits that carry over. Right?
I wouldn't consider myself to be empathetic, but I am, because I can be very crass, as everyone that has heard me speak on panels sometimes knows.
I just called everybody monkeys. Of course, I'm crass, but I'm RH negative. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, when it's necessary, when the truth has to be spoken, yes, I definitely am crass, but at the same time, in my private life, I'm very emotional about especially this topic, and especially about getting the truth out about well, I'm curious about some of these topics because I haven't explored a lot of them, but as far as like, you know, the flat earth and what, you know, what's going on with the government.
Okay, you want to hear what Wikipedia says about B personality blood types? See if this sounds like you. Irresponsible, forgetful, selfish, lazy, impatient, unreliable, and going your own way. critical, indecisive, unforgiving, two-faced, aloof, split personality, confident, determined, ambitious, strong-willed, intuitive, agreeable, competitive, and athletic. And that I didn't even talk about the negative or positive factor. So blood does matter in a lot of different arenas. It is part of your genetic makeup. It is part of imprinting. It is part of who you are, your lineage as well.
Well, hey, you're RH negative, so I got a question for you. And this is a cold, calculated question. If you're playing chess, if Stalin or Hitler or all the rest of them, all these world wars or these mass killings, if you looked at the numbers and said, okay, 15% is RH negative, that means the other percentage is RH positive. So we have a nice war here. We're reducing the numbers of the RH positives.
No, well, just through sheer numbers, we're going to lose. Just through breeding out. No.
Right. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I understand what you just said, but the reason for all the conflagration of when we're attacking each other or whatever the stories are in history, always just been about reducing the number of, as you put it, the talking monkeys. I can't help but laugh when you say that.
Well, do you think?
Did you say yes?
Yeah. Where do you think the idea of the Planet of the Apes came from? Just out of somebody's
Oh
ad?
man, Colonel Taylor. Colonel Taylor's my fucking hero, man.
So it's not an invented theory. I didn't just come on the scene and be like, hey, guess what? 85% of you are fucking monkeys and I'm better than you. That's not even remotely close to like the first person to come across that. So it is an underlying war for sure, you know, and I think it's played out in movies like X-Men and Planet of the Apes. It's like they know about the blood types, you know.
Well, hold on. You know, you said I'm better than you, but what about saying it like this, that I'm more able to control myself than you? See, that's a little different, because if you say I'm better than you, right there, you're already putting up like this barrier.
Yeah,
going back in.
That's me just being a dick, right?
Well, of course, but say so. Since you're from the RH negative bloodline, and let's say that, and the RH positives are from a hybrid of that bloodline. Is that what you're saying? That some previous ancestor had bred with or scientifically created through another thing, and that's the slave class. I don't even. We'll get into this later, but
that was pretty close. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, and that's why I want to get into the Hyperborea shit later, and I want to understand that more. So, as far as your theory goes, and I ain't saying I'm gonna sell out to anybody's theory on anything, and
no, I mean I could just be blown out my ass too. I mean
but I think it's an
amazing imagination.
But I honestly believe that there's so many people that haven't even heard of these things, and I've looked into, you know, a little bit of this. I look into a little bit of everything, and then I get hooked on one thing, and then I look into it for a while, and then I'm stuck on that, and then I hear somebody say something about that. Oh, I'm gonna go look into that now. So it'd really be interesting to have another conversation about that, and what your theory is on this, because there's always something more. There's always something more, and
right.
All the trolls out here want to tell us they already know every fucking thing, and they piss me off, and that's why I go off on them all the time, because they think they know every fucking thing, and you're not supposed to even look into anything like this, and they can hear my voice, and I'm gonna tell them right now, get pissed off, because this is episode 1. We're gonna do it again, and we're gonna go into Hyperborea, and we're gonna go into how this shit happened. We're gonna try to figure this shit out, or we're gonna do so many theories that it'll just make them go fucking crazy, and they're just gonna love me or hate me, and I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Biker, you just gave me a wonderful idea. So going out, you've seen the flat Earth chats where they go out and say, look, here's some problems with the heliocentric model, and they try and talk to people about the deception. Can you imagine going out in public saying, hey, can I test and tell you what your blood type is? And you just ignore the positives, and then like let's say you walk up onto a group and one of them's negative, and you're like, we really need you. We need you. We have a think tank, and you're you're genetically right for this because there's something special about you that you're probably not aware of right now. But when you start talking to the other ones, you'll find out the isolation that you've been feeling this whole time. Watch them turn red, get it on camera. That you're not going to have that with the others. But we need you because there's a bunch of Jesuits that are Basque lineage, and they're all fucking negative, and they're just spot on with fucking running this game. And we're going to try and bring it back to where playing field again.
I think people have been bagged and tagged and marked as children for these Rh negative experiments and think tanks already. I think that's, you know, like, I don't think they pull anybody in, like, say, Project Monarch, for instance, that's Rh positive. Not even for a control. They're not even going to waste their time. And it's really interesting how the military definitely likes to know what your blood type is. Kind of almost wonder if they know. It's like, oh, everybody on the front line, Rh positive, go right on ahead, right?
And the Rh negatives are all the officers are, you know, pulled back.
Yep.
Right. I understand what you're saying. So, well, this goes back to Harry Potter and the Muggles and like the half-breed prince.
Yep.
Were they telegraphing this the whole time?
I think they've been doing it the whole time. Once I started learning about this and I started putting it together in terms of movies and fiction and books and stuff, it's just everywhere. It's the same story, just told different and more creative ways. And then when you start to see the news stories come out about all these blood-borne viruses that are scary, Zika and, you know, SARS and just everything, you know, these zombie viruses that are, you know, it's like this narrative that just keeps being repeated over and over again, you know.
Okay,
like
so
vampires.
Just for everyone listening, if you're Rh negative, you have nothing to worry about with the chemtrails, the GMOs, or none of that shit. It's not going to affect you. Or as much.
Correct. We're genetically superior. See, Kyle.
Okay, so
no.
So if you want to genetically targeted.
Dude, I can't believe you just did.
Hey man.
That's why I don't like touching about. That's why I don't really like talking about blood types that much, because people can make that connection so freaking easy.
Right. But I've been trying my best to just simply say that maybe the Rh negatives are more in control of themselves. The Rh positives are more emotional, and of course, when you're more emotional, passions of crime are committed.
Yes,
so,
they have a more base reaction, let's say, to things. In fact, they're the ones who get angry if you say the Earth is flat, rather than going, yeah, no, the science proves it. No, they'll get physically violent. It's like, I almost want to just stop the conversation and go, are you Rh positive? Yeah, we're not having this conversation.
It doesn't work like that, dude. Come on, man.
They get angry. You're getting angry. Do I hear anger? Are you reacting?
Are you triggered?
Are you triggered right now? Exactly. That's the best one. It's like, are you triggered right now?
I'm triggered.
No, I'm really glad we're having this conversation. I mean, this is very interesting. I don't necessarily believe this bullshit, but
but wait.
I'm not saying it's bullshit, but I'll look into it definitely. But I really want to have. I want to continue it. After this one's over, we're going to do an episode 2 and continue it. Definitely, I want to go more into it, and get into the history of mankind and Hyperborea, the hidden lands, and all this stuff. I definitely want to get into it, and how this might have come about.
Well, I definitely think it's time for, you know, us Rh negatives to stop being ashamed of who we are. It's the time we stand up, fight for our rights. Humanity depends on us. We're the creatives. We're the thinkers. We're the doers. Everybody else just cogs in the machine.
Is there any chance that the monkeys were actually modified to match that one key thing in the Rh negative people?
Ooh. That would be really interesting. Like all the apes are all accidents. They're like, oh crap. Those are the last remaining chimera that are on the planet.
There you go. Chimeras.
Yep, they're the last ones. That's our proof. It's like chimpanzees aren't their own species. We just messed up a long time ago.
Oh wow! I can't believe you're fucking awesome, dude. I love it.
I mean, you never know.
Go back to the Khazarian Zionist Jews. We're not talking about Jews in general. We're talking about Khazaria. And they have written down that they're the chosen ones. They're the chosen people. Could it really be about the Rh negative? And because they are Rh negative, that what they're doing, even though it seems heartless, that it's actually they're empathetic, trying to preserve some sort of sanity in this chaos that we have here by eliminating the pluses.
Yeah, that's a good theory, Brady. That's a good theory. Holy shit.
No, I'm just going off.
Look, anybody who claims to be chosen has given themselves that title. I guarantee it. No invisible man came down in the sky and says, "You know what? I know I created everybody, but I like you guys better." No, but that never happened.
No, I'm not saying about. Okay, that's just a head fake. I got that. But the underlying reason for it is it's because of blood. And in terms of what you were saying with the negatives, having an advantage, so to speak, or more, let's just call it more self-control, less likely to chimp out, that they figured out a long time ago that we have a problem. And maybe they don't even know how all this started, but they knew that they were different. And so oh God, I'm gonna say it, making a case for the Khazarian Zionist Jews.
Go ahead.
That what they're doing is right. They're doing the right thing in the long run because they're getting rid of the people who can't control themselves and who chimp out, so that the rest of us can have a peaceful place to live.
There you go.
Well, you can take that to
that's why I want to bring it deeper, because it goes deeper into the past and in the history of how this came about, and what the people that are ruling us and making and have control over this entire system that we live under now, and in this division, it would maybe we have these ideas about what may or may not have happened. In my opinion, we live on a slave plantation that has been carved out for whoever the fuck these elite powers are, and our carved out humanity is being shipped off to other this is just in my mind. It's just happening this way because I don't feel like a slave. I mean, I feel like I'm just really tired and a little drunk, but I feel like a slave inside this system that I feel like I'm free because I can talk to very free-minded people, but at the same time, I have to get up and go to work here in a few hours and bust my ass and feel like shit all day to make a shitload of money for somebody else that's making a shitload of money for somebody else and it's making a shitload of money for somebody else.
You said you were RH positive, right?
As far as I know, and also as far as what I can see with my eyes, I feel like that we live on a beautiful earth, but it looks like it's been excavated at one time, and what we see is regrowth of forest upon an excavated plain that we don't know what the fuck really happened in the past. And so those are the people I'm trying to find, the people that excavated this and took this earth, part of this earth, and for that, and left us here as slave and left us rulers to control us while they're over somewhere else.
Oh, clearly it was the Jews.
No, I'm not saying it's not the Jews. That's what I'm saying. No, it's the fucking Nephilim or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the Anunnaki or whatever. Yeah,
the Anunnaki or the Nephilim or whatever people want.
Yeah. No.
Well, there's a really bad. Have you seen the film Battlefield Earth with
yes.
What's that asshat actor? Can't remember his name. Really bad actor. He's an airline pilot now. I see his face. I can't remember his name.
John Travolta.
Yes, him. Battlefield Earth was about like some external force came in, and in that film it was aliens, and humans to mine gold. Basically, our only function here is to mine gold for them. in that film.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, I mean, if you use your eyes and look across, these mountainous terrains and these valleys and everything, and you look back in history, there, like I was talking about earlier, sea level was lower, but you were talking about there was some kind of, and maybe it wasn't lower, but the land has moved. But if you look at the, and I this is what I want to get into on the next episode. Get into the No Forest on Flat Earth film, but not necessarily the trees, but I want to get into the quarries part of it, because there are many gigantic quarries on Earth, in my opinion, from watching that and I'm pretty sure, do you guys watch that? No
Sure. And
the Forest on Flat Earth. There are gigantic quarries that were excavated by giant machines that, in my opinion, and we are living on the remnants of that, and we have been left, as there are rulers over us, we don't know their names, and they are communicating with the other. That's the aliens, and I don't have any proof of it, but when I use my eyes and look at the land, it looks like it's been quarried and scavenged out, and we are not being ruled as free men. We are slaves to this system, and that's the way I see it. So I don't know any other way to explain it, but that's why I like to have these conversations, because you guys are, I won't say more intelligent, but I would say more expressive and more able to express those points of view, and to dig deeper and to explain that. Hey, what's up? I'm gonna give 72nd Human a wrench. My boy, I thought he already had one.
Without talking about ancient quarries, look at the ones we have today with these huge machines that we have that move, I don't know how many thousands of tons of material excavating. And just that amount of digging alone, where the hell are the dinosaur bones, right? I mean, that's one, just an aside from what you were saying. But
yeah, that's why I know that evolution's bullshit.
Right. We're not
where's
digging
all the
shit
fucking
up.
Animals? Where's all the intermediate species of animals? I mean, there should be more intermediate species of animal species
exactly.
than there are actual species. I mean, it's bullshit. I never bought that shit. Anyway.
Well, can I give you a more horrible example of telegraphing in the film industry? I think it's called Jupiter Rising, or Jupiter Rising, I think.
Ascending, right?
Ascending. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. And if you watch that film, there's something here. We're like a farm, more or less, and they feed off of us. And there's like a harvest. There's a harvest.
Right.
And I guess that's why that's in the Bible, because when it comes, those that know how to avoid it will, and those that don't know how to avoid it won't.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is some innate instinct that some of us will fall back on and become leaders and become people to help those who are grieving or overcome with fear and shock, and I think we're like going to be triage specialists in a way to some event. I certainly don't think it's going to be the reactionary crowd. I think it's going to be the people who went, I knew it. I saw this coming all along. I knew it. Those are the ones that are going to end up shaping the future.
Saying for quite some time now that whenever they throw whatever they do up on the big screen, the chemtrail ionizing shit they're putting out there for their holograms, I'm just gonna grab my popcorn and beer and go, yeah, okay. What's on channel 2? What are we watching here on the big screen?
Yeah. If anything happens in the sky, it's fake.
Yeah, it's Project Bluebeam, which it's actually too sensationalized now to actually believe they're actually doing that project. There's probably some other project that they're hiding it's even bigger than that because that's too popular now. You know what I mean? We talk
Right.
about Project Bluebeam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's something bigger than that. So
Well,
we
the
all know
way,
about
if you
Project
want to take
Bluebeam.
it from a biblical standpoint in the Revelation Last Days thing, you have to ignore the first event. Whatever the first event is, it's fake, right? Whether it's the false prophet, the Antichrist, the fake, you know, anything that happens first is going to be fake. So if the Bible is not even real, but the people in power are using it as a playbook, it'll follow the lines perfectly.
Oh, now that you
Right.
said
So
that,
that's why you know not to trust it, because
Exactly.
you already know about it.
it's a double bluff, you see. So in Revelations, it says there's going to be a man that comes to the world stage. He's going to bring peace to the world. And, well, that's the Antichrist, you know, because somebody brings peace to the world, you have to fucking kill him and his followers.
Well,
And
if
then
you're not Christian, you're
the true
Antichrist by definition.
Right? So the true Christ will then, the true Messiah will come up after that. And I was like, what a mind fuck, because someone who brings peace, all the nations on earth or whatever, and he's talking a good game and everybody seems to get along with him, and you're going to have a bunch of fucking fundamentalists chimp out and go against it.
So you can round them up.
Right, because after that,
That is shit.
Yeah, you've wiped out the RH negatives that were able to organize and get actually peace going on. You've wiped them out using the pluses and their dogma that they blindly follow, you know, thinking that the Bible is true, literally. So you'll wipe out those negatives, organize something and say, hey, look, we can all get along. Everybody has their own place or whatever. Oh, shit, that's the Antichrist. Because, look, the book told us so. And then the one they want to bring in comes in at the end. It's a beautiful fucking mind game.
Yeah, but it's so funny that we can see right through it. And I'm prepared for that as well. Because but nobody else is, because I'll tell you what, I was and many people have you guys maybe haven't heard me tell you yet, but I was in the Assembly of God church for almost 10 years. I was a worship leader and I studied the Bible extensively, and I, a couple years into it, was telling everybody that the pre-tribulation rapture was bullshit. And that's not what the Bible says, but they wouldn't listen to me. It was part of the Assembly of God doctrine. And so
the word rapture just like come on the scene in like 1843, and we can like literally pinpoint the name of the tent preacher who came up with the idea.
Yeah. And so I was trying to, and I believed that stuff at that time. I no longer follow that, you know, Christianity or whatever, but no. But then I don't want to discourage anyone listening from what you should just keep doing as much research as you can into the Bible, understand Christianity and the way they teach it, and see what it's leading to and all that stuff. Everybody should, because it will lead to what we're talking about now. And so because yes, they are following that program. But they're actually telling all the Christians, especially in America, that they don't have to worry about all the bad shit because they're going to be taken out of here before it all happens. And so they're just sitting back, eating their popcorn, watching their freaking MTV and their freaking HBO and all that shit, and going to church on Sunday with their social clubs and
all that backsliding activity.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not saying
they're such hypocrites. That's what drove me away from it.
I know, it's crazy. I was in it, you know, and I was a hypocrite too. And I'm like, and actually, it just doesn't make any sense to me anymore. And also, you got the preacher in the pulpit every freaking Sunday saying, Israel, Israel, Israel. We got to support Israel, Israel, Israel. And of course, I was listening to Tex Mars and shit, so I knew that was bullshit. You guys know who Tex Mars is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was already sold. Like I was like a few years into it, and I was listening to Alex Jones. I found Tex Mars through Alex Jones, and then I started listening to Tex Mars, and he was writing in that shit about the Jews, and then I found out about World War II and all that stuff, and I was like, and then I'm sitting there every Sunday going, my preacher's like just worshiping Israel, man, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? This is bullshit. But anyway, pardon my French, but it is bullshit, and it used to piss me off, and I try to tell people about it, but they're like, oh, Israel. I couldn't say anything about Israel, man.
It's only French if you say le bullshit.
Le bullshit. It was le bullshit. And I was getting sick of it, and I couldn't understand why nobody could see it. But I could understand it because they weren't even reading the Bible, and they could barely even listen to what the preacher was saying, and they couldn't see through his stuff. I mean, he used to preach about Freemasonry. He told me about Freemasonry. I learned about Freemasonry from him. He had a whole series, like 2 months, on Freemasonry. And after he told me about it, I started looking into it. And then he started telling me about Babylon, and he told me the same story of Babylon that was the same story of Jesus. And I was like, you realize what you just did? That was the same story. And so I was confused after that, and it took a long time to get where I'm at, but that's kind of led me to where I'm at. I don't know, and I don't mean to offend any Christians, that are not on the path that I've been on for a while, but my pastor did that to me. He told me the story of Semiramis and Nimrod and all that shit. And it was the same freaking story. I was like, when he told me that, I was like, how did the devil know beforehand, what Jesus was going to do if he didn't have the power to know that?
Apparently he was omnipotent as well. And he had the power
apparently he was. And so that's when it started to turn for me. But then I stayed there for a long time going through that. And I was like, man, so that's where I'm at now. That's why after I got out of that and had enough time to really sit and just do some more research and figure all that shit out, I was like, man. And now I'm still a spiritual person, but I lean more towards like what Santos Bonacci teaches and towards synchronicity or understanding true history of the flat plane we live on, and in all the manipulation that's gone on with our cosmology and all. There ain't no fucking way that sun's 93 million miles away. It's right in the sky. I can see it, motherfucker, right there. Come on, man. You guys are fucking crazy.
Brother, you don't have to be an apologetic in terms of your thoughts when you transmit them. If there's any Christians that get offended, their doctrine dictates to them they have to forgive you.
They're easily triggered.
Well, I mean, they're easily triggered, but you have to point back to, hey, your doctrine, the key note in your doctrine is forgiveness and no judgment.
And that's their opportunity to emotionally grow.
Exactly. They hold themselves back.
Yeah, that would be my goal, is to actually help them to understand. And I really, that's something that would choke me up too, because I was tongue talking freaking Pentecostal, you know what I mean? And I understand what it means to really believe that book, and to actually just like, and it really hurts me it's really hard for me to try to convince somebody that's really hardcore into it to tell them that that's not true, and to break them out of that. I mean, it really, I'm getting choked up now thinking about it.
It's not our job to convince anybody. Everybody has their own path to follow.
That's right.
No, but hopefully you're getting choked up about it because you're speaking from the heart, because you want it to be different. You can see how it can be different. You actually voice how it can be different, and they shit on you for doing so.
Yeah.
It's like, are they going to change their tune once they come over to your side? They were the venom spewing, hateful, vengeful, bigoted person when you were talking to them and trying to explain them, look, what you're following is not really true. It's a false narrative. and they lash out at you and say you're a blasphemer and you're going to burn in hell and say all these really terrible things. And then, so what happens when they turn? They realize, you know what, that was kind of stupid. Are they going to come to you and eat crow and say, you know what, I treated you like shit, and I'm sorry for that, brother?
Not.
They won't.
No.
Pride.
But in the doctrine, though, they need to overstep their pride, overstep their ego, and say, "Hey, man, you know what? You were right, and I'm sorry that I was attacking you for what you were saying." And I see that's maybe in here. Okay, here we go. RH negative. I'm going to ask you, biker man. Here we go.
All right.
Narrative designed for the positives. In other words, since they can't see it for themselves. I'm not skeptic. Just bear with me for a second. I'm not saying just because you're positive that you fall in this category, because obviously you don't. That the pure chimp out types, something in some sort of metaphor or analogy way, that if they actually worked on it long enough, they could get it. They could get the message. Like, don't judge.
They can mimic it. They can't do it on their own.
No. I mean, no, I'm going past mimicry now. They can mimic it for a while. They actually have the opportunity to realize, holy shit, they're not genetically bound. Just because of their genes, they're not genetically bound not to get it. It's just harder for them to get it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I that's why that brings me back to my point about the 10 Commandments. It's like, we have to tell you guys these rules. We have to repeat these things over and over. It's why everything's done in threes. Repetition. We have to come back to church every Sunday, to repeat the same things over and over again. And if you go to church longer than a year, you guarantee you've heard the same sermon, just told in a different story. I mean, not all of them subscribe to that subscription-based pulpit clip art for pastors, basically, like anecdotes and Reader's Digest articles. That's how a lot of them get their scriptures.
You know what's funny? My pastor, when he was preaching on Freemasonry and he was preaching on Babylon, he was being genuine then, I feel. And there was a period of time where he changed when the church got bigger and he was getting more money, that he changed his stance and he wouldn't talk about that shit anymore. And that's what really clicked in me, because I started asking him questions, and I was in a large church. I mean, it was 1,200 members. It was a pretty big church, and I was, one of the worship leaders and stuff. And he wouldn't touch those subjects, but he's the one that told me that Babylon was the same. Well, we are in Babylon. He told me pretty much in his sermons, but nobody else saw it except for me. And I tried to tell other people, but they wouldn't really listen. But I didn't really have the full grasp of it until after I left. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah, it's just that whole concept of you can't see the forest for the trees, Yeah. When you're in it, when you're in the doctrine and you're doing it every Sunday and you're converting people over and you're proselytizing out in the streets and you're living it as a lifestyle, you're never going to see the flaws in it. In fact, you defend the flaws.
There's something about, I keep going back to the genetics of it, and I hate to go into the technical stuff, but there's epigenetic expression of genes. And so just because they're positive, right, doesn't mean that they can't develop the temple. I think there's something in the book about the body's the temple, and that's why I worship, blah, blah, blah. To do that because they don't pay attention to what they eat. They don't recognize that some things, have a physiological reaction and some things don't. So it's just simply, it's harder for them, but it's not impossible for them to get it. And it's just easier for the RH negatives because they already get it. I don't know if they're born with it or just simply the shit that they're exposed to that doesn't stick. So the positives kind of get in a rut.
Yeah, well, it goes back to the not being creatively thinking. You get in a rut because you can't think of something new, right?
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, so let's go back to any of the religions. Or shit, let's go back to Dune. Are you familiar with Frank Herbert's Dune?
Uh-huh.
Oh shit, then you know all about the Jesuit doctrine. It's like it's written, it's coded all in that motherfucker. Pardon my French. I'm on beer number 8 or something, so losing my coherence. But so in that book, they were talking about seeding the religions so that if they ever had to encounter them, all they would have to do is hit key points within that religion to make them basically react in the way that religion that was coded into their culture so that they could have control over them. Why? Because they can't control themselves. That's why. But that in itself would give the opportunity to allow them to control in such a way that they could develop. Now I'm going back to Charles Xavier arguing with Magneto as to how to do this. How do you get this to work without a bunch of, we don't need World War III actively. We have it passively already because no RH negative wants to kill anyone.
Right.
I know that. And so if everyone understood this, and this I'm gonna say it, you can ban me from Flat Earth if you want, but what if the controllers are doing the right thing? What if this is the perfect system? I said earlier tonight, but I was playing devil's advocate with Ireland. Thanks for coming in and having my back on that, because he was really straightforward, just shooting ego at me the whole time, like it's just about me. I was like, oh man, I don't know how to do this. You remain silent the whole time. I don't know why you didn't come out and say, well, what if this system?
Because I knew he was RH positive just by the words he chose. So therefore, I didn't need to engage him in a conversation. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. I see how you are. I see what you represent. And that was the selfish chimping behavior and the apathy. It's like, if you don't stand for anything, what do you stand for? Stand for yourself? Big fucking deal. It's like, get on board and do something. And it's like, die fighting. Go down. It's like, oh, I'm afraid of dying. Look what they did in Libya. So what? I've looked into it, and I kind of have a little respect for Muammar Gaddafi now. Whereas before the Western narrative was he was a bad dude, when he wasn't. Yeah, he had a little ego and, liked to have his armed guard be all chicks and stuff, but whatever. The point is that if you don't make a stand now and build a community together of like-minded people, you're just going to wither away, just like the branches, the leaves on a branch. You're nothing. I want to be the fruit on the tree. I want to plant seeds. I want to regenerate. I want the genetic makeup to keep continuing on and on and on. And I don't want this to be forgotten that RH negative people are important. Where are creatives? Where are the intellectuals? Where are the thinkers? We're everything that society needs to build and flourish. So don't just stand there and go wherever the breeze goes. Be something solid and nourishing. That's what fruit is. It's nourishing, and it's self-sustaining, and it reproduces itself. That's the message I want to get across. But unfortunately, it's such a touchy subject. It's so taboo that how do you even approach it without coming across as a Hitler fan, xenophobic, uneducated morons? The people are chimping on the keyboards right at you. So it's really hard to even bring it up. It's like, I got to do it in secret. I got to go to these flat earth meetings and go, hey, you RH negative? I got this idea. Right? That's what you got to do.
Like Fight Club, man. Instead of trying to get them to fight you, you're like, hey, can you give me a sample of your blood? Okay, you're in the club.
Hey, I'm in the club no matter what the fuck my fucking RH is, motherfucker.
Hey, you said you can build houses. You're in the club.
Look, we already covered this. It's not just the RH negative factor. There's a bunch of genetic factors in place. Either you're empathetic, you can sense something's wrong, you don't want to subjugate other people, you're looking for your freedom, and you want everyone else to be free, world to be a better place, and you're working towards that, no one's going to harass you for not having the negative blood type, okay? Because you're on board with the negatives,
Yes.
with all I just said.
See,
Well,
our group's going to need useful idiots too.
I'll have to do more research on that before I'm just like, oh yeah, I agree with you guys. Yeah, okay, you guys are the stormtroopers and shit and whatever. I'm just fucking around. But anyway, I really, I don't know. I'm actually kind of new to the concept, so I can't say that I.
Well, I'm going to share it with you right now, brother. I'm positive, and I feel like I'm here to make that bridge happen. And that way I cannot be for the negatives and I cannot be for the positives, because my mother was negative and my father was a red-bearded tyrant who stopped watches. And so I have this mix of alleles in me, and there's some crazy shit that I can do. And yet my blood is positive. It's like I feel like I'm the bridge between the chimp out folks and the let's make this work folks, which of course entails some serious geoengineering.
All right, so instead of, I call the hybrids actually diplomats, the ones who are on board and who understand, but that have the hybrid, that they're diplomatic. They understand both sides, right? Like I can't understand the other side. My brain immediately just goes into xenophobe mode. Yeah, whatever, monkey, simian, So we need the diplomatic people. We need people who can bridge,
I've never thought of that as being a diplomat, because I remember saying, well, I was in a group and they were talking and doing their thing, and I said, I'm actually a traitor to my own kind. And they're like, what do you mean? No, seriously, I'm a traitor to my own kind. And yeah, long story short, depending on how you perform and what you do and people notice, they try and recruit you. And so if you've ever been recruited or an attempt to recruit you, you understand this shit's for real. I mean, this whole hierarchy and power structure and all this stuff exists.
They do it right in front of our face. It's very
right. But if you ever got personal, like if you've ever been recruited or an attempt to recruit you, you understand that they're playing to win, want to have a peaceful existence. Wrong with that. I can't argue that. But on the other hand, the way they're going about it is absolutely horrible. But if they don't do it, well, that's horrible too. So I'm kind of stuck, kind of like in the middle going, oh, what the fuck? How is this? You heard me talking to Ireland.
Yeah.
I kept reiterating, okay, other than flying under the radar, what's the solution? How do we make this work with all of these people that are coming online now, and we're all getting together, realizing we're all saying, okay, a spinning ball, and they've been lying to us, and this shit's all wrong. How do we make this work from here? We've got so many people, so many brilliant minds, so many dedicated people. How do we organize? How do we get something going? What's the solution?
Yeah, and how many ideas did he have? How many did he express to you?
0 ideas.
0.
So that's why you don't keep engaging the conversation, right?
Well, I mean, I let him go for a while. I invited him and I let it go for a while, but that's why I was like, no, man.
I get that, but
but I just wanted to give him the chance, because I've heard him plenty of times on other panels, and that's fine. And I respect his point of view and stuff. But
Anonymous was taking it as like, this is an intellectual debate. This is a challenge. I need to get this. I need to have him admit to things, right? But it's just not going to happen.
He's never going to.
Yeah, he's already.
No, but the thing is, well, we're right, because the empathy's not there. But I was hoping that the intellect, that enough of an intellect was there that he would follow the logical conclusion. Was right. You're not on an island. There are people around you. Yeah. So you have to work with the people around you because they're around you.
Well, guess who gets voted off the island first? It's always that
No,
guy.
but it's like,
Yeah, but I gave him a
obvious.
chance. I gave him a chance. You know, you got to give it to him.
It's obvious to me.
I have nothing against the guy, but it's like, look, when you're that dogmatic about a thought process, it's just change the names to Christianity or Islam or anything else, right? If you're so close-minded about anything and not open-minded, not willing to entertain new ideas and new thoughts, then you're not smart. You're not intelligent, right? The true mark of intelligence is the ability to sit here and shoot the shit like we're doing and talk about stuff that might not be real or might be real, have these intellectual conversations and debates and go down rabbit holes, explore topics. That's what makes the difference between being just smart and being intelligent.
Amen to all that. You want to get What World D up there sometime too.
Yeah.
He and I used to do late night talks where we'd explore all kinds of stuff.
And that's why I like about these group is that the group of flat earthers, I don't care what shape the earth is, doesn't matter. It's not going to change my plan and my goals, right? It's like I've got a purpose, I'm driven, and the geography is irrelevant to my purpose and my drive. It's fun to talk about. It's fun to go see they lied to us and now come over to my side. You can kind of use it as a catalyst to start the broader conversation. It's like, I want to develop a community of whatevers, right? And it just so happens that flat earthers are really cool people. And they happen to all be RH negative. So all these pieces are falling together in such a logical, paced order that if I would have fallen into this information, a lump of this information 10 years ago, I couldn't absorb it all. But it's all been revealed to me over time, perfectly succinct, and dovetails the piece that I just learned about. So to me, that's a little bit beyond coincidence.
It's funny about coincidences because you said something about.
I never believed in coincidence.
Well, I mean, okay, the coincidence is simply an event that for it, but there's a significant meaning to the events that all correspond together. And I wanted to shout out to I think her name was Karen or Kathleen. I can't remember. Karen. Is it Karen or Kathleen?
Kathleen.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about, because I'm Kathleen. Between
you and Jibby Jedi, we talked briefly, not briefly, probably at length, at the end of that hangout.
For a few hours.
Yeah, a few hours, yeah. So, I mean, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because Biker was saying about being a diplomat, being a half-breed. Too fast, too quick. In other words, I was bringing out what I thought was obvious, and yet, if you just say what you know is obvious, that isn't receptive, they're going to chimp out, and so you're not really effective. You're not effective in saying what's obvious because they're going to get personal. It's going to be emotional. You're attacking them, or not attacking them, but they're projecting onto me that I'm attacking them. I really took what both of you were saying into this thinking, well, hell, how do I do this? But here's the thing, though. On this platform, totally different. This is not the same platform. This is like
absolutely every hangout's different.
Yeah, and that was something that you were saying too. Was you know you have to identify your audience. Between those two things, don't steamroll. Don't just dump it all out there and identify your audience. Yeah, it's working for me. It really is. It's more or less listen and then wait to speak.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
And I'll tell you what, man, I don't know if you guys know how open-minded I am about some of this shit, if you haven't figured it out so far.
Your brain fell out?
Dude, I've been like this, and I'm really glad I did this tonight because I mean, it's really nice to meet you guys. I mean, I really want to piss everybody off.
Right?
I want everybody to hear everything that we have to say. The things that you guys are saying is the information that needs to blow their brains out. And I promise this was my goal.
If
I
you
didn't
do
know
a
how to get it
highlight
out there. I'm glad that you guys came in tonight because you're way better at it than me. And I'm so glad that you came in to actually or whatever. I don't care if that pissed them off or whatever. I really like to hear that that there are people out there that really have the gumption, have the balls to just go out there and say what's on their mind, and you can do this on my channel. And this isn't going to be the only hangout where anybody can say whatever they want.
Yeah, my channel's open like that too. I don't ban people for speaking their mind.
I give a lot of wrenches in there. If somebody's being stupid and just whatever and just like being racist and sexist in the chat, get rid of them. Offer information in the chat, have a conversation, but don't just be stupid. You can have fun, but just don't be ridiculous. And it's actually gone pretty well from what I've monitored in the chat tonight. Everybody's been pretty cool. So I appreciate that, everybody that's in the chat, honestly. And shout out to Shroudie. I ain't seen him tonight. He's in there now.
I want to thank you personally because you noticed that I was running into some difficulty in the other hangout with just talking about 9/11 and feminism and these false flags and these things that on the world stage and social engineering. I was trying to show that this is all a control mechanism, and in that particular hangout, basically beating my head against the wall. And I'm glad you said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna have a hangout next week. You're more than welcome. And dude, what you're saying.
Dude, I run into the same walls when I go into hangouts, man. So that's why I wanted to open this up, because we ain't even got started yet. If I'm able to continue this, I don't know what opportunities I'm going to have in the future. I work a lot and stuff, and I can't just do this all the time like they do. But I honestly, this is exactly what needs to be said, in my opinion. And whether anybody agrees, I don't agree with you guys on everything, but our voices should be out there. We should be able to have a controlled conversation without somebody, jumping over everyone and beating your opinion over their head or whatever. I don't care what people think about me, for one thing, so that's fine, because I know a lot of people in this community have many opinions about me, and they don't really know shit about me, so that doesn't even matter either. So I appreciate you guys coming on. I really think that you guys have that's why when I heard you speaking what you were trying to say, and you were stifled, and I know, and I could tell that you were just trying to get some information out, but you weren't stifled. I mean, and their heart was in the right place, but that was just they had a different platform, and that was but I feel comfortable with you guys bringing out information, whether we agree or not. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling right now, but you're welcome here on this platform to say what you want without ridicule, and I feel like it can I don't know. I mean, I'm not even trying to grow my platform or anything. I just wanted to give a place where people can say, because I can't do it by myself, because I can't just sit here and say the things that you guys are saying, because I don't express it that well. But when I hear you say the things you're saying, I have something to add to it, or I can maybe say something and then lead you on another path, where I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like I've absorbed so much information, but I can't get it out. You know what I mean? And you guys can, and we just build off of each other. The information that we spread. I don't know, man.
I call it not being a primary speaker. Like,
okay,
I'm not a primary speaker, but I am a contributor. Yeah.
That's why you don't sponsor hangouts, right?
No, it's because I only have mobile, and I can't start them. Sorry, my nose is plugged up.
Yeah, but could you start one up and just start talking and everybody's going to be start listening? I can't do that.
I think there's a way for me to do it now where I could just be my, solo streaming, but I can't have people on a panel. I can't initiate it through Hangouts.
Yeah, but could you just open one up and just start talking for hours?
Me, no. I mean, I don't have that.
So that's why I wanted to invite some
Not a
people
primary
to
speaker.
talk. And once the subject starts going, then I can ask questions.
Yep.
Get a couple of people in there that have a lot of information to offer. That's what I wanted to do, because and when I heard Anonymous talking on Dread Show, I was like, man, he has a lot to say, and he doesn't really have the platform to say it. And so all I have to do is ask him a couple questions, and he's just gonna roll. You know what I mean? Then he invited Biker, and I invited Jibby when I found, to this before, because I knew him and Jibby go back and forth, and then I could throw something in every once in a while and just let it go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's why I did this, and I invited a few people, and it's gone pretty good so far. And I want to do it again.
Except for work.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's me.
For the slave class.
I know, but I'm one of them. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but if you were RH negative, you would have woke up and said, you know what, fuck this. I'm going to do my own business.
Well, I live with my
Hey, wait, hold on. I like how you said it because you're RH negative. I woke the fuck up back when I was 16 when they first gave me my first paycheck. Took out, and ever since then, I've been rebelling. I've done every fucking thing I can not to participate in this fucking system. So
I was driving to work this morning, just like hating this shit.
Being positive, okay? Because he's got some alleles in there that's waking him up, some epigenetic effect, maybe his diet or whatever, and he realizes, there's just stuff going on. And that's what I was saying earlier about that barrier. It's not black and white. It's not really black and white.
It's definitely a spectrum.
And Biker, I'd like to go back into actually a personal thing of mine. So I really had a big problem.
It's all about you.
No. But I did have this big problem, and I don't know if it was just the if you want to say RH negative allele group of all of that stuff in the very beginning of my life, because I was always very just cut and dry, and I couldn't stand the stuff, the drama, and all the, I don't know if you're familiar with when you're socializing, there's a bunch of shit that doesn't make any sense. You don't want to be around it, and so clubbing baby seals is usually how I referred to it, and it was a very hard, unempathetic way of being. And something happened in 2008 that it threw a switch, and so it was like, okay, yeah, now what? Now it's like this other part is expressing itself, and so I can't do those things that I did before, because now I have to do this other thing. And 2008
was the start of the pivot towards the 2012 event. That's what a lot of people refer to as a mass awakening. So
okay.
So it's not coincidental that you actually mentioned 2008 very specifically. I honestly think the housing bubble was caused very purposely to deflate a lot of people and get a lot of people depressed and upset, and never to think inward, never to question anything. I think a lot of the political things that we see are kind of reactionary to astrological or etheric events. Like, they have a calendar, they know what's going on, and then so they push these narratives to get us distracted. That's my thought. Because I would say 2007 is when I was the very first time I went on my own as a business person. I said, fuck you, and I left, basically, and I started up a similar business 4 blocks away and did it better, but there was a pivot, there was a shift in time where just a whole bunch of people just started talking about very similar topics. And for me, it was learning about the laws of attraction through a friend who told me about it. And my friend was into marijuana. I was not. So he was talking way more freely than I was. And he had read a lot of books, the Manly P. Halls and all that stuff, and he started introducing those concepts to me. And it was little by little that those concepts turned into larger, bigger picture things. And then I started looking backwards and questioning everything I'd learned up to that point. So that was an awakening time for me as well. And now looking back and now knowing what I know now about the events that later transpired, those events were all syncretic for a lot of people. A lot, like flat Earth is part of the synchronicity.
Well, for me, I kind of, I don't know how to say this, but I was in Europe for 10 years, and I was basically on this insane kind of symbolism hunt, because there's a lot of symbology on the buildings over there. And back in 2004, somebody just randomly handed me a book saying, it's not my thing. It was Demons and Angels, or Angels and Demons. And I read it, and I was like, oh, shit. So if you're like this group that's oppressed and you're trying to find other people of like mind, you have to do it secretively. You can't go to the slave masters, and you can't go to the slaves. So there's like this narrow margin in the middle of how do you. And so I studied a bunch of symbolism. The high point of it was basically there's psychedelic plants at the very end of all of this. John Allegro really opened my eyes. Have you read John Allegro with the cross and the mushroom of Eastern Christianity?
No.
Anyway, doesn't matter. I was ready to I wanted to attempt the Amanita muscaria, and I had a friend of mine fly in through Amsterdam. Ayahuasca. Now, I had never done any kind of drugs in my entire life. I'm 35 at that time. 36. No, 35. And I said, well, let me try something, like a gateway, something to get me sort of. So we did weed, and that explains something. Every time growing up, being around people who smoke weed, a contact buzz, being just around someone who's smoking it, I guess, as they're smoking it. When I smoked it, what I was talking about every time I had smoked weed was like an LSD trip or like a mushroom trip. The ayahuasca, it wasn't nearly as intense as weed. So that I only did that for about 2 weeks. I had, you go in, you find some stuff out, you're done, and I haven't touched it since. This light switch that clicked. Like, don't treat them like second-class citizens. Don't just because they're different. Don't discriminate because they're different. And so I had to sort of work up to, well, what exactly makes them tick? Why are they the way that they are? And when you said diplomat, that really rang bells and whistles in my head. Nobody's ever said anything about being a diplomat before. I've been called a lot of names, but not diplomat.
That's kind of my job now. I'm a problem solver. I find A and C and put B in the middle. Pays well. I work hardly any I work hardly any hours in the week. I have more free time than I have work time. But that was part of the awakening process that took too many years in the workforce to figure it out.
Well, so where this conversation has been going, though, means that the system isn't like this far off entity, that they're actually approachable, because if they're RH negative, they're on the same page, more or less, about the problem, which is the human condition, or this two different, I don't want to say species, but this amalgam of different alleles mixed over time. So there's probably a way to do this, and I've mentioned it several times. I think it was tonight in some of my other chats, that the right to self-determination, maybe that's their way of saying, hey, signal to us that you're not going to chimp out, that you can be responsible and in control of yourself.
But I also think only those people who that program resonates with will hear it. The whole saying, those who have ears, let them hear. It's not going to resonate with everybody. It sounds like a lot of work. It sounds like it's phony. It sounds like, oh, you're just setting yourself up to get arrested and thrown into world court, at The Hague. There's a lot of reasons why it doesn't sound appealing. But if you're one of those few people where you get it, that, hey, I don't need to be part of your system, I can just create my own, then yeah, those people will totally fall that avenue. But they certainly don't make it easy.
But isn't that cognitive dissonance when you hear the words like that, when they come across your ears? I mean, I when I speak words, like even prior to Flat Earth, when I tell people the truth about the different psyops and everything, their eyes gloss over. They just stand, and they literally gloss over. They're just standing there motionless in front of me. Their eyes glaze over. I mean, I've experienced it multiple times. I mean, hundreds of times, explaining different psyops that they believe is true, and they freeze and their eyes gloss over. And they listen to my words come out of my mouth, and I can see it happen, and I feel bad immediately, and then I kind of move the conversation to something else because they want me to, I guess, but I mean, I'm not going to force it down their throat. Does that make any sense? I know you guys probably experienced that as well, right?
Yeah, if like you can have a small conversation with somebody and probe them a little bit with a few things. Hey, how about those stupid flat earthers, huh? And if they go along with it, then the conversation's over, right? There's you can kind of gauge how to take a person in conversation, whether they're even receptive or open to it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know where to lead the conversation too when you introduce some information, but yeah. But yeah, sometimes you're just like, oh, you'll be having a conversation and they mention something that was part of a psyop that you're quite aware of, and then you start talking about it and giving information that you know about it, then they freeze, and they're standing there listening to you, but they're not really listening to you. You know what I mean?
Yes, they hear you, but they're not listening.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird.
It's
fucking weird.
They're being socially polite. In other words, they're giving you a platform because this is the program. Someone's speaking, and it's important to them, so let them speak. But they're not really interested, or they already shut down, like in the very beginning of the conversation. I call it deer in the headlights.
I mean, you're going to listen to the Mormons when they come to your house and knock on your door to tell you about the Book of Mormon? No, my social engineering says slam the door in their faces.
Well, okay. Well, I understand what you're saying with that, but let's talk about family and friends, coworkers, or employees, employers, people that are around you that aren't like just generic people showing up to your door, and you want to tell them about, say, flat Earth or anything else. And you can see what he was just describing was their eyes glaze over. It's just like, oh, shit, because they don't want to hear that there's this crack in their worldview. You're exposing like this weakness in their mental construct of what was played into their heads.
No, this is a physical reaction. I see it. I witness it. It's a physical reaction. They freeze. It's not just like, oh shit, I don't want to hear this shit. Well, it can be if they've already heard you talk about the shit before, but when you introduce the information the first time to someone, I've seen the physical reaction of them. They freeze and they stand there and they're looking at you like they're frozen, and their eyes glaze over and they're just kind of, they don't even freaking blink.
Yeah, I call it the deer in the headlights. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, they don't even move. You know what I mean? Like my family members already know. I mean, they've been through this with me before, way before Flat Earth. Flat Earth to them was just another, oh shit, he's into something else now. But like if I'm like out in the social situation and I start to bring up something like Flat Earth, or they're talking about 9/11 or something, if I just bring something like that, like I start spouting information, they just stand there and their eyes gloss over and they freeze and they're just standing there looking at me.
And I don't even, you know, I may speak for 20 seconds, but they stand there and look, and they're just waiting for the opportunity to turn away, but maybe they can't until I stop talking. I don't know. It's a really weird phenomenon. It's really weird. It's something I've noticed, and I don't take pleasure in it. I actually, it breaks my heart because, you know why, but whatever.
Well, you know what's worse? Well, what's worse than that is that not that they're waiting for a chance to turn away. How about this one? You talk, and they're actually waiting for their turn to speak. They're not actually listening to you. Turn to speak. That's worse. I mean, at least if they signal they want to get away from you, means I don't want to talk about it. But to just simply not listen to anything you're saying, and they're just waiting for their turn to speak, as though we're in a social situation where we're having a conversation, and you could talk about flowers, and they're going to talk about, you know, laying bricks or something. It's really that weird in some situations.
Yeah, yeah, I guess I don't get it. I like to introduce the information to people, but I don't like to get into debates about it because you can't convince someone of something within just one conversation. So
if you had scopolamine, you could. All flat earthers need to carry scopolamine now.
Scopolamine?
Yes.
What? Say that word again.
Scopolamine.
Scopolamine. Explain that.
It has been used in medicine all the way up until like the early 19th century, but essentially
Scopolamine.
it is it's a drug made from a very specific plant from Venezuela, Colombia area. But what it does, it erases your ability to implant a memory.
So, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You'll be a zombie.
I'm just going to carry it around with me all the time. I'm going to convert everybody.
You just be like, blow it in their face, and then let me take that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
And then take them to the ATM machine while you're at it. They'll willingly hand you over your money.
I'm going everywhere, man. I'm flat earthing everybody with scopolamine, man. I'm going around everywhere, carrying a pocket full of that shit.
You could get a raise
flat
all of a
earth,
sudden.
bitch.
Actually, you could own your business. Think about it. You can convince people to do anything under the power of suggestion, and they think it's their own thought, and then they have no memory of the thought after the event is over, after it wears off.
Yeah,
you know damn good and well the CIA uses that shit.
I watched a video on that the other day. So, yeah. I don't really feel, I don't think that's ethical, honestly.
Duh, but the government uses it.
But they use the media to fucking program everybody. But anyway, I think that naturally being introduced of flat Earth or any other psyop they're trying to perform on us, it will be just as effective, and it's more natural, you know. Then you don't feel like you've been manipulated. Because if they found out, you know, after the fact, man, you know what? If somebody did that to you, and then after the fact you realized that somebody did that to you, but then you found out it was true, they may be glad that you just fucking blew their mind on into the whole conspiracy. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Let's fucking scopolamine for everybody, man. What the fuck?
Yep. Just give it to the president. Give him some suggestions. You know, it's like, hey, you can do some good